May I request Representative Benny Abante to lead the invocation? Everyone, please stand. Shall we pray?
Yes, sir.
Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you, Lord, that we could be able to come together to meet and talk about the prevailing problem of this country. I pray now for our chairman, he leads us, and the rest, Lord, of our colleagues and our resource speakers, Father God. May this be a time of really knowing what to do and be able to legislate laws that will address that problem on hand. Thank you, Father God, so much for your love and goodness to us. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng singanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may hilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhating pagsimba, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The first item on the agenda is the reading and approval of the minutes of the February 18, 2025 meeting. Any motion from the members?
Mr. Chairman, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on February 18, 2026 and move for its approval. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Second. Motion to dispense with the reading and approval of the same is hereby approved. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to the third meeting of the TRICOM. My esteemed co-chair, Joboy Aquino, Chair of the Committee on Public Information, honorable members of the Joint Committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po lahat sa atin. For the information of everyone, this is the continuation of the hearing of the TRICOM Committee, composed of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology, and Public Information on the privileged speeches of Representative Robert H. Barbers delivered in the plenary on December 4, 2024, entitled Social Media Vloggers, and on December 16, 2024, entitled Bagong Pilipinas Condemn China Fake News. We convene today to continue our crucial inquiry into the pervasive issues of fake news and misinformation that have increasingly threatened our democratic processes, societal cohesion, and individual understanding of truth. In an age where information is at our fingertips, the challenge of discerning fact from fiction has never been more pronounced or more critical. Hindi na po biro-biro ito dahil nagpalaganap na ng mga fake news. Sagad na at walang pakundangan ang mga taong responsable sa pagpakalat nito sa mga epekto sa taong kanilang pinupuntirya. At pati na rin sa bansa, no one is safe. Wala nang sinasanto. As we delve deeper into this inquiry, we recognize that the impacts of misinformation are manifold, affecting everything from public health to political discourse, and from social justice movements to personal relationships. Fake news does not merely distort reality, it breeds distrust, fuels division, and undermines the very fabric of informed citizenry that is essential to a thriving democracy. We are here to examine the mechanisms that allow misinformation to proliferate, from social media algorithms that prioritize engagement over truth, to the role of various sectors in producing and disseminating false narratives. We must also consider the responsibilities of technology companies, government bodies, and individuals in combating this insidious threat. Moreover, this inquiry aims not only to highlight the problems we face, but to seek solutions. Together, we must explore effective strategies of media literacy, the regulation of digital platforms, and the promotion of credible sources of information. Our commitment to safeguard our collective future from the dangers of misinformation is paramount. To make this hearing more productive, we have invited various resource persons from government agencies, social media influencers, and representatives from social media platforms to explore how they can help address the proliferation of fake news in our country. As mentioned, we are also seeking the expertise of government agencies tasked with combating fake news to understand the extent of their authority and the steps they have taken to address this issue. As we engage in our witnesses and panelists today, I urge all of us to approach this inquiry with open minds and a collaborative spirit. It is only through thoughtful dialogue and a concerted effort that we can uphold the integrity of information and empower individuals to become discerning consumers of news. I look forward to a productive hearing today as we work together to address and mitigate the impacts of fake news and misinformation in our society. Maraming salamat po. May I now recognize my co-chair, Congressman Joey Aquino, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Honorable Johnny Pimentel. Good morning to all of you. Let me extend my gratitude to my colleagues who are here today and on Zoom. My appreciation is also to the resource persons for taking the time to attend our hearing. Your presence signifies your commitment to find a lasting solution to the rampant spread of false information on social media. During the past two meetings, we have heard our resource persons discuss the information disorder and its impact on our society. The academe has laid the foundation by explaining the various types of information disorder, how troll accounts and fake news are produced, the consequences of spreading disinformation, and the strategies that we can utilize to combat false narratives on social media. The concerned government agencies presented the actions they have undertaken so far in response to this issue and the challenges that they have encountered. Likewise, the independent media organizations walk us through the fact-checking process, while social media influencers share their experience in creating social media content. Given the recent surge in disinformation posts, it becomes more imperative to explore effective countermeasures. Today, as we continue the joint inquiry, I encourage everyone to actively participate in the discussion. Let us put a stop to the spread of false information that undermines democratic institutions and processes, as well as distorts the way we perceive social realities. Together, let us dissect and uncover the underlying causes of this issue so that we can once and for all push for the policies that would create a social media environment that promotes a culture of responsible social media use, respectful of people's rights and dignity. We have a short video to show to all to provide context on why we're here in this inquiry. Can we have the video, please?
Comsec,
Comsec?
can you please present the video? Do we have the video? Since they are still preparing the video, before we proceed to other matters, may I request the committee secretary to acknowledge the members of Congress present?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. For today's meeting, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the following members of the Joint Committee. We have Chairperson Jose Chobay Aquino. We have Vice Chairperson Romeo Acop. We have the Deputy Majority Leader Francisco Paulo Ortega. Representative Bienvenido Abante. Representative Rodante Marcoleta. Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano. Representative Franz Castro, Deputy Majority Leader Jude Asidre, Representative Geraldine Roman, Representative Jefferson Congun, Representative Amparo Maria J. Zamora. Online, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we have the following. Representative Sani S.L. Lagon, Representative R. Nancy Panaligan, Representative and Vice Chairperson of the Committee on ICT, Igmedio Tanhuatco III, Vice Chairperson Jerdin Jesus Romualdo, Representative Antonio Tonipet Albano, Deputy Speaker Janet Garin, Deputy Majority Leader, Deputy Speaker Roberto Puno, Representative Raul Buboy Tupas, Representative Robert Ace Barbers, Representative Trixie May Cardema, Representative Roberto Uy, Representative Bambi Emano, Representative Renante Arrogancia, Representative Jaime Castro, Jane Castro, Representative Ed Christopher Go. That's all, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Thank you.
Is the video presentation ready already? Okay, please proceed with the video presentation. It seems that there is a technical problem, so while waiting for the video presentation, COMSEC, can we acknowledge the resource persons present?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For today's hearing,
Before you proceed, may I request the resource persons, once your name is called, please raise your right hand so we can recognize you.
thank you, Mr. Chair. For today's hearing, we're happy to have it as the following resource persons. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Romeo Trujillo. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Attorney Mon Michael Uy. From the Commission on Elections, we have Director John Rex Laudianco and Attorney Maria Lourdes Fogoso Alcain. From the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, we have Undersecretary Alexander Ramos, the Executive Director, Attorney Alvin Navarro, the Director for Anti-Cybercrime Policy Planning and Legal Affairs. From the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we have Director Rodil Anibal and Mr. Anthony Martin Co. And I understand Undersecretary Jeffrey Iyandi will be joining us a little later, Mr. Honor, Your Honors. From the Department of Justice, we have State Counsel Attorney Kirsten Bautista. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Attorney Joshua Raimundo, Anthony Alfred Vita, and the Executive Officer Israel McPenny Bausa. From the National Telecommunications Commission, we have Attorney Kathleen J. Lo Egipto. From the Philippine Coast Guard, we have Commodore J. Tariela. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Major General Nicolas Torre, Police Colonel Andres Simbahon, Police Colonel Larry Buansi, Police Lieutenant Colonel Anacleto Daliva, Police Colonel Columbo Alan Aberia, and Police Captain Yvette Balaudan. From the Supreme Court, from the Presidential Communications Office, we have Secretary J.B. Cruz and Undersecretary Claire Castro. From the ByteDance Philippines or TikTok Philippines, we have Ms. Pichi Paderna and Ms. Bea Bautista. From Vera Files, we have Ms. Ellen Tordesillas, the President and Co-Founder. From the Press One Philippines, we have Mr. John Hart Alowigan and Mr. Lei Jensen San Diego. Also, we have the following resource persons: Ms. Elizabeth Joey Cruz, Ms. Ethel Pineda, Ms. Crisette Laureta Chu, Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez, Attorney J.V. Aspiras, Dr. Richard Tesoro Mata, and Attorney Trixie Cruz Angeles. Mr. Chair, I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Congressman Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes. May I also request the committee to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Anton Mauricio, who is the Board of Trustee of the Global AI Council, and who could contribute to our discussions today.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And another person who is Ai Ubaldo, Executive Director of the Creators and Influencer Council and Blockchain Council of the Philippines.
Is she present in the room right now? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Before we proceed, may I request those resource persons who have not yet taken their oath to please rise, and I'm directing the COMSEC to administer the oath. All the resource persons who have not taken their oath. COMSEC, please administer the oath.
Those who are attending for the first time, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry? Please respond with I do. Thank you. Please take your seat.
Do we now have the video presentation? Can we now present the video? Comsec.
Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if the video is not yet ready, I have a ready short video. It's only about 40 to 45 minutes. Seconds.
Hindi, yan na yata eh.
Seconds.
Hindi, pagbigay, unahin na muna natin.
Okay,
to.
okay.
Because this is the committee presentation. Ano ba ang problema? Do we have the presentation of Senator Marcoleta? 45 seconds or 45 minutes? What is the content of the video?
It's about providing context to what Chair Jobo Aquino said, false narratives and false information.
Ano bang pwedeng ready dyan? What video is ready? Yung kay Marcoleta o yung sa presentation natin? May problema yung presentation natin. Okay na ba?
Ito.
Anyway, while they are preparing the presentations, the discussions on this hearing will be focused on several issues. One, vloggers. Two, social media platforms, platform policies and enforcement, algorithms and content moderation, fact-checking program, process of taking down posts, advertising and monetization. Number three, independent media organizations, involvement in fact-checking initiatives like Check.Philippines, database of fake posts and peddlers, engagement with the public, key insights and experience. And the government agencies, if they will have any presentation or statement, NBI, DICT, BIR, AMLAC, PNP, COMELEC, and PCO, of course. And number five, I don't know if we have celebrities here, but celebrities who are victims of fake news, and then afterwards we'll proceed to the interpellation. Okay na ba ang presentation?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Abante.
if we don't have the presentation yet, I don't think that we have already recognized all of the resource speakers. We would like to ask that all of them be recognized today.
Is there anyone from the resource persons that have not been acknowledged? Yeah, can you take the microphone and then introduce yourself, please?
Magandang umaga po. Ako po si Mary Jean Kiambao Reyes or MJ Kiambao po sa Facebook.
Good morning po, Mr. Chair. Si Aaron Peña po, Old School Pinoy po. Thank you po.
Meron pa bang iba? Wala na?
Rina Seco po for Manila Broadcasting Company.
Okay. Yes. Please recognize yourself.
Mark Gamboa po.
From?
Vlogger po.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I remember also the committee committed during the last hearing that I attended that we will also invite representatives from Philippine Inquirer and Philippine Star because of the issue that I raised. I raised then the issue that we are not only concerned with the fake news and the false narratives and false information being peddled in our society, but we are concerned as well with the truth that are being suppressed. Truth that might have given enlightenment and further information for our people, but they were deliberately and intentionally being suppressed for reasons that they themselves know. This is also alarming as well, Mr. Chair. So, I was promised by the committee last time that in the next hearing, representatives from these two giant broadsheets will also be invited to shed light
Representative
information that
Marcoleta,
is...
according to the COMSEC, the representatives from Philippine Daily Inquirer and ano yung isa? Philippine Star?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Were present during the last hearing. However, accordingly, there were no members who asked questions to them. So, is there any representative from Inquirer and Philippine Star at the moment? Wala. So then maybe we can invite them next time. We did not include them anymore today because they were already present during the last hearing.
Does that follow, Mr. Chair, that because nobody questioned them in the last hearing, they can simply absent themselves today?
We required them to attend the last hearing. And now, we have invited other resource persons. May I inquire from the COMSEC, were they invited today? So that we will be fair. According to COMSEC, Congressman Marcoleta, the Philippine Daily Inquirer and Philippine Star were not invited.
So we know the reason why they were not invited today, Madam Chair. The COMSEC has the liberty to decide on this, or the chairperson are the ones who are authorized to decide on whether to invite people or not.
Kong Marcoleta, you know the process. For every hearing, we have a set of resource persons to be invited.
I know that, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang
What I'm
inaano
saying
natin.
is, what I'm saying is there was a
They were not-
commitment.
It is already very clear that they were not invited today because, to be fair with them, they were present during the last hearing and nobody asked questions. Kaya nga, hindi na sila inibita because we are focusing on other resource persons.
Kaya nga po, yun ang
if
gusto
that
kong
is-
itanong.
If that would be the case, if you would like to really insist, then we will invite them. Or if you want, if you can wait, we will call them and have them come here to send a representative. But let's not make this an issue. This will delay the hearing.
I am
Concept,
not
can you
making
please,
this an issue, Mr. Chair. I
please-
am simply asking kung sakali pong hindi sila
Hindi nga natin
natanong.
na-imbita, Congressman Marcoleta. I'm
Yun nga
sorry
po,
to
why
say.
would the COMSEC decide by themselves? Sana po yung chair ang magdi-decide. Yun lang naman po ang punto. The
They
COMSEC cannot decide on who to invite or who cannot be invited. And chair po ang may prerogative na
It was a prerogative of the chairman not to invite them because they were not asked questions already. In fairness to them, they were diligent in attending the previous hearing, but unfortunately, nobody asked them a question. So it would be redundant to ask them to be present here again. So let me now proceed, Mr. Marcoleta, to other matters.
May I ask that the short video, Mr. Chair, be shown because that will provide context already.
Okay. In that case, COMSEC, please.
Ng Iglesia ni Manalo. Iglesia ni Manalo na Diablo na nagsasabing iglesia daw ni Kristo. Itong si Marcoleta ay talagang demonyo din na katulad po ni Kibuloy. Paano ko nasabi? Mamaya po papaliwanag ko sa inyo kung gaano po kademonyo yung putang inang Marcoletang ito. Itong malaking matang itong diputang ito na masasabi mo talagang diablo rin katulad ni Kibulok.
Mr. Chair, yung vlogger na yan, ang pangalan niya sa social media is Epipanyo Labrador. Hindi ko po siya kilala. Narinig po ninyo kung murahin niya yung aking relihiyon na kinabibilangan. At pati po ako pinagmumura niya, tinawag po niya akong demonyo, lahat. Pero hindi po ako kumikibo. Ang sinasabi ko lang, kung tayo talaga ay i-address po natin ang mga ganitong klaseng paninira na mga narratives, ay siguro po pati itong mga ganitong klaseng tao ay may patawag din natin. Ako po, kahit na po ano pang sabihin nila, I will just stay as I am. As transparent and as accountable as I am. Because right now, what we need are people that can probably criticize us to the height of even abusing their rights. Pero ako po, walang problema sa kanila. Ay darating din po ang panahon that these people will be rendered useless. at wala nang maniniwala sa kanila until time will come na masasabi ng tao that they are stupid, useless people and they are simply liars. Tayo po ang ating role lang basta ayusin lang po natin ang ating pagsisilbi. Kahit ano pong sabihin nila sa atin. Tingnan po niyo yung pagmura nila sa akin. Wala naman po akong hindi ko po nga kilala yan Kung murahin niya po ako parang kayo po, narinig po ninyo lahat kung anong pinagsasabi niya. But people, I think, will not believe him. Dahil hindi po ako yun, yung sinasabihan niya. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
That is precisely the objective of this hearing, Representative Marcoleta. So, are you requesting that Mr. Epipanyo be called to be invited for the next hearing?
By all means, Mr. Chair, and I will thank you for that.
Comsec, please take note. The said person that has been mentioned earlier by Representative Marcoleta will be invited for the next hearing. Before we proceed, may I acknowledge the presence online of Representative Mix Villafuerte, Representative Sandro Gonzales. And finally, can we now present the committee video presentation?
Anumang impormasyon, mabilis na maa-access sa pamamagitan ng internet at social media. Clean at komportable sa online marketplace. Trabaho ba ang kailangan mo? Marami ring online job postings. Pero ang problema, mayroong mga bad actors na nagkalat sa internet. Kung di ka maingat, mabibiktima ka ng online seller na scammer. Ang binili mong cellphone, bato pala ang laman.
Bato! Mama Eden, bato! Mama Eden, bato ang laman! Hindi na yung pera ko, Mama Eden!
Ang online job application mo, elaborate phishing scam pala para sa identity theft. At ang news na binasa at tinanonood mo ay maaaring disinformation campaign o fake news. Tingnan nyo lamang ang mga bidyong ito na nagsisirculate sa social media kung saan sinasabing ang Luzon kasama ang Palawan ay dati umanong teritoryo ng China. At natatandaan nyo pa ba ang mga celebrity death hoax na ito? Patay na raw si Chris Aquino, si Kuya Kim, si Gary Valenciano, si Doc Willie Ong at si Jaime Fabregas. At maging ang death hoax ni Celine Dion, kumalat rin sa ating mga social media feed. Marami pang ibang example niyan. Pero ang pinakamabigat ay maraming disinformation campaign na layuning guluhin ang ating lipunan. Sa ating bansa na mayroong 87 million internet and social media users, tinatayang 70% ang nakabasa na o nakapanood na ng political fake news. Sa survey naman ng social weather stations, lumalabas na 51% ng mga Pilipino ang hindi kayang tukuhin kung fake news ang kanilang nababasa o napapanood. Mabigat ang implikasyon nito. Ang propaganda, maling impormasyon at peking balita ay maaaring magresulta upang mabawasan ang tiwala ng taong bayan sa mga demokratikong proseso. Kaya mahalaga ang pagpapatibay ng mga safeguards sa pamamagitan ng lehislasyon ng mga batas na magbabalanse sa karapatan ng malayang pamamahayag at pagbabantay sa fake news. Yan ang paraan upang supilin ng mga bad actors na layuning manggulo sa ating bansa.
Okay, thank you, Comsec. Before we proceed with the interpellations,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
do we have other bloggers that we have today? We would like to know if there are other bloggers present right now.
Comsec, can you read again the vloggers present and those who are absent?
Your Honors, in attendance for today's meeting, the following vloggers: Ms. Elizabeth Joey Cruz, Ms. Ethel Pineda, Ms. Crisette Laureta Chu.
Mr. Chair, they're here. We'd like them to stand up and acknowledge the recognition.
We already did earlier. I just told them to raise their right hands. Anyway, we have 18 invited social media personalities or quote-unquote bloggers, and I don't know how many are present. But anyway, we'll now proceed with the, can you read again the the bloggers present?
Miss Elizabeth Joey Cruz, Miss Ethel Pineda, Miss Grisette Loretta Chu, Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez, Miss Mary Jane Kiambao Reyes, Dr. Richard Tesoro Mata, Attorney Trixie Cruz Angeles, and Mr. Mark Louis Gamboa.
So there are at least about 7 to 8 out of 18 social media personalities present.
Mr. Chair, some of these bloggers have their lawyers with them. So I'd like to find out if these lawyers would be allowed
Yes,
to
I
speak.
think former Secretary Silvestro Bello is standing as lawyer for the social media personalities, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to confirm that we represent Ms. Chrisette Chu as our client, and the other bloggers and who are here present and who have their own counsel, but we collaborate with the said counsel, Your Honor.
Thank you. Representative Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask Attorney Bello? Sir, can you mention all the names that you represent as counsel? Kasi po, for the information of everyone, si Attorney Bello po has already entered his appearance during the previous hearing, where in fact he was allowed to speak for on behalf of the clients during that hearing. Now, just to reiterate, Attorney, Sec, paki-mention po kasi we have invited at least 18 bloggers, and present as of today is only 7 or 8 mentioned by the COMSEC. So who are those bloggers being represented as counsel by former Secretary Bello?
Yes, Your Honor, as I stated earlier, we represent Ms. Chrisette Chu. And in addition, Your Honor, as collaborating counsel, we have the following bloggers, Your Honor. Ms. Mary Jane Reyes, Ms. Trixie Angeles, Ms. Joy Cruz, Ms. Aaron Peña, Mr. Ahmed Paglinawan, Ms. Ethel Pineda Garcia. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, how many of them are present?
Can you count, COMSEC, ilan ang social media personalities na present in your record? Out of 18. Correct. My estimate was 8. Representative Paduano.
Thank you, Chairman. Anyway, out of the 8 mentioned by former Secretary Attorney Bello, ilan po yung nandito ngayon?
8.
No. The client being represented by Attorney Bello.
They are 7, Your Honor. Present
7
this morning.
present today.
Yes, together with our client, Ms. Chrisette Chu.
And those absent today, out of 8 ata yung, you mentioned 8 names?
In addition to our client on record, Ms. Chu, Your Honor, we are collaborating with the counsel, with their counsel, Attorney Gonzales. And they are only 6 present this morning, Your Honor.
And who are those absent today? Paki-mention na po yung absent. Para ma-check lang po sa record, doon sa invitation that was sent to them. Kung ano pong status nun.
We only represent, Your Honor, those, in collaboration, only those who are present this morning, Your Honor.
Only those?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's, Mr. Chairman, that's on record that they will only represent those present today.
Yes, Your Honor, those present today. Only in collaboration with their counsel on record, Your Honor.
Sec, hindi ko po ma-remember if the co-counsel of those bloggers have already entered their appearance during the previous hearing.
No. Your Honor, our recollection is only to our counsel, our client on record, Ms. Chu. As to the other bloggers present this morning, we only appear in collaboration with their counsel on record, Your Honor.
So, all those counsel for those other bloggers present today, nandito ba?
Ano ba? Ano? Okay. Ito si Juan. Si Ethel. Now, I mentioned already Dr. Ethel Pineda and MJ Q. Reyes. And also with Attorney Trixie Angeles, Your Honor. And Ahmed Paglinawan, Your Honor. We mentioned that earlier.
I understand there are 7 names you mentioned, but what I'm asking is there a co-counsel for these bloggers na nandito ngayon?
Wala, Your Honor.
You only represent them?
Yes, Your Honor. Wala kaming ano. Only those present this morning ang nire-represent namin only in collaboration with the recorded counsel, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But anyway, Chairman, just for the record, with regards to all those indictees and those resource persons that was issued a show cause and subpoena, we'll discuss it later, Mr. Chairman, for the status of all those resource person that was issued show cause orders and subpoena. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to tackle the... Yes, please state your name to be recognized.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I am Dr. Richard Tesoro Mata. I'm one of the social media. I have a counsel, Your Honor. Her name is Attorney Faye Singson.
Good morning, Your Honors. I am here to assist Dr. Richard Mata, Your Honor. I am Attorney Faye Singson, Your Honors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now proceed to, before that, may I acknowledge the presence of Representative Daphne Lagon online and Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, who is present.
Dun sa ano, malapit sa
Please state your name.
San Juan, malamang. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would like to I would like to inform the Honorable Committee the presence of my counsel with me to be put on record.
Okay, your counsel, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Attorney Mark Anthony and Manuel, counsel for Miss Elizabeth Joey Cruz. Thank you.
Okay, noted. We'll now proceed. The first issue that to tackle is the social media personality. Representative Pablo Ortega.
Sorry. Siguro po, Mr. Chair, maganda po na kunin din yung ginagamit nilang mga pangalan, yung mga vloggers. Kasi may parang account name po sila, saka screen name or aliases to be included po sa record as... Kasi may attendance po sila as their individual names. Maganda po siguro makuha din po yung account names.
Comsec, please attend to it para hindi na natin isa-isahin pa. Can you approach the social media personalities? What are the names that they're using in their blog? Are there any statements from the social media personalities? Do you have a leader or a spokesperson? Yes, proceed. I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes for a statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Your Honor. This would be my individual statement. I am appearing before your esteemed committees upon your invitation as a resource person and to give due honor to and respect to our public institutions. Ako po si Mary Jean Kiambao Reyes or MJ Kiambao sa Facebook, co-founder ng isang humanitarian organization. I am actively involved in providing assistance to indigent pediatric patients and communities affected by natural disasters for almost 2 decades now. And as such, I'm exposed to the sufferings of many of our countrymen. Dahilan kung bakit ho masidhi ang aking layunin na labanan ang korupsyon na siyang nagdudulot ng masidhing paghihirap. Nauunawaan ko na ako po ay ipinatawag sa hearing na ito bilang isang resource person ukol sa usaping fake news. Dahil sa mga nagkalat na balita ngayon kung saan labis na nadudungisan na ang aking pangalan at nadidikit sa mga salitang fake news purveyor, pogo bloggers, China paid, narco blogger, nadudungisan ang pangalang pinakaiingatan at ko at ng aking mga magulang, kaya nais ko lamang po sanang linawin ang mga sumusunod. Bagamat walang masama sa pagiging isang blogger, I cannot really categorize myself as such. Ako po ay isang karaniwang Pilipino lamang na nagsusulong ng good governance at free speech mula pa noon, bago pa man lumaganap ang paggamit ng social media. Hindi po ako pro or anti-Marcos or Duterte or any other politician. Ako po ay pro-good governance. Sumusuporta po ako sa bawat pinuno at bawat Pilipinong nagtataguyod ng maayos at malinis na pamamahala at malayang pamamahayag at pagpuna. Hindi po ako tagabalita. I am not a journalist. I only react and opine to news and current events online. I criticize and yes, I admit sometimes I have my biases, but I do not hit below the belt or resort to ad hominem statements. Issue-based lamang po ako. Lalong hindi po ako nagsusulat o deliberately nag-share ng fake news. Bagamat hindi ko pinasok ang mundo ng pagbabalita, ako po ay isang mass comm degree holder. Isa rin akong editor-in-chief noon at dala-dala ko pa rin ang mga pinag-aralan ko at code of ethics ng mga mamamahayag. Ang bawat opinion ko at reaksyon sa social media ay base po sa aking katotohanan ayon sa aking karanasan, pinaniniwalaan at prinsipyong pinanghahawakan. Hindi po ako tumatanggap ng anumang bayad o pabor mula sa pogo, sa narco, China o sa kahit sinong politiko. I have always been against all forms of gambling and illegal drugs. Kabilin-bilinan po ng aking mga magulang, magdildil ka na ng asin. Huwag ka lang magnakaw at huwag mong ipagbibili ang iyong dangal. Nag-aral po ako ang maigi at kumayod ng husto para maitaguyod ko ang aking pamilya at ang aking sarili sa marangal na paraan. Kaya masakit po na madikit sa mga ganong salita na yung mga fake news purveyor at narco-bloggers. Ngayon naman sa usaping China at West Philippine Sea, I do not claim expertise on this matter. Ang sa akin lamang bilang isang Pilipino, marapat lang na protektahan natin ang bawat isla ng ating bansa sa legal at mapayapang pamamaraan. I am afraid, Your Honor, na wala po ako masyadong maiambag sa usapin ng fake news, pogo bloggers, narco bloggers, as I am not in any way involved in any of that. I also cannot claim expertise on social media and blogging. In fact, my SOCMED account is not even monetized. Now, given my limited knowledge on the topics of this legislative hearing, ang maimumungkahi ko lamang sa ngayon ay dalawang bagay lamang. Una, labanan po natin ang fake news sa pamamagitan ng paglalabas ng mas maraming reliable information mula sa iba't ibang ahensya. Pangalawa, and more importantly, paigtingin po natin ang edukasyon ng bansa. Gawin nating mas matatalino ang mga Pilipino so they themselves can more easily decipher what is true from what is false. And I think everyone here sa mga kasama ko sa social media, support the efforts of the TRICOM. We agree that free speech and freedom of expression must be protected and that fake news, disinformation must be eradicated. These are our common grounds that unite us. We wish TRICOM every success. Yun lamang po sa ngayon ang aking maimumungkahi. Sakaling may mga issues sa mga susunod na pagkakataon ukol sa free speech, anti-corruption at disaster relief operations kung saan mas doon po ako linya. At doon yung mas marami kong maiaambag ay handa po akong makipagtulungan. Muli, maraming salamat at magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Just a reminder to the members, after the statements or discussing the issues, we will proceed to the interpellation. As usual, we have a rule for those who would like to interpellate. Please have your names listed for a proper and orderly hearing. Are there any other statement? Can you limit it to 2 minutes? Okay. Please state your name.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Dr. Ethel Pineda Garcia, 64 na taong gulang at isang manggagamot. No, ako po ay pinadalhan ng imbitasyon na dumalo sa hearing, sa unang hearing, kung saan ako po ay magiging isang resource person tungkol sa fake news.
Pwede ilapit po yung mic. Reminder to all the members and resource persons, may problema po tayo sa audio. So, when you speak, please ilapit lang po yung mikropono.
Salamat po. Nang ako po ay pinadalhan ng imbitasyon na dumalo sa hearing kung saan ako po ay magiging isang resource person tungkol sa fake news at ang pagpondo ng mga pogo at narcos, ay nasurpresa po ako dahil sa mga sumusunod. Hindi po ako gumagawa o nagsusulat ng news o balita. Ako po ay nagkokomentaryo lamang sa mga nababasa ko. Sa aking pagkakaunawa ay maroon tayong kalayaan na sabihin ang ating mga opinyon sa mga pangyayari at sa ating kapaligiran ayon sa saligang batas. Wala po akong kaalaman sa pogo at narcos. Ako po ay nag-aral ng mahabang panahon. Nalalaman niyo naman po kung gaano kahaba ang pag-aaral ng medisina at pagkuha ng espesyalisasyon. Sa akin pong panig ay 2 beses po akong nag-specialize. At nag-practice ng medisina sa hangad na mabuhay ng marangal na di umaasa sa iba, lalo na sa masamang pinanggalingan ng pera. Sa aking pananaw, at ito ay sinabi ko sa unang sagot ko sa committee, ay hindi ako karapat-dapat na resource person dahil sa wala akong alam dito. At kung may issue tungkol sa kalusugan, tulad ng sinabi ko, ay handa akong tumulong sa gaano man na aking makakaya. At ito po naman ay ginampanan ko habang tayo ay nagkakaroon ng pandemya sa COVID. Kasama po akong dumulog sa Korte Suprema dahil nais ko pong malinawan kung ano nga ba ang dapat. Nananalig po ako na ang batas ay dapat sundin ng lahat. Ang aking pamumuhay ay simple lang. Wala po akong karanyaan. Ang buhay ko ay itinoon ko sa pag-aalaga ng aking pamilya bilang breadwinner sa mahabang panahon. May anak akong nangangailangan ng special na alaga at may ama akong 95 years old na umaasa sa akin. Kahit ako ay mag-isa na ngayon sa buhay, ay nagsisikap akong itaguyod sila sa abot ng aking makakaya sa malinis na paraan. Wala po akong kapangyarihan maliban sa isinasaad ng batas na ating mga karapatan. Ang aking lakas ay nanggagaling sa malinis na konsensya. Kasiyahan nawa tayo ng may kapal.
Okay, thank you. Yes, 2 minutes.
Good morning. Ako po si Dr. Richard Tesoro Mata. I am a pediatrician for more than 20 years sa Davao City and Panabo City. Naging health blogger po ako about 7 years na. So yes, I have some experience na about social media. At tumabot na din ng about 3 million yung ating total followers. I understand that I have been invited to this forum as a resource person in aid of legislation. So here's po my 2 cents. Agree po ako sa inyo, Your Honors, na dumadami na po ang mga fake news online. Karamihan ay mga clickbait, yung gumagawa ng fake headlines para mapunta ka sa online shops dahil may commission sila to earn or just to gain more followers. Meron ring mga intentional na fake stories in order to destroy someone's reputation. Do we need to make a fake news law? In my opinion, may Cybercrime Prevention Act law na po tayo, which nasa inyo na po yan if you need to amend it. Noong March of 2024, isang former senator na married to a celebrity ay nag-file ng cyber libel sa isang YouTuber dahil sa mga malicious and fake stories about them. Based on that law, cyber libel is defined as the act of defaming or making false statements about someone online through computer system or similar means. So I do believe that the law is already there and functioning as it is. And what I want to suggest is something like a KBP or a Kapisanan ng Broadcasters ng Pilipinas, an NGO body that is neutral about politics or religion, that should be composed of trustworthy social media practitioners so we can police ourselves formally. Such NGO body is where we can ask assistance regarding a certain controversial post. Such NGO body can also assess if it's freedom of speech or fake news. Such NGO body can issue warnings and reminders to the influencers in question if seen necessary. That is what we lack, because what we have now are just AI that detects posts that are against community standards. And usually, if you report an influencer, it's hard to talk to a person in charge, but what we have are automated reporting system only. I do believe if we can make this kind of neutral body with the guidance of KBP, we can lessen the fake news, solving the issues without much hassle of filing cases in the court. But of course, for extreme cases, a person can still use the cybercrime law, which is already available. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are there anybody else who would like to make statement from the social media personalities?
Chair.
Yes. Are you a blogger also?
Yes po.
Okay. Make it short, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mark Gamboa po, political vlogger. Pangatlong appearance ko na po ito sa TRICOM. Gusto ko lang pong masaya po ako na nakasama na po natin ngayong umaga. Ito pong mga kaibigan po natin sa DDS side, lalo na si Miss Crisette Chu. Ayan. Kamusta po? Ako po, ang gusto ko lang po sabihin, bukod po sa fake news, kasi po dahil sa aming mga vloggers na rin, ay nagkaroon po ng culture of hatred, toxicity sa social media. So para sa akin, maganda po yung pagtitipon na ito, na nagkakasama-sama po lahat, para po mapag-usapan po yan at makita po ng publiko naman na pwede naman magkaiba ng politika kaming mga vloggers, pero at the same time, pwedeng may respeto pa rin sa isa't isa. And also, kasi po nasanay na po ang mga kababayan po natin sa kultura na porket online, kung ano-ano po yung sasabihin doon po sa mga personalidad o sa mga tao, mga masasakit na salita. Ang maganda nga po dito, nandito po tayo ngayon, nandito yung mga vloggers from different political camps. Kung meron silang gustong sabihin sa mga, for example, kay General Torre dito, pwede po nilang sabihin harapan po. Hindi po yung sa social media lang, at pwede po nilang face-to-face po sabihin. Kasi po minsan po, ang nangyayari po dahil social media, sa pagka-toxic po, doon na po, kumaga mas tumatapang po yung mga kababayan po natin na hindi naman kayang sabihin face-to-face. So, yun lang naman po. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll now proceed with the social media platforms. We have here the representative from TikTok, Ms. Pichi Paderna.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
You now have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we actually have a video that we'd like to share with the Honorable Committee. We'd like to request the committee secretary to play the video, please.
Comsec, is the video ready already? Then we'll get back to the social media platform. While the video is being prepared, we proceed to the independent media organizations. Do we have representatives from the independent media organizations? Meron po ba? Seems wala. So we'll now go to the government agencies. NBI, do you have any statement?
None, Your Honor.
DICT,
None, Your Honor.
BIR, AMLA. PNP, General Torre, the flavor of the month of TikTok.
None, Your Honor, sir.
To the COMELEC,
None, Your Honor. Thank you po.
and of course to the PCO. Do you have any statement?
Sir, I would like to make a statement. First of all, thank you for inviting the Presidential Communications Office in this very big fight against fake news. The Presidential Communications Office is pleased to speak at the Joint Committee hearing the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology and Public Information. The issue of fake news, illegal gambling, deep fakes, pornography, hate speech is the biggest fight right now of our generation. It destroys the very fabric of our society, and we have to protect our children not only of fake news, but all these bad things that we see in this technology platform that we have. But more on the vloggers, we should concentrate a regulation on the platforms. The platforms like Meta, TikTok, YouTube are foreign platforms. They do not have a base here. When you complain for these posts that we can take down, it takes a long time. So we have to focus on the platforms, first of all, to self-regulate them. If you want self-regulation, or maybe come up with an operational system between the PCO, DOJ, and the DICT to identify these fake posts, to identify fake information. You see, what's happening to us is we are being divided online. It's very polarized. And yet, it's Filipinos and Filipinos fighting each other. It is not good for our country to see our countrymen being divided by hate speech, by pornography, that's very easily accessed by our generation. You know, I was talking to the West Philippine Sea earlier about communicating the West Philippine Sea issue to our countrymen. I said never again that the Philippines will lose any part of our country, just like what happened in Sabah. In the Sabah issue in the 1960s, if you look at it, Sabah was owned by the Royal Sultanate of Sulu for a long time. The Malaysians were paying rent to the Philippines. We tried to get it and claim it as our own. But what did the Malaysians do to us? They pitted Filipinos against Filipinos. They supported a Muslim secessionist movement in the South using religion and race or against each other. Filipino Christians, Filipino Muslims fighting each other. So eventually, because they divided us and eventually conquered part of our territory, we lost Sabah. And imagine if Sabah is like as rich as Mindanao, even probably richer than Mindanao. The Petronas Towers were built because of the minerals and properties of Sabah. It's happening again. This is happening, but now a foreign actor using fake news to destroy each other. So what we want on the PCO side, we urge Congress to join our digital crusade against combating fake news by strengthening our laws, such as the Cybercrime Prevention Act, and introducing internationally accepted policies and standards for content moderation on social media. I respectfully encourage our honorable lawmakers to consider the framework of the Digital Services Act, a recently adopted EU regulation which prevents illegal and harmful activities online and the spread of disinformation while still ensuring that the freedom of expression is upheld. The danger right now, sir, the greater danger right now, aside from fake news, is deep fake, wherein you put a person's face on another person. There were several complaints raised with the PCO that said, "Sir, tignan mo naman, may mga known personalities recruiting on advertising, mga scams. Yung mga OFW natin, nai-scam. Dahil nakalagay yung boses ng isang kilalang personality or isang kilalang negosyante. Pero hindi naman totoo yun. Imagine if you put the head of the Comelec commissioner doon na ang nagsasabi, akala mo deepfake din. It is a national security concern that we really have to fight, not against each other, but collectively, we fight together. We fight as one. Because, you know, the fight against fake news should be prioritized. We said before, right, it was the fight against illegal drugs. But in this generation, the fight against fake news, deep fakes, they bring so many social media ills. Look, we now live in two worlds, the cyber world and the real world. The children right now spend more time on the cyber world. And if you give them constant disinformation, if you give them constant lies and negative news, what will happen to the next generation of Filipinos? We will forever be divided, just like what's happening in the United States. It's now happening in our country. It's so hard now to reach out to the yellows, to the greens, to the reds, or wherever political camp you belong to. What we need to do is to unite. Look at what happened, example, to Congressman Rodante Marcoleta. Pinagbumura siya. Nilait-lait ang kanyang relihiyon. Tama ba yun? And yet, there's no regulation. There's no regulation. There's no punishment. So, on the part of PCO, we're trying to come up with an operational system wherein the DICT, the Department of Justice, and PCO should come up together to take down all these posts we consider national security concern and posts that divides Filipinos and spreading of fake news, and also the fight against illegal online gambling on the internet. It's not just fake news. There's so many ills there. But of course, with technology, there's good and there's bad. It can be a force of good, but we make sure that online, the voice of truth should be louder than lies. It should always be louder than lies. Because now, a lie told 1,000 times drowns out the truth. We don't know what the truth is anymore. So we make sure here, as PCO, we make sure that in PCO, our foundation are truthful facts. I urge everybody here, let's get our acts together. We are not the enemies. We should stand together. The enemy is fake news. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sec. Ruiz. Before we continue, may I acknowledge the presence of Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez, and online we have Honorable Nelson Dayanghirang, Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel, and Honorable Celso Rehencia. We will now proceed with the interpellation. As I've said earlier, to have an orderly hearing, may I request all the members who would like to ask questions to have your names listed. Please state your name. You have something to say?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would just like to inform the committee that Ms. Sasrogando Sasot was not recognized and was kicked out of the Zoom link that she was provided for.
Unfortunately, ma'am, the Zoom meeting is exclusively for members only. Hindi po para sa hearing yun. The Zoom meeting is for members and the committee secretariat staff lang po. So if she's here in Manila, then she can attend the hearing. Abutin pa naman to ng mga another 3 to 4 hours. We have already 9 members who will be interpolating. We cannot, we would like to apologize because we cannot really accept that. It's exclusive for members and committee secretariat only.
Mr. Chair, she was provided a Zoom link. A staff a while ago provided a Zoom link.
According to the COMSEC, we did not provide anyone, any resource person, a Zoom link. So most probably it was leaked by a staff or a member. We don't know where the source came from. But again, unfortunately, sad to say, we cannot accept her because I reiterate what my previous statement, that it is exclusive for members of Congress only, or rather of this committee and committee secretariat. Okay? So please take note. We'll now
Understood, Mr.
proceed
Chair.
with the, may I acknowledge the presence of Honorable Ernesto Junicio. We'll now proceed with the interpellation. First on the list, Representative Dante Marcoleta. You have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. What I would like to say is not an interpellation. Maybe I will just make a very general manifestation, Mr. Chair, because up to now, I am not yet sure how how can we address this looming problem that the country faces in relation to fake news and deep fakes, false narratives and false information in the face of certain gold standard set by our Supreme Court. This gold standard, Mr. Chair, came in the form of decisions. May I just cite at least 4 of them, Mr. Chair, for our sake. This concerns the conduct of public men, people in government, and how criticisms can be hurled against them and how should they respond to these criticisms. I think these are very important standards, Mr. Chair, in the wake of our desire to probably make laws in relation to free speech. The first one, Mr. Chair, is the case of Yabut versus Office of the Ombudsman, 303 Philippines 319. And I quote this: a public official, more especially an elected one, should not be onion-skinned. Strict personal discipline is expected of an occupant of a public office because a public official is a property of the public. He is looked upon to set the example how public officials should correctly conduct themselves, even in the face of extreme provocation. The second standard, or the second case that reiterates this standard, Mr. Chair, is United States versus Bustos, 37 Philippines 731. And I quote this: the interest of society and the maintenance of good government demand a full discussion of public affairs, complete liberty to comment on the conduct of public men is a scalpel in the case of free speech. The sharp incision of its probe relieves the abscesses of officialdom. Men in public life may suffer under a hostile and unjust accusation. The wound can be assuaged with the balm of clear conscience. A public officer must not be too-skinned with reference to comment upon his official acts. The third one, Mr. Chair, is Sason versus CA, 325 Philippines 1053. On this point, the rule is that defamatory remarks and comments on the conduct of acts of public officers which are related to the discharge of their official duties will not constitute libel if the defendant proves the truth of the imputation. And the last one, Mr. Chair, is De Leon versus People 776 Philippines 701. And I quote this: while petitioners' declarations may be offensive, they are not actionable by themselves. Being sensitive has no place in this line of service, more so when allowing otherwise has the potential to create a chilling effect on the public. Mr. Chair, why am I stressing this gold standard as enunciated by some of the important decisions of the Supreme Court? Because as public men, as public servants, I have cited an example earlier when one blogger attacked me indiscriminately, called me demonyo and all this. My defense to that, Mr. Chair, is not probably to ask him in public to explain or even ask for an apology or he be restrained by this committee. But I will just stand upright, as upright as I can and clean as I am, because people would judge me for what I am and for what this person could do against me. Yun lang po ang nakikita kong parang armas natin. Kapag nakikita nila tayo as transparent as we can to these people, people can easily distinguish na wala yan, sinungaling yan. Like, yun lang ang gusto kong maging karanasan ng tao, kahit na siguro hindi ko na siya demanda o pagalitan o gumawa ng action against him. It is enough that people would not listen to him anymore. That he will be rendered useless and people would just judge him as, you know, as a liar, somebody who peddles something that cannot be accepted by people. To me, that is already a consolation, Mr. Chair. So kung ating pong mga vloggers ay maaring napapasobra po yung kanilang pagkikriticize sa atin, talaga kung minsan po ay ganon. We have to strike a balance between the public affairs, between the public issues that must be deliberated completely and in the light of an extensive discussion of public affairs of government. You have to strike a balance between the importance of these issues discussed in public and the hostile accusation that might arise from this. Yun po yung gusto ko po. May mga batas naman po tayo once they attack us on a private side. Ang sinasabi po ito very, very easily. That could constitute libel pagka-personal na po. Kagaya po nung tinawag niya po akong demonyo, okay, yun na po, personal na po yun. It's up to me to act kung gagamitin ko pa po yun. Pero sa akin po ay parang ano na lang yun. Katulad po nung nakaraan na pagdinig po, hindi ko makalimutan, isang abogado pa naman yun na nagbablog po na sinabi niya na huwag kayong maniwala sa pakulo at panliling lang ni Marcoleta. You were here, Mr. Chair and members, nung tanungin ko po siya, ano po ba po yung basihan ninyo na ako po'y nandin lang. Wala po siyang maisagot ng kahit ano. He is a lawyer and he was allegedly teaching in a very reputable law school. So yun po, Mr. Chair, pwede ko po siyang demanda ng, pwede ko po siyang padisbar, no? Iniisip ko lang po na pwede kong gawin yun because as a lawyer, ay maling-mali po yung ginawa niya because we have our own code na talaga pong pinagsisikapan naming itaguyod sa mga members po ng Philippine Bar. So, meron po tayong mga batas na umiiral, Mr. Chair. May libel, ando na po yung maring madisbar po yung mga kamukha namin na members ng Philippine Bar, na nasosobrahan na po yung sinasabi nila. Pero sa mga vloggers po na maaaring kinikriticize tayo because our conduct is public. Yung pagsisilbi natin is public. They need some kind of a medium. Nakikita po nila tayo that we should be as transparent and accountable as we can be. Sa akin po ay binibigay ko na lang pong isang karapatan para sa kanila. Wag lang po sana yung sumobra po na maging personal na po ang mga pangyayari. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Paalala lang po sa lahat, pakilapit po yung mikropono dahil may problema tayo sa audio. Medyo mahina po. The next to interpolate, Representative Rods Gutierrez. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I understand we have quite a lot of topics to discuss today. And first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to our resource persons for attending after this whole time that they have not, no? Although we have to recall that twofold po yung privileged speech ni Congressman Barbers. On one hand, we have the proliferation of fake news of the vloggers na binabanggit, and I'm sure we'll be getting to that at a later time. But one thing that we'd like to discuss is also that might have been forgotten is the other privileged speech of the Honorable Barbers regarding fake news in China. So this is something that we wanted to highlight in the previous hearings. However, wala po yung the social media platform most involved. Luckily today, we'd like to thank them for their appearance. Nandito po yung ByteDance, owners of TikTok. So we could now discuss this issue thoroughly. To begin po, I'd like to direct my questions to the good spokesperson of the Coast Guard, Commodore Tariela. Commodore Tariela, magandang umaga po sa inyo. Good afternoon na pala po. Good noon. Sir, meron po kasi earlier this month to the Honorable Chairman, kumakalat na post sa Chinese social media platforms. And instead of just limiting yung discussion sa West Philippine Sea, parang expanded na po yung kanilang claim. Lately, their claim now is that nagsasabi na ang China ay nagmamay-ari at namamahala sa Palawan for a period of 1,000 years sa Zhenghe Island. Ito rin daw yung basis for the island to return to China. Are you aware po, sir, of this post in relation to yung West Philippine Sea issue natin?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, sir. The Philippine Coast Guard is aware of the social media post that is circulating in the different social media platforms.
Mr. Chair, I think the committee secretary, just for the information of the body, is the committee secretary prepared to flash this figure 1 po? Para lang makita natin. Let's not give it dignity. We will not play the video. But just to have, para may idea lang po ang ating mga mamamayan kung ano po yung itsura nitong post. Ito po yon. Is this the same post that you're referring to, Commodore Tariela?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I wish to bring attention to this honorable committee these screenshots showing an individual defending China's false claims over Palawan online. These comments were captured by the Facebook page Palawan Daily as part of efforts to debunk these false claims. This is a disturbing example of blatantly fake claims which are now spreading across the internet. While these claims are clearly ludicrous, there is no telling how many people may believe it or what kind of effect such belief could have. What is clear, however, is that there are individuals or entities who consciously created this content, clearly aiming to undermine our national sovereignty. So as you can see po, aside po sa post na, yung sa right side po, yung lumalabas actually, parang video po siya, but then even in the comments, there are people defending this. And I think it would be hard for us to determine the authenticity of these persons, Chinese nga po yung characters, that is, an issue po ng fake news in relation to the West Philippine Sea is that some of the actors are beyond our territory po, no? So that's another aspect that would add complexity to the regulation of these things. But we'll go into that po siguro with TikTok later on. So, Commodore Tariela, sa buong panahon mo po sa PCG, nakarinig ka na ba ng parehong balita na kinaklaim ng China ang Palawan? Kailan po ninyo unang nalaman na may kumakalat na balita na sinasabing pag-ari ng China ang Palawan?
Well, Mr. Chair, this is the first time that I heard about this, about the social media post. That kind of claim has never been done before by the People's Republic of China. This is their new narrative right now.
Ang dating narrative po nila ay simply limited to the surface features in the West Philippine Sea po, no? But
yes,
never have they claimed Palawan as having their ownership.
Yes, sir.
At kung nakita po ninyo yung comment, kasama rin po, yung isang comment doon, kasama na rin daw yung Luzon Island na inhabited daw ng China at pagmamay-ari po nila. Is that the first time for you to hear this claim also?
Yes, sir.
Ano po ba ang, well, if this is the first time, then we, obviously, for us, walang claim, walang basis naman po yung claim. Upon hearing this po, I know this is now, ano po yung magiging reaction ng PCG in relation to this?
Well, the reaction, sir, of the national government is that we asked the National Historical Commission to directly debunk such historical claim of the People's Republic of China or whoever spread that fake news or misinformation. The position of the Philippine government is saying that Palawan and the entire island of Luzon has long been part of the Philippine archipelago.
So, ang usual response po natin is to fight it with information, proper information naman po.
Yes, sir.
But that does not take away the fact na this would be circulating pa rin online, sir, no?
Yes, sir.
Ang PCG po ba ay active in requesting for takedown of such information sa social media platforms? In this case, for example, TikTok.
Yes, sir. In coordination with the Philippine Information Agency, sir.
Sir, can you please give us an idea po kung ano yung proseso po ng PCG in relation to? Kasi the way that I see it, although lahat po tayo ay biktima nito, the agency most involved would be the PCG po, no? Kayo rin ang parang ito ay attack sa inyo because this would be your area of responsibility. Ano po yung process po ninyo when trying to debunk these claims po?
Well, especially if it concerns our operations, sir, that clearly countering our factual narrative. We relay our concern to the Philippine Information Agency, the PIA, which is also under the PCO. And since PIA has established connection with Meta, that's the only time that we can wait for any response, whether it will be taken down or we have to wait for, or we have to provide for additional information to be taken down by Meta, sir.
Commodore Tariela, through the Honorable Chairman, meron po ba kayong opisina na task para ma-monitor mga online activities or information, lalo na nagmumula sa China?
Right now, sir, the Commander of the Philippine Coast Guard, Admiral Ronnie Hilgavan. Originally, sir, my designation is the spokesperson of the Coast Guard for the West Philippine Sea. My office was only Philippine Coast Guard West Philippine Sea Transparency Office. But it has already upgraded to Philippine Coast Guard West Philippine Sea Transparency Group. And that now includes monitoring of social media platforms that spread fake news and misinformation.
Sir, ito po ba ay kasama sa original mandate ng PCG? Or is this part of the evolving new frontier nga po na tinatawag nila sa conflict over the West Philippine Sea?
This is part of our evolving role right now, especially that the national government is supporting the Transparency Initiative to make the Filipino people understand and be aware of what's happening in the West Philippine Sea. And the only way that we can be more successful in creating awareness and right information to the Filipino people is also to safeguard the spread of fake news, sir, to have it prevented to proliferate in the social media platforms.
I see. Generally po kasi, Commodore, ang pagkakaintindi po namin sa PCG, no, ay napaka-physical po dapat ang ating role, no? Kayo po talaga ang defenders of the West Philippine Sea as our internal waters there. Kayo po ay nandun, kayo po ay talagang watching over yung mga transgressions, ngunit ngayon, it seems to be yung transgressions are also appearing in the cyberspace. Ano po yung epekto po nito sa ating soberenya? Kasi isa-iba po, ang minsan sinasabi nila, these are just words. And this would not really affect, it should not affect us. But do you stand by that sentiment po?
You know, sir, one of the main reasons why President Bongbong Marcos, through the National Task Force West Philippine Sea, supported the Transparency Initiative because he basically inherited a nation wherein Filipino people, right after he assumed the presidency, there's a very limited information that Filipino people learned about the West Philippine Sea. From 2016 to 2022, there are very small portions of information that we told the Filipino people. And for the President to only deliver his commitment of not surrendering a square inch of our territory to any foreign power, he has to get the support of the Filipino people. And the Filipinos will not be supporting our fight in the West Philippine Sea if they do not know what's happening in the West Philippine Sea. So with the transparency effort that we're doing now, as we can now see from different surveys, more Filipinos are being aware of what's happening in the West Philippine Sea. And that's, you know, as what Justice Carpio said, our fight in the West Philippine Sea is intergenerational. It is important for the younger generation, especially, to understand our fight in the West Philippine Sea. That's why our fight for fake news and misinformation is very important for us to sustain our fight for sovereignty.
Thank you, sir. I would agree with that po, no? As mentioned actually by Secretary Ruiz. For example, ako po, generation namin, we're not aware already of the Sabah issue. And I fear that might be what will happen, no, with the West Philippine Sea with this continued disinformation. So we're glad to know po na at least the PCG, despite your mandate being the actual physical defense of the West Philippine Sea, physical monitoring and the regulation of the area, we're glad to know po na that you're evolving. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be that case. We will try to do our best here in this committee to combat at least yung cyber aspect of the of that front. Pero in relation to that po, Commodore Tariela, through the Honorable Chairman, we really have to make all these actions to counter this map expansion tactics ng China, whether it's in the actual or the cyberspace po, no? Pero do you have any recommendations po in relation to this disinformation front of the West Philippine Sea?
Well, I think, sir, it's important for us to make the bloggers or any other social media influencers to understand the limitation of freedom of speech, especially if it has something to do with national security concern. Sometimes it's very easy for bloggers or any social media influencers to say that West Philippine Sea, we do not have bases, that the Philippines is the one escalating the tension, those kind of thing. They can hide from the constitutional freedom of speech, but again, that concerns our national security. So if there's something that the Congress can do, that is to make sure that we have to prevent them from hiding from that constitutional right, and to also give so much significance when we talk about national security.
Thank you, Commander Riela. I would tend to agree with that po, no? But just in addition po siguro for the consideration of the committee, an issue lang po is at least in some instances, meron nga pong false narratives, fake news by vloggers. But in addition to that, what makes it harder in the cyberspace is some of them even hide behind anonymity po, no? So that's another aspect of the regulation, if ever, that the committee would, if the committee would recommend it, I think we also have to look into the interplay between yung actual vloggers who are expressing legitimate freedom of expression, subject of course to proper limitations in relation to fake news, and those that are probably bots po, no, or non-persons who actually should not be exercising any of these rights. But with that, Mr. Chair, just a few additional questions of PCG, because although we've already discussed earlier yung post nung sa Palawan, it is our understanding that generally, especially in TikTok, could you confirm po sa amin po, Commodore Tariela, na in some cases, it's not really censorship po, no? But there seems to be a suppression of content in relation of pro-West Philippine Sea sentiments. Is that correct po?
Well, I don't have personal experience about the suppression of content in TikTok, sir, no? But I heard from other reporters that if they're using such platform, there are instances that they can limit the audience and the engagement of that particular post if it has something to do with West Philippine Sea reporting.
I see, sir. Actually, that question is coming from the source that, I also heard of the same sentiments. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any of these media reporters here with us today as resource persons. So I wanted to ask from you po sana, because what I recall would be in those instances where there are actual, how do you call them, conflicts between the Coast Guard and also yung counterpart po natin sa China. Sometimes we've adopted that strategy of having journalists on board
Yes.
po, no? But what we've heard is that when they were posting to their personal social media accounts, sometimes they will block out the audio, or sometimes they would limit po its proliferation in the algorithm. And I just wanted to hear po siguro from you, Commodore Tariela, if you had any similar experience to this.
Well, for other social media platforms, we don't have any experience about suppression of the reach of the audience, sir. As I said, according to some journalists, their main concern is only TikTok, sir.
TikTok lang po talaga.
Yes, sir.
So with that, Mr. Chair, and I understand generally we want to compartmentalize the topics, but if I still have some time, siguro a few questions po kay TikTok, Mr. Chair. Tapos na po yung oras, Chair. Okay lang. A few more interjection questions, a few questions na follow-up lang po. So, Mr. Chair, we'd like to acknowledge, if the Honorable Chair would acknowledge po yung representative ng TikTok.
Hi, yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Honorable Committee. I just wanted to clarify that I'm here to represent TikTok and not ByteDance. And actually, Mr. Chair, if you would allow, would we be able to play the video that we had prepared for today that we were hoping to show the Honorable Committee this morning?
We will now proceed with the presentation, then afterwards, maybe you can answer some questions from Representative Gutierrez. Comsec, please play the video.
May audio po. May audio po yan. Our apologies, Mr. Chair. This video is supposed to have audio accompanying it. But if we have limited time, we're happy to take the questions of the Honorable Congressman.
This is what we will do. We will get back to it later. Medyo ayusin lang nila. So you can now proceed with the questions, Representative Gutierrez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, questions directed to Mr. Chair, questions.
While we
Yes, please proceed. Comsec, ayusin nyo muna yun. Then later on, we'll go back to it. Proceed with the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, questions directed to TikTok. So, I'm sure we've heard po, Ma'am Paderna, yung ating sentiments from the PCG. Would you have any comment po in relation to the so-called, first part po, yung proliferating video with the fake news that China owns Palawan? And then the second point would be on the alleged suppression of journalist postings regarding the West Philippine Sea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we're grateful to the Honorable Committee for having us today and giving us the opportunity to speak on behalf of TikTok. We do want to address the concerns of the Philippine Coast Guard and the Honorable Congressman here today. Actually, we do not allow misinformation that puts not just individuals at risk of harm, but we also do not allow misinformation that may cause societal harm. We have taken down posts in the past similar to these videos, citing territorial disputes, and we are happy to work with the Honorable Committee in securing links to these videos so we can endorse them to the appropriate teams within TikTok. We have already coordinated with the committee secretary to secure the links so that we can report them accordingly. Because as I said earlier, we have taken action on similar posts in the past. And we'd like to be able to get the opportunity to send this content to our teams for review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you po, TikTok, for that response. So, Mr. Chair, in relation to disinformation sources or fake news, the action on TikTok is actually more on a reactionary.
Mr. Chair, we also take proactive measures, especially around misinformation that could cause severe harm. Every video that is posted on the platform undergoes a quick review by our machine technology, by our technology moderation. And that initial pass, that initial sweep of the content often studies signals for misinformation that could be harmful. Now, we also rely on our independent fact checkers who make an assessment on the accuracy of the information on the platform on certain kinds of content. And we also rely on community reports. So user reports also assist us in spotting misinformation that violate our community guidelines.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, sorry, let me just clarify po. No? While I understand that there would be these measures, for example, that you've mentioned, these community moderators, and the review upon posting, this would be actually after the fact that the video is posted, correct?
That's, Mr. Chair, incorrect, actually. Before a video is posted, if you notice, if anybody is familiar with the way that TikTok works, when you post a video, there's a processing time. That processing time is actually the period when the video undergoes technology moderation.
Okay, so there's how much uptime would that be usually? I'm not familiar with the TikTok.
I don't have precise figures around that, Mr. Chair, but rest assured that every video goes through automatic technology moderation.
So when it undergoes automatic technology moderation, when a video has been reported to be a source of fake news, generally, even if through a different user there would be an attempt to repost the video, it should be flagged.
Yes, sir. Let me get back to you on that, Mr. Chair, actually. But one thing that we would love to share to the Honorable Committee is that between July to September, I believe, during a period last year, we removed over 4 million videos that violated our community guidelines. 99.5% of those videos were taken down proactively. And of the remaining percentage, 98% was taken down in less than 24 hours after being reported by users. So we're quite pleased to share that information with the Honorable Committee because we'd like to demonstrate that we are doing everything that we can in terms of our moderation practices to catch posts and to catch content that violate our community guidelines.
Mr. Chair, most respectfully, while we laud the attempts, the measures being taken by TikTok in relation to this, and we appreciate the numbers that are being put forward, one issue that we have really is that anecdotally that doesn't seem to be the case. For example, when we're talking about fake news in relation to China, when we see one video posted and it has been reported, we would see the same video posted by a different person. So that's why I wanted to ask how do we ensure that a video that has been flagged for disinformation is not posted again? And quite frankly, perhaps we'd have to get cold hard evidence. We'd like to have a research person invited in this. But it tends to be that once there is a narrative being taken by certain bad actors in relation to fake news and it's posted and they take it down, they just post it through another user. So I hope you'd understand the frustration that this committee would have in relation to the social media posts. And that's not even going into yet the issue of suppression that our journalists are facing in relation to the territorial dispute of the West Philippine Sea. So in relation to that, if we could move on, Ms. Padera, most respectfully to the Honorable Chairman, in relation to the suppression, what measures do we have? Are we aware of this suppression of postings in relation to coverage of the West Philippine Sea?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. We do not suppress any content that pertains to the West Philippine Sea. We welcome the diversity of political expression, and what we can share is that if a video is muted, there is a possibility that the content may have committed a violation of our guidelines, specifically perhaps around intellectual property. That kind of action, muting a video, is typically something that we do when there is an intellectual property violation. So we want to reassure the Honorable Committee that we do not silence voices that advocate for greater awareness on West Philippine Sea issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we are forced to take that on face value po, no? But as far as anecdotally, if I recall right, the video that was suppressed, I don't think there's an intellectual property issue. That was a coverage of yung journalist po having an altercation with yung counterparts sa China. Walang music naman na nagpo-play doon. In fact, nagmumurahan pa po sila. So, Mr. Chair, I guess to progress this issue siguro, we can ask the Honorable Comsec if we may po, Commodore Tariela, if you could point us in the right direction kung sinong journalist po ito that were allegedly suppressed, we could probably invite them or communicate with them through the committee secretariat. Then we can probably have them coordinate with TikTok, and we'll get to the bottom of this at a latter hearing po, no? Because as it stands, it's going to be a anecdote versus general guideline. So if we're going to get into the specifics, probably at a latter time when the resource person will be available po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and if I may, we're also happy to engage these personalities, these individuals from the press, to understand their experience. Our technology moderation is very sensitive around audio. And so even though two people might be speaking and just speaking, our moderation technology is able to pick up signals of background audio. And as I emphasized earlier, often when a video is muted, it's not because of the content. If content violates our guidelines, we take them down. If content violates intellectual property rights, quite frequently, the action that is taken is to mute the audio. So we want to reassure the Honorable Committee of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess we'll have to leave that to the discussion at a later time when we have the resource persons available. So, Mr. Chair, I understand my time is up. I had more questions for TikTok, but I'll probably reserve it for the second round. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Secretary Ruiz has a previous engagement, so this committee has decided that he will be excused. Anyway, Jose Castro will be here to attend. Thank you for your presence, Secretary Ruiz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Before we continue, may I acknowledge the presence online, Representative Jonathan Flores, Representative Ambrosio Cruz, and we have some social media personalities who arrived also, or present rather. Mr. Ramon Gerardo San Luis, are you here? Mr. Manuel Mata Jr. Do we have now the presentation, Comsec? Okay na ba? Hindi pa. Okay, please proceed with the presentation.
At TikTok, we encourage our users to express themselves authentically and creatively in a safe and positive environment. We have a dedicated global trust and safety team that works alongside innovative technology to keep our platform safe and welcoming. From July to October 2024, we removed 4.5 million videos. 99.7% were proactively removed, and 98% were removed within 24 hours. While we welcome the respectful expression of different viewpoints, we do not allow misinformation that may cause significant harm to individuals or society, regardless of intent. We rely on independent fact-checking partners to help assess the accuracy of content. In the Philippines, we partner with Agence France Presse. While we are a global company, we partner with local stakeholders to understand cultural norms and local contexts. For the 2025 Philippine midterm elections, we partnered with Comelec, NAMFREL, and Lente to launch the Philippine Election Center, which provides Filipinos with verified election-related information. We regularly meet with civil society organizations, safety experts, and members of the academe to help inform our approach to keep our community safe. We also host media, members of the academe, and government officials at our Transparency and Accountability Center in Singapore. Meanwhile, we launched our Think Twice digital literacy campaign last February to encourage users to think twice before posting and sharing. Our Think Twice videos have already garnered millions of views across all social platforms. We empower our users to take control of their experience on TikTok, including using our comment care and reporting tools. Keeping TikTok safe is a collaborative effort, and we remain committed to working with the government, civil society organizations, members of the academe, and local experts to continue to keep our platform safe.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any further statement? TikTok?
None for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
We'll proceed with the next interpolator. May I recognize Representative Jude Asedre? You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, before I proceed to my interpellation, may I be allowed to make a brief manifestation? Good morning, dear colleagues, Mr. Chair. Today we gather to confront the troubling and complex reality of our times, the spread of fake news on social media, and the powerful role that repetition plays in shaping what people believe. It has been said that repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth, a phrase widely attributed to Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany. While those words come from a dark chapter in history, they reveal something deeply psychological and disturbingly relevant today. Modern psychologists would call it the illusion of truth effect. When people hear something over and over again, whether it's true or not, they begin to believe it. Repetition creates familiarity, and familiarity often masquerades as truth. In today's digital world, this effect is supercharged. Social media platforms, algorithms, and virality amplify repetition at unprecedented speeds. And at the heart of this ecosystem are individuals, influencers, who shape the opinion, values,
and even the beliefs of millions. That influence carries weight, and with that weight comes responsibility. I believe, Mr. Chair, this hearing is not about silencing voices. It is about understanding how truth and lies compete in our public discourse and what role social media influencers play in tipping the balance. If truth is repeated more often than lies, even by a margin, say 51 to 49%, then truth can prevail. But if lies dominate the feed, even well-intentioned citizens may find themselves misled, manipulated, and misinformed. So today, we have the opportunity to ask tough questions. We seek accountability, and more than that, we call for a shared commitment to making truth more visible, more frequent, and more powerful than the lie. Mr. Chair, let me begin.
Because on Feb 7, my Facebook was deactivated, so I created a new Facebook account just probably a week ago, or less than a week ago.
Maliban sa Facebook, ano pong mga social media platforms pang yung ginagamit?
I use TikTok but sparingly, that's it.
Tinuturing nyo ba na trabaho in addition to your professional affiliations itong pag-post nyo o paggamit nyo ng social media?
Personally, no, because I don't earn. My accounts are not monetized. But because I'm the social media head of Manila Bulletin, I have to be on top of what's happening on social media.
So you consider, again for the record, na your social media activities in a way complement your professional affiliation with Manila Bulletin?
I would say so, because if you're a journalist, if you're a writer, if you're an editor, you listen to what people are saying on social media, because that's how you get the pulse of the people.
Okay, thank you. Kailan ka nagsimula sa social media, if you still remember?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Probably as soon as Facebook was created, I think maybe a year or two after I had an account. I don't remember exactly when.
So how do you decide on choosing your topics for your content?
My personal content?
Yes, for your personal account.
I don't decide. Facebook has a what's on your mind field, and what's on my mind in that moment is what I write about.
So you would say that all this are simply random, spontaneous thoughts that you have over?
Yes.
So, do you consider yourself, tinuturing mo ba sarili mo na influencer in addition to your professional role as a journalist?
I do not know. I'm not a self-identified influencer. I cannot say that I am an influencer, even if I do have a modest following that's below 500,000, because I don't do lives, I don't do YouTube, I have never gone. I only write on Facebook, that's it. I only write on Facebook. I don't do YouTube, I don't do lives, I don't do podcasts, so.
But you are aware that with your your modest following on Facebook, as you refer to it, gives you a considerable audience to your postings. Are you aware of that?
Not more than the others. Yes, I do have a modest following, but not more than the others. I'm not in the level of Thinking Pinoy, Sasrogando Sasot, Maharlika. I could still go around. I could still go around not recognized by people. So no, I'm not an influencer because people don't know me, but I have a voice. Let's put it at that. I have a voice.
But then again, I'll bring back the question. Are you aware of the volume, the size of the audience that are listening, are reading your posts?
Yes, because the measure is the likes, the number of likes. So sometimes, I believe, syempre, I don't have proof of that, but in my previous Facebook, I believe that I was shadow banned. So my likes in my 480,000 Facebook was around 5,000, maximum 10,000. Now, this is a new account, and I don't think I've been shadow banned yet. I can reach as many as 50,000, even 100,000. So this is the new account.
50,000 for a single post.
Yes, for this new account.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just want to put on the record that to put everything in context, no, that the resource person on many occasions, several instances in their previous account, and I'm not so sure because I haven't seen the current accounts, have actually written about this representation, has made post against this representation, but I will take the heed, the advice of the good Congressman Marcoleta that we politicians, public servants should not be onion skin, and I will make sure that I'll be as objective as possible with my questions.
Can I reply to that, Mr. Chair?
No, I will continue with my questions, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Crescent, ano po ang klase ng content ng inyong pinopost?
Political, personal, lifestyle.
And many of these
basically what my life is in the public. Anything, food, films. Political is a big part because I am politically inclined. I like talking about politics, but it's not the end-all and be-all of my account.
How many percent would you consider those would carry political? How many percent of your posts would you consider would carry political themes?
In my old account, probably 70, 80%. I'm not sure. I don't measure it's spontaneous. I don't set out to I don't have a quota.
And you attribute this simply because you are
because I'm very
politically
politically aware and I'm very politically passionate, sir.
Sa mga content mo, may naalala ka bang pinakamaraming engagements, views, likes, or whatever impressions? Yung pinaka nag-trending na post mo? Top of mind.
Sa old account, ang pinaka nag-trending na post was the death of Stan Lee. It's not a political post, the death of Stan Lee, the creator of Marvel. Sa new account, my sadness over PRRD spending his birthday alone in his cell in The Hague.
Yung sa mga political post mo in the previous account, ano po yung pinaka nag-trending?
I don't remember exactly, but it's always about the former president.
So sa tingin mo, bakit nag-trending isang post ni Crescencio?
I don't know. Maybe because it resonates with people. Because I have never boosted a post. I'd have never bought likes, or I have never paid to get liked or followed. So I cannot speak for my audience or readers, but it's probably common sense that it resonates with them that there are a lot of people who love President Duterte.
May mga contents na sinasabi ni non-political o may mga post ka naman na masasabi mong hindi nag-viral, ano?
Actually, I don't know what the parameters are for what is considered viral. I don't know.
Or let's say, anong klase ng content naman in your experience ang hindi nagkaroon ng maraming engagement? May naalala ka ba na...
It does not, I do not look at how many likes I get. And whether or not they go viral is not very important to me. I write what I write, whether I have 1 reader or 1,000 readers.
But when you post something, do you also engage with your those who make comments?
When I have time.
And when you do that, have you considered ano yung mga dominant demographic ng yung audience na usually mo napapansin? Are these like-minded people? Are these... Mr. Chair.
Hello? Okay.
Okay na?
Okay. So, I assume that as with any page, you attract like-minded people. So the reason they're on my page is that they read me because they think I think like them. So even with, and it's not just political, even if you have pages for hobbies or entertainment, the people who go to your page are the people who like reading that sort of thing.
And you think this is the reason also why people follow, they like, they comment your posts because they agree with your posts?
Probably, yes, I think so.
And you think...
But just to clarify, I also have people who go to my posts just to oppose what I say. So it's not as if it's an echo chamber. It's not. Because there are people who go to my page and there are people who are trolls. And when you look at their accounts, those are new accounts, locked profiles, and they say the same thing. So it's not there's no echo chamber in today's social media because there are trolls on pages and there are people who oppose what you say.
It's good that you pointed that out, but let me ask, do you think in your engagement with those who are posting, with your post, you think that the content of your post actually influence the minds of other social media users? Have you ever found yourself quoted, reposted, shared in other social media accounts?
Yes, they are, but I always maintain that they would not be reading my page if they were not already feeling or thinking what I'm feeling. And a lot of the feedback that I get is that people saying, you articulate what I am feeling, except that I do not have the words or the talent to say that. So I think majority of my readers are those people who want to express their frustrations or express their hopes and are not just, I do not have my writing skills.
It's good that you mentioned about feedback. So, have you ever received feedback that people are actually saying, it's good that you exposed this, that you wrote about this because I'm learning, I get to know what's happening, I get to understand the issue more?
Yes, but that's not specific to social media. I am an editor, and if I write articles for the newspaper, it's always all the articles that you write, whether they're for social media or for traditional media, you're writing it to expose, inform, entertain, empower.
But let me go back to the social media. Let me limit to the social media posts. Have you ever received feedback saying that they have learned, they're thankful that they have exposed, they have learned something, they've been influenced by the information that you posted in your social media account?
Sir, I do not think that I am at the level of investigative journalist who have exposed something. I just say what unfortunately, I'm not the kind of journalist who can do exposés. So I do it in my job for Manila Bulletin, not on my page. So I am more protected by my office.
I will go back to the question. Ibig sabihin ba sa social media posts mo, wala kang sinabi na nag-e-expose ka sa sino mang opisyal o ehensya ng gobyerno tungkol sa in the conduct of their official duties?
I don't remember any exposés I've done.
Mr. Chair, is it possible that the committee subpoena Meta for a copy? I understand that Meta keeps a digital copy of all the postings over a considerable time. I move that we subpoena the social media posts of Mrs. Crisette Chu.
There's a motion. Any second?
Second.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you're a professional journalist, Crisette, and I know you're well trained and you studied abroad, and you have a good appreciation of what it takes to be a journalist. By referencing from that, would you describe the extent of your influence? How would you describe the extent of your influence online, and What responsibility do you think comes with that influence?
I am I'm not comfy with the idea that I am responsible for something because I just write. As I said, I'm very careful before all these things. Before, sir, Mr. Chair, before I was included in the top 40 vloggers, fake news, Pogo funded, I have never spoken my politics. Not on YouTube, not on Facebook. I just write. So I don't feel like I am an important political commentator. I write what I feel. But I'm not one of those people na people will think about because I have discussed it. I have engaged with other people. I write what I say. I write what I think, and that's it. Sometimes I answer the comments on my page, but that's the limit of my political conversation. So if you're going to ask me what I think my influence is, then I cannot answer it. Maybe it's better to ask other people if they're affected by what I write and if they feel like I influence them.
Earlier you mentioned you have a following right now of how many?
About 250.
250,000?
Mm-hmm.
And in your previous account, how many?
480,000.
And then in your average impressions for every post is around 10,000, if I'm not mistaken. That's the number you said earlier.
In my new page, in my old page, about 5,000 to...
In your new page?
About 10,000.
10,000
in my
per
new
post.
page.
Don't you feel any responsibility to speak the truth and what's factual?
Yes, I speak my truth. I'm under oath.
What
yes,
I'm
I
saying
speak
is,
my truth.
don't you think having such a number of following with that influence, let me call that influence, that a certain degree of responsibility comes with it?
Of course, there's a responsibility. That's why I use my training in journalism to make sure that nobody can ever call me out and say it's fake news. I can make mistakes, but they're not glaring mistakes. And they're still going to be, I'm still going to have the same opinion from that same
Mrs.
mistake.
Preset, you stand by saying that you are faithful to your journalistic training in the course of determining or choosing the content, the tenor, and the language of your post. Yes or no?
Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Do you stand by your statement saying that you make sure that you're faithful to your journalistic
Yes,
training?
sir. I make sure that
in terms
as
of,
far as
let me continue first. In terms of the content, the language, the demeanor with which you make your postings.
As far as I can, as far as I'm knowledgeable, I post what I feel. Maybe at the moment, maybe when I'm very angry, I post some things that are more inflammatory than when I'm more calm. But basically, those are my feelings. So, sir, there will be times that I will be more angry towards one politician over another time. I'm still going to be angry at them.
Let me ask a question. So you mean when you speak something inflammatory on you post something inflammatory on your Facebook account, you don't mind whether people will be influenced by those inflammatory statements or not?
Those are my opinions, and I believe I have very intelligent readers, so if they think that I am lying, they can call me out. If they agree with me because they've used their own eyes, then they can investigate for themselves. Those are my opinions. Those are what I feel. If I say I don't like this person, I stand by it.
So you don't really mind if people, as a journalist, don't you feel that there's a need for
I do not use my Facebook page. I do not identify myself
there. Earlier you mentioned that you make sure that you apply your journalistic training.
Meaning, I make sure I don't lie. Meaning, I make sure that I do not even if I am inflammatory, even if I'm angry, it's still not a lie. I'm just more angry in one post than I am in another post. My degree of feeling changes per post, but the content will not change. If I'm angry at one person, it can be because I'm angry at one person, and the next post I'm still angry at them, but not as much. But
So
the
that
reason that
changes.
I'm angry at them is the same.
Okay.
Before we proceed, may I remind the resource persons, when you answer, please address the chair first.
Sir,
And,
sorry. Okay, sir, Mr. Chair.
Let the interpolator finish the question before you answer. Just a reminder.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
In your training for journalism, you majored in journalism, right?
Communication arts
Yes.
and publishing, sir.
Are you aware of the psychological phenomenon called illusion of truth effect?
I'm not sure we discussed it, sir.
So
Mr. Chair.
it means that when a repeated information is repeated again and again, it's likely to be perceived as true regardless of the factual accuracy.
Okay, sir.
For the record, let me ask, have you ever unknowingly or knowingly repeated content that turned out to be false or misleading? Have you ever? In the course of your posting, have you ever repeated content?
Knowingly, no. Unknowingly, I am not sure.
Mr. Chair, I ask it because I would like to draw your attention to this post dated March 13 under her new account, Chrisette Chu. May I ask the Secretariat to flash it on the screen, where the resource person posted, and I'll read the first paragraph. May mga pulis at military daw na nagre-resign kasi hindi na daw nila kaya. Marami daw. They cannot be part of this government daw. Chrisette, Mrs. Chrisette, would you confirm that this account is yours?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Chairman, that's not fake news because there were TikTok.
wait.
And kindly, sir,
Mr. Chair,
finish the post, sir, to read. Finish the... Kasi nakakahiya ako, sir.
Ms. Chrisette, as I've said, please let the representative finish the question first before you answer. Let us observe proper decorum.
So this is your Facebook account.
Yes, sir.
Did you post this?
Yes, sir. I post the
in this
entire
first page, first paragraph, you stand by your statement that you said na maraming, let me read it verbatim, na may mga pulis na military daw na magre-resign kasi hindi na daw nila kaya. Marami daw. They cannot be part of this government daw. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. And then
Saan
kindly
mo
read...
nakuha yung impormasyon na to?
Sir, if you go on TikTok, there are policemen.
How many policemen?
Sir, I'm not counting, but there are many policemen.
you
And
said
that's a
marami.
general impression,
But
sir.
you said marami. So,
Yes,
so
sir.
you just
Marami,
post
sir.
it on the basis of a single,
Yes, sir.
2 or 3 posts?
Yes, sir. I will not count all that, but there's a general impression, sir. And sir, if
Have
you read all
ever,
my content...
Let me ask the question and I'll give you the chance to answer. Have you ever made an effort to verify this post from official sources?
Yes, sir, because there were people, there were already policemen, and I am sure our policemen can also say that there were policemen that are on TikTok that are voicing out their, if they have like feelings. So, if you could kindly, sir, read the rest. So, kasi nahihiya po ako kasi may mga police dito.
No. I just want to stand by your opinion. The next succeeding paragraphs are your the opinion of the resource person. I just want to stick to the factual statements you made. And that's basically saying that maraming police at military daw ang magre-resign kasi hindi na daw nila kaya. Marami daw. They cannot be part of this government. And apparently, the resource person, Mr. Chair, has gotten this information from other social media posts. And on a critical matter such as this, Mr. Chair, she did not make any effort, or unless you're contesting it, any effort to verify it from official sources.
Mr. Chair, number one, I made sure to put the word "thou" because no policeman has ever come out to me. Well, before, but it was in my old when they would talk about their discontent.
Earlier you said you don't want to write a lie.
Yeah, and that's not
Let
a
me
lie,
ask you,
sir. That's
when
not
you
a
ask
lie,
the
sir.
resource person, naniniwala ka ba sa katotohanan? As a journalist,
Of course.
ang pagsasabi ba ng hindi totoo, hindi pagsasabi ng katotohanan, tama, di ba?
Mr. Chair, those are the impressions, not
No,
only of me.
I'm asking you, because I want to test if we have the same idea of what truthful is.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Ang hindi
Mr.
pagsasabi
Chair.
ng totoo ay hindi pagsasabi ng katotohanan, di ba?
Yes,
Ang
Mr.
hindi
Chair, and I
pagsasabi ng
maintain.
totoo ay kasinungalingan. Tama.
Yes, sir, and I maintain I'm
Ang
speaking the
pagsasabi
truth.
ng half-truth ay pagsasabi din ng kasinungalingan.
I am maintaining that I am speaking the truth of the impressions made on social media.
Okay.
Thank you, sir,
I don't
Mr.
want to
Chair.
argue with her position, Mr. Chair, but I just want to bring the attention of the committee to a news article showing the official position of the PNP. Can we flash that on? Can we flash that on the screen?
Comsec, please flash the content.
Okay, this is a press release. I think this is a news article from, if I'm not mistaken, from the Philippine Star, saying basically, according to the spokesperson of the PNP, hindi daw totoo ang nasasabing mass resignation ng mga miyembro ng PNP. Tiyak po ang pagkakasabi na walang isang miyembro ng PNP ang nagbitiw mula sa kanilang posisyon pagkatapos ng pagka-aresto ni President Duterte. Pinabulaanan nga po niya ang ilang partikular na mga post at larawan na kumakalat sa social media tungkol dito. So have you read this article after your post?
Mr. Chair, no, I have not read that article. And Mr. Chair, this article exactly affirms what I said earlier, that the mass impression of laymen like us, civilians like us, that there were mass resignations. The fact that the PNP...
But Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, you just said, yet you do not share lies on your post,
sir,
diba?
Sir, I shared, ano tawag? Mr. Chair, that's what I said, kaya ako nag-include ng daw, these were impressions. The fact, sir, that our PNP had to write a press release means kami na wala kaming statistics. These were the impressions that were coming to us.
So you're saying that this is something
sir,
that
can I
you
also
just...
finish?
Okay.
Why it's not fair here?
Okay, Mr. Chair, does it mean that you have simply written this post out of your personal impressions or the impressions of you believe are posted in other social media without even making sure whether there is enough basis or have made any effort to verify your statements?
Mr. Chair, if I am not an insider in the PNP and they had to release that information, it means that they are correcting the general impression of masses like us. The fact that they had to write it means that there's a general impression, and to our policeman here, I would like to
And when you make
address you
those,
that,
Mr. Chair, when you make those impressions, you don't have any regard whether, now you find yourself apologizing to the policeman
No,
here.
sir, the
So you
reason I am
didn't make any
apologizing
effort-
is because my post was
Mr.
not
Chair.
about... Mr. Chair, can I
Point of
just
order.
please give me time to explain? Because it's been talked,
Ms.
please, sir,
Rosette,
kindly...
in accordance with our rules, as I've said earlier, this will be the third time that I'm telling all the resource persons, let the interpellator finish the question first. And in fact, if I impose the rule strictly, the resource persons can only speak until I recognize you.
Thank
so,
you, sir.
kung pwede lang patapusin nyo yung tanong bago kayo sumakot para hindi tayo magkakagulo rito.
Babalikan ko yung tanong ko. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Garcet, sa dami ng followers ninyo, in putting out information or posting items such as what has been presented before this committee, are you saying categorically that you do not feel any responsibility for the weight and for the consequences of your posts?
Can I answer now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I am saying that I am merely writing about what I see as the pulse of the masses, which is that they were afraid that there were policemen. That's why also I am very careful that I said thou, 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 thou. And to our honorable policeman, I am not apologizing because I wrote that. I am apologizing because you don't know the context of what I wrote. And what I wrote was, please don't resign. Because if you really want to make a difference in our country, you can best do it from the inside. It was not a condemnation of people who were resigning, but a reminder that if you're given a rare opportunity to change something that you do not like, do
I
it
think, Mr.
from the
Chair,
inside.
I think, Mr. Chair, the resource person is not answering the question because we want to focus solely on those first two statements, which I think carries a significant weight. Yung pagsasabi na maraming pulis ang nag-resign at nagbibitiw, whether it's thou or what, we're presenting a scenario that could be harmful even to national security. And in fact, if you ask me, personally, there should have been legal consequences for this. I don't know. We have a representative from PNP, so we can hear from it. Mr. Chair, do we have somebody from...
Yes, General Torre, can you please answer?
Mr. Chair, General Torre, have there been any incident of massive resignations following the arrest of the former president?
If the qualification for the word massive, sir, is more than the normal, then there's none, sir. But there are regular resignations, but it's not connected to this issue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm trying to point out, Mr. Chair, is kung hindi ang isang social media influencer or somebody who uses social media doesn't feel responsible for one's postings, no? At even doesn't consider that whatever effect it may have on the minds of many others na nagbabasa o nakakabasa dun sa mga post niya, I think, Mr. Chair, we're treading in dangerous ground here. Kasi clearly, an audience of 10,000 per post is no small following. And I think, whatever the circumstances are, it's incumbent upon those who use social media to take responsibility for their postings, especially when such matter actually affect national security and affect our society as a whole. And I think in this case, this is something that we should carefully consider, especially that the resource person, Mr. Chair, in many of her posts, have actually made accusations, criticism, or exposés about public officials, about public offices and agencies. And I think we have to draw the line whether the canons of journalism, especially that Mrs. Crisette Chu is a journalist by profession, that there should be a clear demarcation between personal posts, especially what should determine, I think, Mr. Chair, should be the content of the post rather than who the one writing is. And especially in the case of Mrs. Crisette Chu, her being a journalist, make sure that a serious journalist as she mentioned, will not publish rumors, because basically the way she explains it is that she has made this post on the basis of social media rumors. The ones who publish social rumors are actually those who are showbiz reporters. So the article on the resignation, and you can see on the following post, there has been no effort, Mr. Chair, to actually verify. May I ask the resource person again, Mr. Chair, after learning, have there been any efforts on your part to rectify or to correct the impression that you said you've articulated in your social media post?
Mr. Chair, can I answer this, sir? He's belaboring the point that this is news. It was not news. The reason I said daw was that it was not news, but for me, that if this was true, and you could read it in my post, if totoo ito, please don't do it. I did not say, you can make a difference, you can make a distinction if you were trained in journalism between establishing something and saying, if this is true, please don't do it, and announcement, many policemen have resigned. That's the difference. I wanted to predicate what I wrote with something that was daw, because it was a reminder to our policemen that please do not leave us, please think it through, that you can do more inside. So, sir, for me, it was more an opinion piece based on the general impression of when I wrote it, sir.
So now it's an opinion piece, Mr. Chair. That's
All
that's
my
how she's
articles
referring
on
you.
Facebook are opinion pieces po,
So,
sir,
Mr. Chair, this would be my last point. Would you agree, Mrs. Crescent, if you would, I would be so direct that what you've written on your post is simply somebody's ranting, sensationalizing a rumor heard on social media without no effort to verify, with simply the effort to create some questions or to insinuate a situation that would actually affect national security. Because that's how you explained it. You simply sensationalized a rumor you heard online without considering, without even taking the effort to verify, and without considering the possible effects on national security on a matter that is very sensitive given the political situation of the country right now. And you feel no responsibility whatsoever to the 10,000 impressions or readers that may have, who may be influenced by the opinions that you raised. You really don't care about what people will do or say or take after reading your post. Is that correct, Mrs. Crescent?
Mr. Chair, I will reply now. Okay, sir, I do not feel any responsibility because my conscience is clear. It was not phrased as news. It was something.
I agree na, Mr. Chair.
Sir.
I agree na. I'm not saying, I agree with what you're saying. It's not news. But you simply sensationalized on social media a rumor that you've heard or read or whatsoever without any effort to verify it as a responsible social media user, and without consideration that given your following, the people who read and actually listen to you on a matter that's sensitive to national security.
Mr.
Wala
Chair,
kang pakialam kung anong gagawin at iisipin ng mga tao, basta sinulat ni Crescent Chu, naniniwala yung mga tao, bahala maniwala sila, hindi. Wala kang pakialam doon.
Mr. Chair, may I already reply? The fact that the PNP felt there was a need to issue a clarification meant it was not me who thought about it, that it was the general sentiment of a lot of people because there were a lot of posts going around. I never claimed to have first-hand information about this. That's why it was very important to me to say
But neither did you, Mr. Chair, neither did you say also in the same post that I do not have a first-hand information about this. Diba?
Yes,
Wala ka
Mr.
naman
Chair,
sinabi.
that was why I said daw, and it was not faced as a news.
3 words
but
does not, I mean,
but for me, as a reminder to our policemen, sir.
Okay, granted arguendo that that's the case, no? Now that the PNP has actually explained, and you even hear General Torres say, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Crisette, that it's not true. Are you willing to apologize for anybody who may have thought wrongfully? If you say, you claim is not your attention, are you willing to apologize to those who may have thought or have taken your statement as truthful and factual?
Sir, I will not apologize only because if you read the entire post, it was to support the PNP and it was a good post. It was not news. So, sir, I'm sorry if you think if
Mr. Chair, I'm saying, aminado naman ho ng resource person na nakuha lang niya yung chismis sa social media. 'Di ba? Tapos ginawa niya ng buong kwento na yung mga police, this and that. That I would leave it to you because that's your opinion, calling on the police for whatever. But I'm asking you now the police itself, the police organization, officially, and General Torre has now confirmed that, saying that there has been no mass resignation. Are you willing to rectify? Because many would have read your statement and read it without the douse. Maybe some people actually, we have more than 30 clippings of your post, and people in their comments actually take in your statements as truthful. Now you're presented with an example that your statement has been debunked officially by the police and General Torre, who's here with us. Are you still not willing to correct yourself officially?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, in my training for journalism, the DAO is very important, sir.
Mr. Chair,
And
the
also,
problem
sir,
with our resource
to our
person
police,
is
sir,
she claims to be a journalist whenever it's convenient and a private person whenever it's convenient. And if you go back to my manifestation earlier, Mr. Chair, that's actually the problem that we have today. You have people who are able to amplify issues without being bound by the canons of journalism. Diba? Subukan kaya ng komentaristang sabihin yan on air, on radio, kung hindi yan matanggal yung license niya sa KBP. And our social media influence, well, not everyone, but those who are able to peddle on sensationalized news or rumors on the basis of mere rumors, no? And I'm not bound by any accountability. Don't even, as the resource person has said, Mr. Chair, doesn't even feel responsible for the consequences of her statements. And I think we're treading on dangerous grounds here. Because, as I said earlier, something that you repeat over and over again, for someone who has a following of 10,000 per impressions per post, 100,000, following 500,000 in her previous account and 200,000 in this current account, that's something that should be considered. Where do we draw the line between one statement and the accountability that he or she must bear for her readers? If this was a matter, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to wind up now, that affects my person, I wouldn't really mind, because I think being criticized openly comes with the job that we have. It comes with being elected to public office. But when it is a matter of national security, when it is a time when the country should be protected rather than weakened by all this misinformation and disinformation, I think we need to draw the line. I think that's all for my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, respectfully po, this is what I would like to say, is why a lot of people are afraid to speak out and are afraid of this
Mr.
hearing.
Chair,
Kasi yun po yung sinasabing prior restraint na parang natatakot kami to speak out. Because, sir, people are watching us. The Filipinos are watching us. And
Mr.
I know
Chair.
they're not stupid, sir. They know what
Mr. Chair,
they mean by
wait.
thou, what we say by
Ms.
thou.
Cosette, why? Do you feel threatened now?
Yes, sir.
Are we...
Yes, sir, because, sir, may I, yes, sir,
I
I
think
feel
there are
threatened
many
now,
people
sir.
here. I don't think we are harassing you.
Sir, not you, sir. Mr. Asidra, sir. Because, sir, may I just share that we have a history because we are both from Leyte.
Anyway,
Yes, sir, and I have been
Mr.
a
Chair,
vocal critic, sir.
Mr. Chair, if
Ms.
I may.
Cosette, I think Representative Asidre has already finished his
Thank you, sir.
interpolation.
Sorry,
so
sir.
maybe...
Mr. Chair, I already said in my opening statement that whatever she posted many things about me, but I would not discuss that. But I think criticisms like that, however unfair it is, comes with the territory of public service. But for someone to comment on national security, for an issue that affects our country, I think that's when you draw the line. I don't think this is about silencing anyone. I don't think this is harassment, because why would you feel harassed when you believe that you've been saying the truth? Because no amount of harassment can ever drown the truth. But if you've been using such power and influence to sensationalize, to influence, to manipulate adversely, without taking even responsibility for what you said or wrote, I think that's not silencing someone. That's just putting it right where personal responsibility should be upheld. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Before we continue, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of our senior deputy speaker, Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr. And online, we have Honorable Marie Escudero, Honorable Mitch Cayon, and Honorable Dan Fernandez. The chair now recognizes Representative Benny Abante for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to follow up the questions of Congressman Asidre to Ms. Crisette Laureta Chu. Ms. Crisette, will you be able to answer my question?
Congressman, Mr. Chair, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know if Ms. Crisette actually wrote something about me. No, I don't remember doing that. I don't remember her saying things against me. Have you ever made a statement against me, Ms. Crisette, at one time?
I'm not sure, sir, but I'm sure I've been hurt by some of the things that the Quadcom during the time of...
Mr. Chair, so you have been hurt.
Yes,
Why
sir.
are you hurt?
Because, sir,
Are you the ones being investigated? Why are you hurt?
no, sir, because I'm a supporter, and I just want to be honest, sir.
Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is this. You are not being investigated. I'd like to ask a question. Why are you hurt?
Sir, Mr. Chair, I will just answer honestly. For example, if you are a supporter of a certain politician, as I'm sure your supporters in your district in Manila know, if somebody you love or support is attacked or investigated, it hurts you. But, sir, I'm just being honest because I don't remember that I said anything about you. I'm just saying that I'm sure that maybe there were, I'm not sure, sir, I'm sorry. I don't think I've said anything bad
Mr.
about
Chair,
you.
I will not belabor anymore on what she said about me, no? But I just would like to reiterate what Congressman Jude has been saying all along. You said, you're a journalist, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not a journalist.
Yes, sir.
And you said a while ago that you write what you feel. Am I right?
On my Facebook, sir, not on my job.
Yeah, you said You write what you feel, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I do not need to be a journalist to write what I feel. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So why do you always say you're a journalist?
Because they asked me, sir, what I do.
You were not asked about being a journalist. You said it, that you are a journalist. Now,
Sir,
being a journalist, Mr. Chair, binanggit mo yung daw. Is that what you feel? Or are you trying to say now that that is what the masses feel?
Mr. Chairman, that's what the impression I got from the social media platforms.
The
like TikTok.
impression
Yes, sir.
that you got.
We call it social media impression, sir.
Well, I'm quite ignorant with the social media impression, Mr. Chair. But what I'm saying is this. You said that you write what you feel. Now, when you said daw, na maraming nag-resign na mga pulis, daw, all right? You were not writing what you feel. You were actually writing what you think the masses feel. Am I right?
Sir, in the first part of the sentence, yes, sir. And then the second part of the post where I had my own opinion, it was what I felt, sir.
So you believe that what you were writing, what you believe to be what the masses feel?
Yes, sir, that's right, sir.
All right. So you're not writing what you feel, actually.
Yes, sir, as well, sir.
Therefore, you were wrong in your first statement.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Good. Very good. I'm so glad that you admitted that. All right. Now here it's...
In light of the new information, sir, in light of the press
I do not need
release,
you
sir.
to explain. I don't need you to explain, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You admitted you're wrong, and that's it.
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Now, I'd like to ask General Torre here. You answered a moment ago, General Torre, that when you speak of a mass resignation, there's none. There's none. Will you please explain further so that Ms. Crisette Chu will be able to understand that is not what the masses feel?
Well, there's really nobody on record who filed their resignation, sir, just because of the Duterte arrest, sir. There's none on record right now, sir.
Do you believe that, Ms. Crisette? Do you believe the statement of General Torre?
Yes, sir, because he has the insider information. I believe him, sir.
Would you now please write something about that? Even if you do not apologize, would you now please write
Yes,
something
sir,
about
if you
that,
wish,
that you
sir.
believe, now, just a moment, that you believe that with the statement of General Torre? Would you please write that?
Yes, sir. I will write, sir, that according to the PNP, there were no mass resignations due to the Duterte arrest.
Thank you,
sir.
And therefore, you were wrong. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for admitting that again. All right, now, I would like to understand what you wrote also here, December 28, 2024. I have the copy here, and the picture, I was actually asking my colleagues here, who is this lady in that picture, and I was told that this is the daughter of the former president. Now, you said, yung anak ka ng presidente, kapatid ka ng VP, mayor at congressman, pero kailangan mo magbenta ng deodorant sa TikTok with matching actual application of deodorant sa kilikili mo because sayang ang pera para may pambili ka ng luho. Samantalang ang anak ng mga congressman lang na kung sino-sino nag-aaral abroad sa Europe at Switzerland at walang alam sa buhay, akala hardworking lang ang kanilang mga magulang. I would like to understand this. I would like to understand what you feel about this. Now you tell us right here in this committee, anong ibig sabihin nitong impression na ito?
Mr. Chair, respectfully, I would like to say that there are many congressmen whose children live lives that are far beyond what their and of their parents have.
Well, Mr. Chair, to inform Ms. Crisette that I have 3 children, and they never went to Switzerland to study.
Yes, sir. Not you.
Okay.
It's not you, sir.
All right, not me.
Yes,
so
sir, not
therefore,
you.
who are you referring to?
Sir, I would not...
You give us names. Who are you referring to? You made a statement that there are a lot of congressmen. Therefore, you tell us now, who are you referring to?
Sir, Mr. Chair, respectfully, my counsel does not want me to mention.
Your counsel is wrong. You made a statement, samantalang ang anak ng mga congressman. You made that statement, maraming congressman. So I'm asking you right now, sino-sinong congressman yun na may mga anak na nag-aral sa Europe at Switzerland na walang alam sa buhay? Yun ang ibig sabihin nun. Yun ang impression mo, di ba? Alright, you tell us now. Because that is not only an impression, Mr. Chair. She is telling us something that she believed to be true.
Your Honor, as counsel for resource person
Mr. Chair,
issue,
does the council have the right to speak in this committee?
The council should wait for the chair to recognize you. Representative Banti first.
Right, I'd like to find out. Because look, nung sinabi mo, ang mga anak ng congressman lang na kung sino-sino nag-aaral abroad sa Europe at Switzerland at walang alam sa buhay. That is not only writing what you feel. It is writing what you know. That's your conclusion. Therefore, I would like to find out, sino ang tinutukoy mong congressman dito? Ipangalan mo na. Palagay ko walang congressman. Matatakot dito. Meron bang mali, Mr. Chair? Is there anything wrong with any congressman who can afford to let his children study in Europe and Switzerland? Is there anything wrong with that, Mr. Chair? Let me ask you, yes or no, is there anything wrong with that?
Ms. Crisette, kindly answer the question.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed
Would you allow the council?
I will allow counsel to speak first after she answers. After she answers.
Okay,
Your
Ms. Crisette,
Honor,
please answer the question.
Your Honor, to facilitate the expectation of the Honorable Congressman, may I be allowed to give 1 minute just to confer with my client, Your Honor?
Attorney Bello, tapusin muna natin yung question to Crisette. Pag na answer niya na satisfactorily, then we can proceed with your manifestation. Ms. Crisette, please answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Chair.
my request is
Ms.
that before-
Mr. Chair, Sec.
Your
Bello, wait until you are recognized. Crisette Chu is being recognized as of now. We have rules to follow in this. Ms. Crisette, kindly answer the question.
Sir,
Your Honor, just reconsideration, Your Honor. My request, Your Honor, is that before my client will answer, may I be allowed 1 minute to confer
Mr.
with
Chair.
Your Honor, to
Mr. Chair,
clarify
hold on.
with the
Are
permission
you
of the
referring to
Honorable
a
Congressman.
legal advice? Would you like to confer with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you
just-
confer with your client first.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have a 1 minute suspension.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
thank you, sir. tayo this year and last year. Sir, sir, please, Mr. Chair, kaya ako nagalit kasi may nakita akong nakaakap na nakabrace tapos sir, I am not laying it on the congressman. I am laying it on the person who gave that person 5,000 despite na, sir, kasi taxpayer kami. Masakit, sir, na makikita namin na...
Ms. Quezette, may I ask you the question, how much taxes did you pay? And I will tell you how much tax I paid.
Sir,
Ang katwiran mo, you're a taxpayer. Bakit? Anong palagay mo sa akin, di taxpayer?
sir, hindi naman po kayo yung sinasabihan ko ng tanga, Mr. Chair.
Kaya tinatanong
It was the
kita, Mr.
process
Chair.
of distributing the
Mr. Chair,
AKAP.
tinatanong kita kung saan mo kinuha ito. Sa news mo lang pala kinuha eh. Wala kang documents. You cannot even tell me if you're telling facts or truth.
Sir, nasa news po kasi na mag-uutang tayo.
My goodness, ibig mo sabihin, you're going to base your statement, tanga ang gobyerno, sa news na nabasa mo, Mr. Chair, and then you're telling me you're a journalist, and you're telling me that you're speaking the truth?
Mr. Chair, respectfully po, those are my feelings. Kasi binamigay natin yung pera sa
Therefore,
AKAP.
if that's your feeling, Mr. Chair, I demand that you apologize to this committee.
I will apologize, Mr. Chair, for my bad words or for... I apologize for my bad words, sir. I
Mr.
apologize for saying the word tanga in my post.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, for admitting that, no? Siguro naman, makikita mo naman ang gobyerno, sasabihin mo mga tanga kami, siguro, pinapalagay mo, alam mo sa akin, Mr. Chair, ang pinapalagay ni Ms. Quezette, yung audience niya, mga tanga eh. Yun ang pinapalagay mo. Hindi ang gobyerno. Yung audience mo, mga tanga, kaya papaniwalaan nila ang sinasabi mo sapagkat yung audience mo mismo ang hindi nakakaintindi. That is fake news, Mr. Chair, and that is what we're investigating right now. You see? I hope that you understand that, Mr. Chair. Ms. Quezette, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Ikaw, nandito sa akin yung mga sinabi mo tungkol sa amin, ha? Hindi ako sumagot dyan, eh. Hindi ko na kinakailangan pang i-belabor yan. So, anyway, Mr. Chair, anyway, nakita ko naman na Ms. Quezette is now apologetic to what she said. I'd like to continue on, and I would like to ask TikTok here. Ms. Peachy, I can see that you are a very good English speaker.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you are a very good English speaker. Are you an American or a Filipino?
Bisaya ko, sir.
Yun. Bisaya pala. Bisaya pala. Oh, okay. Kanina English ka na English, nakala ko Amerikano ka eh.
Mr.
Diba?
Chair, wa may makasabot og Bisaya diri. Gamay ra. Bisaya.
Makasabot si Chairman Bisaya. Makasabot
Yes, sir.
si Bisaya.
May hapon, sir. May hapon.
Okay, Representative Abante.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask you a question. Who owns TikTok?
Mr. Chair, ByteDance is the parent company of TikTok.
Who?
ByteDance.
ByteDance.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Where is that located? What's the
ByteDance-
headquarters of ByteDance?
I believe, Mr. Chair, the headquarters of ByteDance is in China.
In China.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
ByteDance in China. I heard that ByteDance has connection with the Communist Party of China.
Mr. Chair, no, that's not true, respectfully.
So you have that information, it's not true.
Mr.
But I
Chair,
have some
that's correct,
information,
it's
it's
not true. Yes, it's not true,
Meron ko
Mr. Chair.
information na totoo.
I'm
Na
sorry,
mayroong
Mr. Chair?
connection ang ByteDance sa People's Republic of China. Wala.
No, Mr. Chair. The Chinese government
Miss
is...
Peachy, Mr. Chair, no company in China can exist without any connection with the People's Republic of China. Communist Party of China. No company in China would ever exist without any connection with the Communist Party in China, Mr. Chair. Do you believe that?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to explain the ownership structure of ByteDance. 60% of ByteDance is owned by global investors, including General Atlantic, Susquehanna, and also SoftBank.
Okay.
The other 20%, Mr. Chair, is owned by ByteDance employees around the world, including in Southeast Asia. And another 20% is owned by the founder of ByteDance, who is a private citizen
Mr.
who I
Chair,
believe lives in Singapore now. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, you have syllables, no? Mr. Chair, I don't actually care who owns it or who are the shareholders to it. What I'm just telling you is that if that is a Chinese company, headquarters in China, no company in China could ever exist without any connection with the Communist Party in China. That is what I'm saying, and I'm not asking a question to you. Now, let me ask you a question now. Who is the Filipino counterpart that owns TikTok?
Mr. Chair, there's no Filipino counterpart.
No Filipino counterpart. Therefore,
No, Mr. Chair.
it is totally a foreign company.
Mr. Chair, it is a company headquartered in Singapore and Los Angeles.
So with that, Mr. Chair, it means that you do not have to pay taxes in the Philippines for that?
Mr. Chair, we comply with all tax regulations that are imposed on us in this country.
It means that the BIR has imposed some tax liability on you?
Mr. Chair, we have the digital services tax, which will be an implementation, I think, within the year. I'm not quite sure, but we have the digital services tax.
Can you
Mr. Chair.
give us a document stating that fact, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, we're happy to discuss this and provide more information.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that Ms. Pichi submit to us documentation on the payment of taxes of TikTok.
Any second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion. Motion is approved.
Ms. Pichi, Mr. Chair, do TikTok allow gutter language?
Mr. Chair, we strive to balance free expression with protecting user safety, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, is gutter language free expression? Let me ask you, are you a journalist or not?
Mr. Chair, no.
Okay, now, let me ask you now, being just a human being and a man and a person that believes in decency, does TikTok allow gutter language?
Mr. Chair,
yes or no?
Mr. Chair, we allow various expressions on the platform, but we do restrict profanity for
you restrict
underage,
profanity.
yes, for underage users.
And
sir.
what do you do when you restrict profanity?
It is not allowed on the For You feed,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
here is an example of profanity right there. Hindi ko nga kayang basahin eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
This is profanity. That is profanity right here. Oh.
Papabasa ko sa DSP.
Di ba? Oh. So you said that you do not allow, you restrict profanity, Mr. Chair. And this is profanity right there.
understand, Mr. Chair. We do not allow hateful expression, if I may, Mr. Chair. We don't allow hate speech.
Well, you should put this out then.
Yes,
because
Mr. Chair.
you can be accountable to this.
Mr. Chair, we're glad to work with this honorable committee to study the content that you are showing to us.
All right? And I have also here some, not just profanity, but pornography. Dance, people who do not have bra, who only wear skimpy clothes, dancing in TikTok. Do you allow that?
Mr. Chair, we do not allow pornography on the platform.
Now, do you consider a woman without any bra at all, and you could be able to, it's now, tinatawag natin na wala nang naiwan sa imahinasyon. Eka nga, ano? Oo. Yung bang mga babae na nagsasayaw dito at naka-bikini o meron dito, hindi ko na makita eh. You said you don't allow that. Here, for example, this one here. Ayan. Oh. Nakikita yung breast niya. You don't allow that. That's pornography, am I right?
Mr. Chair, we're happy to once again work with this honorable committee to study the content that you're presenting to us
Well, I'm so glad.
so that
Mr.
we can
Chair.
coordinate.
I'm so glad. Oh, kasi alam nyo, hindi ako sanay sa TikTok eh. Ngayon ko lang talaga tiningnan itong maigi eh. Hindi. Ayan, tulad yan. What do you call this? Is that not pornography right there?
Hindi naman, sexy lang eh. Sexy lang? Sexy lang.
Sexy lang. Hindi. There's nothing left in the imagination dito eh.
Meron naman.
Wala na.
Once you like a certain
Yes.
content. Mugawa siya. Pero
I'd like to ask my colleagues if they're agreeing with me or they're agreeing with TikTok. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I'm so glad that you will be working with us on that, no? But we would like to please now tell TikTok, I think that they would be more decent in what they're trying to portray, no?
Understand, Mr. Chair. Thank you very
Maraming
much.
salamat.
Boses, no?
Oo. Galing mag-English eh.
Bisaya ko, sir.
Bisaya pa. Okay. Now, another thing is this. I'd like to ask questions to MJ Kiambao, Miss Mary Jane Kiambao Reyes.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You
Your
made
Honor.
a statement when you were giving your statement that you base your blog on the truth, no? And that you are actually not biased. You are not pro Duterte. You are not pro Marcos. You said that. Am I right?
Your Honor, yes, sir. Although I also said in that same statement that yes, I can be biased, but I don't go below the belt. But as far as being pro or anti-Marcos and Duterte, I always try to remain objective.
Ms. Reyes,
Yes, sir.
I am
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
chairman of the Committee on Human Rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have records of EJK victims. And you made a statement, it says right here, to the International Criminal Court, global community, and world media. Is this not a pro-Duterte statement?
Can you please, sir, complete the whole
No, not yet. Not
report?
yet. I'm going to complete this. I'm just referring to the first statement, to the International Criminal Court, global community and world media. It means that you want to tell that to the International Criminal Court. Am I right?
Dahil
And therefore, Mr. Chair, you do not agree for the former president to be held in the ICC. Am I right?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. So therefore, you are Podo 30. Don't tell me you are not. All right?
Sir, can I,
No.
pwede po akong sumagot?
Let me ask another question to you. You said you need to see this. The so-called EJK victims under President Duterte, a massive hoax. Do you believe that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Again,
Where did you
yes,
get the information, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, sana po mabasa ng buo yung aking...
Do you want me to give you documents on that?
Sir, I know what I posted, but I want the whole, the people here and the media to also see ano yung context ng aking isinulat para po maintindihan din nila at
Ito na
hindi
yung
lang
context,
maibase
Mr. Chair.
sa isang
You do not
statement
even
lamang.
need to complete this. Kung gusto mo
Sir,
kumbituhin ko,
yes,
ito,
Your Honor, I would
okay.
appreciate very much.
I'm going to
Mama.
complete this now. Okay,
Yes,
para
Your
marinig
Honor.
ng lahat.
Opo.
The so-called EJK victims under President Duterte, a massive hoax.
Okay.
Sa akin, mali. I have documents to show.
Yes, Your Honor,
All
that
right,
is
now
your
you
truth,
said-
and I also have my truth.
Please.
May I remind the resource person to, again, patapusin muna yung interpolator before you answer.
Okay po, salamat po, Mr. Chair. And sige po, so, kung pwede po, ibigay na lahat ng tanong at mabigyan din po kami ng pagkakataon na sumagot nang wala ring interruption
Of
sana.
course, you will be
Opo.
given your opportunity to answer. Pero patapusin muna talagang interpolator. That is
sige
our
po,
ruling.
Mr. Chair.
Before the resource person. Wag po tayo magsapawan.
Opo, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat.
Okay, Mr. Chair, let me continue on. You said, the anti-Duterte propagandist. So alam ko na kung ano yung bias mo, di ba? May bias ka na rito eh. Oo. Okay, likely funded by drug cartels, terrorists, corrupt politicians, greedy oligarchs, and narco-politicians are desperately trying to manipulate the global narrative. What did you get the information about that, Mr. Chair?
Pwede na po akong...
Go ahead. Sige.
Yes, Mr. Chair, pwede na po ako sumagot?
Yes.
Okay. Doon po sa mga nauna niyo pong tanong, kung saan, ang sabi ko nga po ay hoax. Ang pinagbabasehan ko po doon ay yung mga naglalaba. Kita naman po ito sa social media, ano po, kung saan yung mga napabilang na EJK, yung mga nagpakita ng picture ng mga anak nila na namatay daw sa EJK, actually ay hindi po connected sa EJK. At yung iba po ay buhay na buhay naman po. That's why, ang sabi ko nga ay hoax dahil yung mga pinakita ng mga nagrarally at pinapakita nila na namatay sa EJK ay hindi naman po patay.
Mr. Chair, nag-a-attend ba kayo ng Quadcom hearing? Mr. Chair? Nag-a-attend ba kayo ng Quadcom hearing? Yung mga biktima ng EJK ay nandoon at nagkaroon pa sila ng prayer rally, Mr. Chair. Nag-attend ba kayo ng Quadcom hearing?
You can answer.
Mr. Chair, okay, salamat po at pagkakataong sumagot. Yes, nakapanood na po ako ng Quadcom at napanood ko rin po yung mga latest na ganap ngayon kung saan may isang Aling Sheila, Aling Lori, Aling another mother, kung saan yun po yung mga anak nilang pinapakitang namatay sa EJK ay hindi naman po. Doon po yun po yung pinanggagalingan ng aking isinulat na opinyon. Yun po ay reaksyon at opinyon sa mga nabalitaan ko po sa social media. At sa mga news online. Again, those are my personal reaction and opinion on the current events.
Mr. Chair, ang hirap nun, makakabalita ka ng anuman, tapos you're going to put up an opinion, and you want to let the people believe it's the truth. Yun ang problema dyan eh. Facts. Then sinabi mo, they want you to believe that every young life lost was at the hands of our people's president, Rodi Duterte. This is a blatant lie.
That is my, pwede na pong sumagot, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead. Sige.
Opo.
Go ahead.
Again, that is my truth. Those are my opinion. And nakabase naman din po yan sa mga available information. Ngayon, makikita po natin na yun nga po, may mga EJK victims nga raw na hindi naman pala.
Raw.
Yun nga po, sabi, yung raw po, I'm
Therefore,
referring...
you have no right to say it's a massive hoax.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
Ma'am,
Congressman
yung
Paduano.
sinasabi mong mga facts ngayon na lumalabas, is it an official document coming from those investigation by government agencies, by Quadcom, or just a mere in the social media accounts?
Sir, Your Honor, nasa, if I'm not mistaken, nasa newspaper na rin po yan.
Sandali
But of
po,
course, nauna-
sandali. Nasa newspaper. Pero ang tinatanong ko po, anong source ng newspaper? Is it an official document or findings of the Human Rights Commission?
I have yet-
Absolutely, ma'am,
Yes,
madam,
Your Honor.
absolutely not. Because during our hearing, the Quadcom, all those victims, yung mga families na nandun, was confirmed by Human Rights Commission.
Okay, Your Honor,
In fact, we have all the list.
Your Honor, can I also answer now, kung pwede po?
Okay.
Lumabas po na may mga kapatid, yung mga biktima, na sila po mismo ang nagdi-deny doon sa mga ibinabalita ngayon
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
Chair, I'd like to interject for a while here, while you're answering. Ang binabanggit mo, may nabalitaan ka? May nabalitaan ka? I mean, my goodness, if you would like to be a resource person here in this committee, kinakailangan, meron kang basis. Meron kang tunay na basis. Meron kang dokumento na masasabi. Sapagkat, Luka, ang Commission on Human Rights, for example, nag-imbestiga ng EJK at maraming nakita. Kami, in my Committee of Human Rights, marami kaming nakita. Oo. Samantalang ikaw, sinasabi mo, massive hoax ito. Wag naman, Mr. Chair. Gusto kong maniwala sa statement mo kanina. Pero ngayon, itong statement na ito, hindi na maganda eh. Nagsabi ka pa ng facts. Some of these so-called victims died years before or after Duterte's presidency. Where'd you get the information?
Nasa balita po, Your Honor. Yung iba po ay namatay ngayong last year lang po,
Madam,
2024.
Mr. Chairman,
Opo.
Madam, sa Quadcom po, sa hearing namin, at it was confirmed by Human Rights Commission, lahat po na nakalista doon, under our records, was confirmed by Human Rights Commission. Wala po doon yung prior and after ng Duterte's administration. And, Mr. Chairman, kindly, let me just remind that, sir, is he your counsel?
No, sir. From the House of Representatives po siya.
From the House?
Nagpapapirma po. Sabi ko mamaya na kasi busy pa po tayo.
Anyway, madam.
Apo.
Ma'am.
Yes,
Wala
Your
po
Honor.
Now you're talking about those mga disclaimer ng family. Now, ang tanong ko po, is it documented, under oath? Do you have a document for that? Or just a mere media reports?
Alin po, sir, yung tinatanong po ninyong documented or media reports?
Sinasabi mo na may mga families of victims na dininay, na refute yung claims.
posted po ng mga
Ayun nga ang
kamag-anak
problema,
nila.
posted sa social
Opo.
media.
And
Ang sinasabi ko, madam, baseless yan kasi based on our investigation and unless otherwise, you can have a document under oath that indeed a certain family of victims clarified and dispute that data.
Okay po, Your Honor, noted po.
What
Next time.
noted?
Noted
Anong
po
noted?
noted po na,
Tinatanong po kita kung may dokumento ka bang hawak, wala.
tulad po ng sagot ko kanina,
Hindi,
Your
sandali,
Honor.
you answer my question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm trying to answer, Your Honor.
Sandali po.
Apo.
Yes or no? Do you have the document? Under oath?
Sir, like I said,
Andale, yes or no? Remember, I am just asking you if you have the document or not under oath.
of the family who
Yeah.
reported?
Yeah.
None, sir.
Oh, none.
It's on the, like I said, it's a...
So none. You don't have.
Okay, sir. Next time po,
What's
kukuha
next
po muna-
time?
next time po, bago po tayo magsulat ng mga ganon, kailangan kumuha po muna tayo ng mga dokumento under oath. At hindi tayo basta magbabase sa sinasabi
Chair.
ng mainstream media.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
let me continue on the
Representative
statement
Abante.
he said.
Yes.
Sinabi niya, facts to nakalagay, facts. Many are completely unrelated to drugs or EJKs. Some of them are still very much alive. You said you do not have any documents on that. Now look, Miss
MJ na lang po. Para hindi po
Miss MJ,
po.
you are accountable to the victims and you are accountable to us in the Quadcom. Pinasinungalingan mo kami. Pinasinungalingan mo ang mga victims. Now look, if you do not apologize right now, you listen.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you do not apologize, I am going to make a motion to hold you in contempt.
I apologize, sir. And tulad nga po ng sabi ko kanita, sa susunod po ay maghahanap na lang po muna tayo ng mga under
Yun.
oath. At
Okay
hindi
to,
po
ha?
tayo magre-rely sa mga balita ng news.
Salamat
na lang.
po.
Okay po.
Kaya
Maliwanag
fake news. Yan ang ibig sabihin, non-fake news. Ito, tutuloy ko
Salamat din po, Your Honor.
Ito sinabi nyo, ikaw, ito, binanggit mo na ito and this is something that you should apologize also. Anong sabi mo? Do not let these criminal forces twist reality to turn a strong, decisive leader into a monster. Now let me ask you, who are these criminal forces?
Ms. MJ, please answer.
Okay. I have this, kasi tulad ng sabi ko, ito po ay mga reaction at opinion ko lamang.
Well, therefore you apologize because this is
Okay
not
po,
true.
sir. Okay, sir. I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is the second time that Miss MJ has apologized. I hope that next time, kayong mga vloggers, wag kayong magbibigay ng opinion lang, impression ninyo. Ibigay niyo yung katotohanan, may dokumento kayo. Sapagkat meron kaming documents to show Naiinsulto ko, I am insulted with your statement. Being the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights and one that's investigating, I am actually insulted with your statement.
Again, my apologies, sir, and noted po sa mga suggestions po ninyo. At gusto ko lang din pong sabihin na yung pong post has nothing to do with you. Hindi po, it has nothing to do with, pasensya na po.
Well, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat, no? Yung binabanggit mong nothing to do with me, pero yung tinawag mong criminal forces, kasama kami dun ikaw naman, mag-isip naman kayo. Ang hirap nito, Mr. Chair, itong mga vloggers na iba, ito ang mga tanga Tatanga-tanga ang gobyerno. Mag-isip kayo. Hindi lang sumusulat kayo kung anong gusto nyo isulat dyan. You're telling us na yung criminal forces, gusto kong sabihin ngayon, Mr. Chair, publicly, ikaw ang tanga.
Okay, Your Honor, pero
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ponduano.
Mr. Chairman, just a matter of protocol. May I move to strike out the statement of the Chairman Abante
Second.
addressed to MJ.
Second,
MJ.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? There being none, the uttered words is stricken off. Any further questions?
I rest, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much. I'm not angry at you, Miss MJ. We're just ferreting the truth here. Ano?
okay, Your Honor. Pero again, hindi ko pa alam kung saan niyo po nakukuha yung idea niyo na kayo yung criminal forces. Hindi po. Anyway, again,
Ikaw ang sumulat, Mr. Chair.
Okay po, sir.
Ikaw ang
My
sumulat
apologies. Yes. Okay. My
Sinulat
apologies,
mo
sir.
yun eh.
Okay po. Tanga po ako, sir.
My goodness.
Okay, we now proceed to the next interpellator. May I recognize Representative Franz Castro. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So palamigin muna natin yung mood. Meron po ba ditong Mr. Chair, representative from Facebook and Meta?
Unfortunately, they have sent a letter on Facebook. They could not attend. And I think, do we have a representative from Meta? Facebook? Wala nga. There are no representatives.
Okay, so related ito, Mr. Chair, doon sa interpellation ko last time when we had the hearing related to my account na tinake down ng Facebook and Meta or Meta. So, nabalik na, Mr. Chair. Nabalik na yung aking yung aking Facebook account, yung official Facebook account na na may nilagay na impersonation. So, gusto ko lang sanang malaman, Mr. Chair, yung paano ba yung proseso, no? So, syempre nagreklamo ako for almost a month, no? Pinag-aralan siguro at naibalik na. So, gusto ko lang malaman, Mr. Chair, yung proseso. Siguro by next time na lang po. Okay, sa TikTok, thank you, Pichi, din sa pagturo mo sa akin ng pagre-report. Ang dami kasi, Mr. Chair, na marami ding mga mga account sa TikTok na talagang fake. Gumagamit pa nga sila ng AI, no? Na talagang fake. So kagaya po ng Facebook ng TikTok, Mr. Chair. So paano nyo ba nadidetermine? Paano ba nadidetermine yung lumalabag doon sa inyong community standard? Kasi wala bang Mr. Chair, wala bang mechanisms ang mga social media na parang automatic yun kapag nagkaroon ng ganong violation based on your standard ay natitake down na. Kasi katulad ng sinabi kanina, Mr. Chair, ni PCO Secretary, there must be a mechanisms, no? Yung halimbawa, yung mga saying bad words, ayan, yung mga information na hindi naman totoo, no? Yung mga fake information. So, aside from yung sinasabing iba pang mga standard, wala bang pwedeng magawa? Halimbawa, ang TikTok o ang YouTube, meron ba ritong YouTube? Wala din.
Wala din ang YouTube.
Oh, sige. Si Pichi na lang yung So, do you use also AI dun sa pag-check? Kasi na-found out ko yung Meta at Facebook, parang AI lang yung nagde-determine eh. Pag nagreklamo ka, saka siguro nila titignan. Kaya lang medyo naka-damage na yon dun sa account, no? So, do you have that? Or balak ba kayo mag-develop ng gano'n na automatic na talaga, so hindi nyo na siya i-review?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, and happy to help you with your account. So to answer your question po, Mr. Chair, every video that is uploaded on TikTok undergoes machine moderation. I think I may have explained this earlier, but I'm happy to repeat it. So when you upload a video on TikTok, di ba po may processing time po yan? Usually that's when machine moderation comes in to look for signals that would indicate that a post is violating our community guidelines. In combination with that, then, Mr. Chair, we also have human moderators, and this is for content that isn't automatically picked up by machine moderation. If machine moderation sees that, okay, there are signals that clearly indicate that something is violative of our guidelines, human moderators also get to review. Meanwhile, we also rely on community reports because no system is perfect po, ma'am. So we also rely on users to be vigilant and report violating content to us. That's essentially, ma'am, Mr. Chair, that's essentially the process by which we moderate and by which we keep the platform safe and secure for our users.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, thank you. How long do you do that, yung process na yun?
Mr. Chair, I regret to say that I don't have visibility on the entirety of the process, but what I can tell you is that last year, I think between, let me just check, Mr. Chair, because I have notes here. I believe, and I'll get back to you with the facts, Mr. Chair, but I believe between June to September last year, or July to September last year, we removed over 4 million videos that violated our community guidelines. I think 4.54, sorry, the numbers escape me right now. I may actually be able to find it. Yes, so I'll get back to you, ma'am, with the precise figures, but we have over 4 million videos removed, 99% of which was removed proactively, and of the remaining 1% that wasn't removed proactively, content, in other words, users reported it, Mr. Chair, 98% was taken down within 24 hours.
So it's in your presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, next question po. Kasi dito sa TikTok, may mga nagsasabing namamonetize. Totoo ba yun? Yung mga namamonetize na mga ano. Kasi napapansin ko, Mr. Chair, talaga makikita natin yung mga nagti-TikTok na fake news ang inaano, fake news ang pinapropagate, at saka nagmumura, at saka yung mga kung ano-anong sinasabi against a person, parang yun ang nag-gain ng maraming views. No? How does it work? Paano ba sila? Kumikita ba sila? Or, kasi may nagsasabi din sa TikTok na kumikita sila in dollars. Do you confirm that?
Mr. Chair, creators in the Philippines cannot monetize on TikTok.
Okay.
So unlike I can't speak for other platforms, but we don't monetize per like, per view. We don't do that. In addition, that's it. Creators cannot monetize on TikTok.
So, fake news pala yung mga nagko-content na may nakukuha silang monetization. You look at your TikTok, check mo yun kasi fake yun eh.
In the Philippines, Mr. Chair, creators cannot monetize on TikTok.
Pero kung nasa ibang bansa?
I don't have visibility on that, Mr. Chair. Apologies because I focus on the Philippine market. But if you need additional information, we're happy to supply it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, kasi isa rin itong fake news, Mr. Chair, kung talagang totoo yung sinasabi niya or di pa niya alam kung merong mga in other countries aside from the Philippines ay merong nag-monetize. Kasi may mga Filipino content creator na nasa ibang bansa. So baka yun. Can you check on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Next, sa COMELEC, Mr. Chair, Sayang wala dito talaga yung Facebook eh. Kasi nag-ano po ako, Mr. Chair, nag-submit ako sa COMELEC ng using AI, deepfake, na-receive naman ng COMELEC na. So siguro nakita niyo na yon. So, any update po? Sabi niyo kasi meron kayong coordination with other social media. Kasi Facebook po yon. Yung gumawa po nun ay merong account name na Makabayan. So, any update po, Mr. Chair, on that?
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Maraming salamat po for the kind submission, Your Honor. Naghingi po kami ng tulong sa CICC kasi nung nakarang araw lang po, we were thankfully capacitated by the CICC with deepfake identification tools. Naipadala na rin po namin ito dun sa concerned platform at nagpapatulong po kami para po malaman at ma-identify, hindi lamang po mapruebahan na talagang deepfake po siya, kundi matrace po kung saan po nanggaling. It's currently being investigated po by the Task Force KKK, Your Honors.
So, basically, Mr. Chair, red tagging yon, no? Yung lahat naman, basta Makabayan, red tag talaga. At nakita yung mga complaint na na-receive nyo po, parang 63% ay mga red tagging. So, parang instead na, Mr. Chair, napansin natin, instead na mabawasan, no, yung mga ganyang fake red tagging, based on your resolution, Mr. Chair, parang dumarami pa po. So, ibig sabihin po, hindi po natin siya nakokontrol or kung meron lang mag-complaint. So, paano po kayo paano nag-work yung inyong resolution po against doon sa mga red tagging?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, Your Honors is speaking about Resolution 1115, the anti-discrimination and the anti-bullying resolution. Yes po, the thrust of the resolution po kasi is that when somebody complains for an act of bullying pertaining to the gender, for being a person with disability, regarding HIV and AIDS, violation of the Safe Spaces Act, for being indigenous peoples, we really welcome po the complaint. And the thrust of that resolution, first, is it's made with this use of social media. It will be reported to the appropriate platform for the immediate takedown and investigation if there was indeed a violation of the law. Kung makikita po rin kasi natin resolution, COMELEC treated the violation of the resolution both as an election offense and a ground for disqualification in case the bad actor po is running for public office. Second po, we would refer also these matters, especially to dig deeper into investigation po dun sa appropriate law enforcement body. Kaya po makakaasa po kayo yung pag meron pong complaints na natatanggap ang COMELEC, especially regarding Resolution 1115 and the other resolutions pertaining to campaigns and other matters of the Fair Elections Act, ito po yung nagiging action ng COMELEC regarding this po.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, including ba dito yung mga political belief, halimbawa, kasama doon sa anti-discrimination?
No po, not necessarily, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Specifically, that's why in the first resolution of COMELEC governing the use of AI, prohibition on the fake news and disinformation, yan po yung resolution 11064. And in order to clarify na hindi po kasama yung protected yung ating free speech, freedom of expression, yung pag-express ng advocacy, naglabas po ang COMELEC ng amended resolution 11064A to ensure na yung protected rights under our Constitution ay masigundahan at masundan po ng ating COMELEC rules.
Okay, so marami pong darating sa inyo na complaint, Mr. Chair, sa COMELEC. Kasi sa pag-iikot talaga namin, nakaranas din kami ng harassment, intimidation, red tagging, related dun sa pagkakampanya po ng Makabayan. So, Mr. Chair, naranasan namin yan sa Palawan. So, yun po, Mr. Chair. So, sana po meron ding gawin siguro na, so, ilan po ba meron po ba kayong committee na nag-address ng mga complaint about that po, or related po dun sa resolution ninyo po?
Yes,
Dedicated.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the committee on SAFE.
It is being headed by Commissioner Ernesto Ferdinand P. Maceda Jr. Kaya makakaasa po kayo na talagang tututukan po ni Commissioner Maceda at ng kanyang committee yung mga paglabag sa Resolution 1115.
Yes, siyempre, yung ginagawa natin, Mr. Chair, di ba, in aid of legislation, hindi naman para i-curtail yung freedom of speech ng ating mga vloggers or ng ating mga citizen. So gusto lang natin na talagang ang lumalabas sa mga social media platform ay yung totoo rin. Kasi worried tayo yung paulit-ulit na nakikita ng mga bata, kasi ang dami nang nanonood or nang gumagamit ng social media. Nakikita nila yun na paulit-ulit na mali o paulit-ulit na pinopost, ang daming post, ay kala nila ay totoo. Kaya nga nandito yung yung DICT rin, Mr. Chair, para malaman din natin ano po ba din yung ginagawa ninyo, Mr. Chair, doon sa DICT as regards dito sa mga fake news at saka dito sa mga disinformation.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. Sa DICT po, sa part po namin, we have coordinations with Facebook, TikTok, and then YouTube. Meron po tayong MOA with them. May mga request po sa amin na ipapa-take down yung mga certain post. Kinikater po namin yon through doon sa amin po. Sinesend namin yung mga materials to support na gusto natin ipa-take down. At the same time po, meron din kaming tinatawag na threat monitoring. So ito po, sa side po ng Cybersecurity Bureau, nagkakandak po kami ng monitoring but hindi po namin tinitake down kaagad unless wala pong nagko-complain sa amin. If meron pong cyber crime, pwede pong maging cybercrime yung nirereklamo, ini-endorse po namin yun through PNP, ACG, o doon po sa CICC para po ma-collect lahat ng information.
Mr. Chair, can we have a copy of that MOA with SOCMED na binanggit nyo kanina? Para makita natin yung scope ng MOA as regards to yung sinasabi nyo, mga fake news or mga disinformation. Can we have that copy?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. We can provide po the information. I will ask from our office po with those material po.
Mr. Chair, can we ask the Secretariat to get that MOA?
Comsec, please take note. Can we have a copy of that MOA?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yun na lang po kasi wala yung Facebook.
Thank you, Representative Castro. Next interpolator will be Representative Gerald Roman. You now have the floor.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga resource persons and to my dear colleagues. Today, we are holding the third meeting of the TRICOM and I'm very, very glad na yung mga inimbitahan natin sa mga nakaraang TRICOM na nung una ay nag-hesitate mag-attend, I finally have decided to come here. Today's exchange of ideas has been a very, very good eye-opener. Namulat po sa ating mga mata thanks to the brilliant interpellation of our colleague, Representative Benny Abante, that sometimes the anonymity of a vlogger or his or her condition as a journalist or the use of the excuse of just expressing my opinion is being abused. And simply, we can draw the line by limiting ourselves to upholding the truth, what is verified, what is substantial, and what can be proven. Otherwise, it is simply a rumor, and spreading rumors that have dire consequences on national security and even shaping the opinion of the public is unacceptable. Alam niyo po, ako po, nagbabasa rin ako ng mga articles ni Ms. Crisette Laureta Chu. In fact, I remember way back in 2020, I participated in your very, very good campaign na maglikom po ng material for ating mga frontliners. Sabi ko, she must be a good woman. And sabi ko, she is also a journalist. Sabi ko, that's a magandang combination yon. Kaya nga lang ho, ako naniniwala rin ako after today's exchange and after admission that hindi po nakabase sa katotohanan and you just reflected your opinions that maybe I think you will also agree that we want to level up itong pagko-content creation and that maybe and definitely this kind of content creation should not be tolerated and is unsustainable and is detrimental to our country, to the future generations. And we cannot keep a blind eye sa pangyayaring ito. We must put a stop to it. Naniniwala po ako, nasa puso po ng mga content creators na gusto nila sa hanay nila mapabilang ang mga serious content creators. This is the reason why, Mr. Chair, since two TRICOM meetings ago, I have been pushing for self-regulation. Alam nyo, I have an MA in journalism from the University of the Basque Country, and for several years I practiced journalism. And I realize, I'm fully aware of the importance of that basic constitutional right to freedom of expression. But just like any other constitutional right, this is not unlimited. It is the duty of the state always na bantayan ito how we exercise this constitutional right to protect public interest. And I'm fully aware also that in order to reconcile these two concepts, may I ask for a little silence? I'm being distracted.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Can we maintain decorum? Please remain silent when somebody is interpolating. Thank you. Please proceed.
I fully realize that in order for the state to exercise its function, to protect public interest while responding and recognizing the basic right to freedom of expression, we always have to look for the least restrictive means. This is the scrutiny test that we as legislators should always apply. And this is the purpose why we in fact have this TRICOM. This is an investigation in aid of legislation. To give you a brief background, and later on I'll be asking some of our resource persons, including the guests who did not attend in previous committee hearings, what their opinion is. I will briefly detail to you what the Digital Council of the Philippines is. Basically, this is a council that hopefully among your ranks you will take the initiative to form. Similar to the Ad Standards Council of the Philippines, similar to the kapisanan ng mga broadcasters ng Filipinas. Now, what is the purpose of this Digital Council of the Philippines? Among yourselves, you should come up with a code of conduct and standards and regulations na galing sa inyo. Wag po galing sa amin. Dahil ako naniniwala ako na bilang mga manunulat, bilang content creators, you would want to uphold what is true. Not necessarily what is beautiful, because sometimes the truth hurts and sometimes the truth is ugly. We recognize that. And now, once you have your code of conduct and your code of ethics, what do? You apply it to your members. So, who will compose this Digital Council of the Philippines? Number one, associations of content creators. Number two, advertisers. Kasi alam ko, dyan sa mundo ng social media, marami po tayong advertising nagaganap at malaking pera rin po ang gumagalaw at umiikot dyan. Number three, we should also have the DICT. Kinakailangan din natin kahit paano may representation ang government. Dapat din po na dyan ang the world of, the academe, so that we can also use this digital council to educate the people on critical thinking and responsible use of social media. Nariyan din po, maaari nating ilagay mga PR practitioners and what have you. So this Digital Council of the Philippines serves many purposes. As I said, education. Number two, I don't want to use the word self-policing, but how should I term it? Leveling up our own ranks, professionalization maybe. Palagay ko, it is to the interest of everybody para maging kagalang-galang naman ang sektor na ito. Sapagkat sa mahabang panahon, dahil nga sa pagdami ng mga irresponsible content creators, ay nasisiraan naman o nasisiraan ng pangalan yung mga seryoso. Okay. Now, the other purpose of this council, it could be the body kung saan maari po tayong dumulog kung sakaling meron po tayong nahuhuli na fake news, kung tayo ay nabibiktima. Kung ako yung, for example, businessman na na-AI ang aking itsura at bigla na lang ako nagbebenta ng produkto ng aking rival. O kaya kung ako man ay yung, I don't know, aside from business owners, private individual whose reputation has been unfairly tarnished. Kung ako man ang politician, kung ako man yung vlogger din, na maaring ginantihan at binigyan ng false information, maaari rin ako dumulog sa Digital Council of the Philippines. And of course, this Digital Council of the Philippines, hindi po namin yan ila-legislate sang-ayon sa, hindi namin kaya yan. Ang gusto ko po sana, manggaling rin sana sa hanay ng mga stakeholders. What we can legislate here from the committee is how the major social media platforms could respond once a piece of content is flagged as fake. After that fact-checking process na according to my consultations, kaya namang gampanan. You can do it in a few minutes. Diba? Sa TikTok, I'm sure other social media platforms could also do the same. And ang mangyayari po niyan, pag flag nga po yung content na yan as fake, then we can require by law the social media platforms to flag it also as fake news. Parang yung mga community notes, may annotation para man lamang mabigyan ng katarungan. I'm not going as far as saying that you have to take down that content, but although TikTok does that. Am I right? Mr. Chair, yeah.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Yes.
We take down content that contains harmful misinformation.
Yes. So at this point, Mr. Chair, after explaining briefly what my proposal is, and which is also a response to the call made by Yusek Ruiz, may I begin to ask some of our resource persons about their opinions about this. I would like to ask Ms. Cosette Laureta Chu, whose opinion I also value. Ms. Laureta Chu, anong palagay nyo kung tayo ay magpo-form ng isang Digital Council of the Philippines, tapos kasama na rin dyan yung registry ng mga vloggers at content creators? Mr. Chair, maari... Ay? Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Laureta Chu.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. That's a very good idea as long as the parameters are clear. Like, for example, since what you want is to reduce the amount of fake news, we will have to come up with, it's a very good idea because then a lot of the people who have a massive following will also be accountable. But we just need to know what we consider massive following, how many people, kasi ma'am, ang problema dito, nabibili ang likes, nabibili ang following. So, posibleng, kunyari, sa Facebook nila, madaming likes, pero hindi naman totoong marami silang likes. Makikita nyo po sa engagement yon. If they have like 200,000 followers, but then they only have 3 people commenting, binili nila yon. So, ang dami pong problema doon kasi ma'am, when you're part of an organization, it gives you credibility. So when you do interviews, people will listen to you. Like congressman will give you time of day. Hindi nila alam na fake lang pala yung likes mo, fake lang pala yung engagement mo. So how do we delineate between real influencers and influencers who just bought their likes and engagement. So apart from that, ma'am,
Yes, Mr. Chair, actually that what she has just expressed clearly proves that we have to set parameters and start having regulations. But the idea of having a registry of social media content creators, may I have your opinion? Because recently I have been bashed and accused of trying to exercise censorship and trying to curtail the basic freedom, this basic constitutional freedom to freedom of expression. What is your honest opinion on coming up with a registry of content creators? Hindi ko naman sabihin lahat kasi sapagkat sa Facebook, pag tinanong ko anong occupation mo, lahat nakasulat content creator. Siyempre, hindi naman po pwede yon. Siguro, katulad nga po ng sinabi ng ating resource person, dapat merong minimum number of followers or ano, which we can decide later on. But I'd like to ask, ano po bang opinion ninyo tungkol doon sa the very idea of having a registry? Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. It's a very good undertaking as long as what we regulate is the an association of what do you call this content creators who are outside of mainstream media so that they are also accountable. Pero yun lang, ma'am, yung concern ko kung ilan ang magiging followers nila, kung totoo yung followers nila. And also, what about those who do not, is it going to be voluntary, or those who are not who do not volunteer to join, what kind of remedies para meron din silang accountability? Ang akin lang, ma'am, and that's what we initially stood for, is that while we can do this for all of us, for everyone who wants to be a social media, nobody should be able to regulate free speech para wala tayong, because it's in our constitution. As long as what we regulate is the use of the platforms and the power and credibility given to all these people, as long as walang, lalo na sir, lalo na ma'am, government agencies. Kasi ngayon, it's going to be, what about next time? What about may mahanap tayo na presidente or senator na abusado or congressman and they will use it against all of us, or people here who are, like, kunyari, this administration, you're in power, next administration, you're not in power, then they'll use it
Mr. Chair, I think, yes, I would like to focus on what you just said, and also remind you that this constitutional right is not absolute and not without limits. Meron ding parameters ngayon. And what we intend to do here is basically to flag the content. This is our way of administering justice to those who are victimized by fake news. Alam nyo, imposible naman na makontrol natin lahat ng content creators. There will be those who will not want to join this. So we have to be creative in thinking of means how to encourage them to join the ranks of serious content creators. May I proceed to another resource person, Mr. Chair? I would like to ask the Creators and Influencers Council of the Philippines. Mr. Mauricio? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Donald Lim, who is part of the Creators and Influencers Council, but I myself am a trustee.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I would like to find out how many members does the Creators and Influencers Council of the Philippines have? More or less.
I apologize, Your Honor. I am not part of the Creators.
All right.
Okay.
Can you give me a rough idea? Is there like 1,000, for example?
Just to explain, our president in the Global AI Council Philippines, Donald Lim, is part of many organizations as an advocate, one of which is the Council of Creators and Influencers. So I myself am a trustee of the Global AI Council. My apologies. Yeah.
So Global AI Council, who are your members? May I find out?
We have a board of trustees. There are 5 of us. Our chairman is Brian Polio Manzares. Our president is Donald Lim. I am the treasurer. Our secretary is Mark Goriseta. And our executive director is Kat Saladoni.
What is the main function or objective of the Global AI
Well, the mother
Council?
company in the U.S. is focused on governance and training. Our theme is AI for good. and the United States headquarters, they do education. On the Philippines side, what we aim to do is partly ethics and governance and partly looking at a roadmap for the Philippines, coordinating with the public and private sector in order for us to use AI for development. Regarding the topic in particular, Mr. Chair, if I may continue. Yes, regarding the topic in particular, the AI here, we view it in the Global AI Council, is that AI is used not for good, but for bots or fake news and all of those things. So we believe that if the problem is using AI not for good, then the solution mostly will also be AI to combat it. And that requires resources and knowledge in AI, and that's part of what we're trying to harness.
Yes. So what do you do specifically to combat the wrong use of AI? In
Just,
particular, the generation of
well,
fake news.
just as a correction, we are just a convener. So the combating of wrong use of AI, I think, is for the CICC under USEC Alex Ramos, and we do coordinate with the ICT and CICC regarding that. What the Global AI Council does is to convene all stakeholders concerned in order to arrive at a roadmap or a solution. So we had the State of the Nation in AI last January. We're going to come up with a Philippine AI report and a Philippine ecosystem directory. But if I may, Mr. Chair, our experience in organizing for a short time a non-profit NGO for AI, I think translates to something that we can use for the Digital Council of the Philippines.
Mr. Chair, does
yeah.
the resource person agree with the idea of the formation of a Digital Council of the Philippines? At first glance.
Mr. Chair, I not only agree, I think it is imperative that this has to be formed at the soonest possible time, because we all can see how the lack of framework where we can at least control the proliferation of misinformation, and it seems that our existing laws and systems are not enough to do that. So this kind of council is really needed yesterday. So we definitely espouse this, Mr. Chair.
In your view, Mr. Chair, how can we strike a balance between using AI to combat fake news and also the idea of the Digital Council of the Philippines and safeguarding rights such as the freedom of expression and privacy? Do you think these are two reconcilable concepts?
Yes, because in our history, we already have self-regulatory organizations that are doing that. As you have mentioned, Mr. Chair, the KBP and the former ad board, which is now the ASC, and also, I mean, I would go to the extent of even our Philippine Stock Exchange is actually a self-regulatory organization. So definitely, first, it has to be voluntary. Second, there has to be a trust mechanism, meaning if you comply with the criteria that is being set upon you, then you have some sort of, Better Business Bureau brand, no? And then there has to be an element of complaint reportorial system, wherein for those who do not voluntarily register and they actually violate some of these criteria, there is a mechanism for the damaged public or damaged parties to be able to complain. And if the members themselves who are having themselves part of the council, there is also a mechanism for complaint.
Mr. Chair, actually the one of the objectives of this Digital Council of the Philippines is to report fake news to the major social media platforms. So the action, the final action would be taken actually by the social media platforms, and that would include also those who may not want to join the Digital Council of the Philippines if they are reported to have generated fake news. So I think that purpose is also met by the creation of this council. May I proceed, Mr. Chair, to the next resource person, who is from the CICP, or the Creators and Influencers Council of the Philippines, who, by the way, are going to hold their general meeting and their induction of officers this afternoon. Ms. Aye Ubaldo. Mr. Chair, may I proceed? Yes, okay. So now I would like to find out, how many members does the CICP have?
Right now, we would have about 100. Of course, the goal is to have more.
Yes. How do you encourage content creators to join your ranks?
Okay. I'd like to also say that we categorize them. So if you're a content creator, which is a very, very vast...
Could you come closer to the mic? Thank you. Or pull the mic
very
closer.
Short. So,
Sorry.
So we categorize them. So we have them as independents. We have them as brands. What we call clients. These are let's say the Nestle's, the Colgate-Palmolives. So they're called brands. And then we have agencies. So these are the advertising agencies that have departments, or they have sections that are for public relations, influencers, and
Okay.
creators.
Ms. Ubaldo, may I find out what was the reason why you formed the CICP?
Because we knew that it was going to be a growing industry, and there were already a lot of signs, as much as, back in, let's say, the late 90s or early 2000s, we knew that the internet was really going to be big. And so when you do look at digital trends, you get to realize what are the next big thing. And we in the digital industry, or speaking as myself, as I come from a marketing communications background, so that's kind of what we need to do.
Yes. Is responsible and is the responsible practice of content creation among your objectives in this group?
Specifically for CICP, definitely, but specifically for the industry that we're in, which is the marketing communications industry. For 50 years, we've been under self-regulation. Okay, and that's very sustainable. It's very agile. It's really needed to be.
Mr. Chair, do you
up-to-date.
have a code of conduct or code of ethics that you practice?
Yes. We have a mission and vision, and even the industry itself, yes.
And what do you do to members who do not comply with your code of conduct, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, as you've also mentioned, and as Anton has also mentioned, even if you are not part of the industry, let's say you're not a member, you are actually responsible to know what's going on and be able to be sanctioned and accept penalties. So it's just like the law. Even if you are ignorant of the law, you are committing a crime that you don't know. So I think that industries like ours and the proposed Digital Council, being self-regulating, can also impose upon those that are not members.
So may I know your opinion about the formation of a Digital Council of the Philippines?
Well, definitely, I believe that it's a good idea. If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, if I can say something. I was really listening. This is the first time that I'm here in this kind of forum, and I was really listening to the previous speakers. And if I may say so, I find that there's really a lot of silos, a lot of people wanting to do the same thing. And, the gentleman from the PCO said that there has to be collaboration with the justice system and the PCO. And then I heard another resource speaker from Davao, Mr. Mata, say something that there's a need to collaborate with the KBP. And the KBP is one of the founders of the Ad Standards Council, of the regulating body, actually. So yes, I believe that creating a digital council can really tide us through all of these silos.
Yes, thank you very much for your opinion. I would also like to reiterate that ideally this Digital Council of the Philippines will be apolitical, impartial, which is one of the fears expressed by one of our resource persons. And I believe that this is possible because I believe also that there is strength in unity. This body could also be likened to a guild among content creators that will provide legal assistance, legal protection, and also guidance to its members. That said, Mr. Chair, I would just like to sum up by saying that today has been a very, very big learning experience to us. And I would like to exhort, after having listened to Ms. Kiambao and Ms. Quezeta Retachu, and their self-realization that, we cannot just publish or write something on social media, especially knowing that we have a big following, without verifying first the facts. We cannot spread rumors nor speculations that potentially have dire consequences. And we're talking about national security or the stability of a government. Unless, of course, that is the reason why some people, some bloggers actually practice this, which is to destabilize, which is also to mislead people, to shape public opinion and put it at the service of political interests. Now, that for me would be a betrayal of, if you are a journalist, your calling to uphold the truth. Because in a sense, we are manipulating other people, and simply, that cannot be tolerated for the good of our country. I believe that if you have the truth on your side, there is nothing to fear. And whether you're on the side of the government or the opposition, of course, I have always believed, and it is freely practiced during this administration, your voices now are being allowed and heard under the Marcos administration. Take a look back during the previous administration. Could you hear critical voices? Could you hear voices of dissent? The ones who were brave enough to express their voices of dissent were imprisoned 7 years without a firm conviction, without due process. So, having these democratic freedoms guaranteed by the present administration, maybe it is also an invitation and a calling that lubos-lubusin na natin ang pagiging demokratiko. Lubos-lubusin na rin natin ang pagiging makatotohanan. If you are to criticize this government, please do it with facts on your hands. Hindi lang yung speculations, hindi lang yung rumors. Kasi that's being unfair, Mr. Chair. So with that, I submit to the committee also my proposal once more about the creation of the Digital Council of the Philippines. I sent a briefer to Secretary Ruiz, and this afternoon actually I'll be joining you at the CICP to encourage the stakeholders to take the initiative and form a Digital Council of the Philippines, and then we can work on the rules. But one thing I can guarantee, as a journalist myself, I understand where you're coming from, and I do respect that constitutional right to freedom of expression. But as a lawmaker, I'm fully aware that the state has a duty to regulate the exercise of this constitutional freedom by applying the least restrictive means. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair, at nagpapasalamat ako sa oras na binigay niyo sa akin.
Thank you, Representative Roman. Next interpolator will be Deputy Speaker. You have something to say? Please state your name.
Sir, my name is Cosette Chu, and thank you very much for allowing me to say what I want to say. This is just in relation to what Congresswoman Geraldine Roman said, that MG and I were, we had issues about about the mistakes that we said. Sir, right now, as I'm scrolling through Facebook, I just want to say that I'm also a victim of fake news. Because it's on Facebook and on GMA that it says na I said sorry for saying mass resignation. I did not say mass resignation, sir. I said may mga nag-resign daw. The mass resignation was not on my end. So in the interest of everyone's protection, not just for social media, even for us, kasi we're also citizens of the Philippines, can you also correct? Na I never said mass resignation, but in your news it said that I admitted, I'm crying because I'm admitting na nagkamali ako sa mass resignation. I never said that, and my post is still up. So could you kindly also correct your news, GMA? Thank you, sir, for allowing me to say I really appreciate
That
this.
is noted, but that is not our responsibility. That would be the responsibility who made the news. Anyway, please, okay na.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are
MJ,
recognized. No, she was the first one. Itong, yeah.
Scrizet Chu, sir, thank you very much,
No,
sir.
this, yeah, you. State your name, please.
Cecilias, I'm president of Verifiles. It's a non-profit media organization. We do a lot of fact-checking. Yeah, okay. So, okay.
Pakilapit lang po yung mic kasi may problema
Yeah,
tayo sa audio.
Verifiles is signatory to the International Fact-Checking Network. It's an organization of more than 200 fact-checkers all over the world, and it's to be a signatory of IFC, and it's like having a good housekeeping seal, you know. So we are also two of the third-party fact-checkers of Meta Facebook in the Philippines. You know. Habang pinapakinggan ko kanina yung interpellation sa mga bloggers, as a general rule kasi, as a fact-checker, we don't fact-check opinions kasi in adherence to the freedom of expression, no? But, however, you know, opinions should be based on facts. Verified facts. And where do you get verified facts? One, primary statements, no? Hindi mo pwedeng kunin na kasi daw nasa news lang eh, ganon. It should come from primary statements. Ano yung primary statements? Speeches, official statements ng mga organizations, mga spokesmen, ganon. Tapos, yan, documents, ganon. So, so although we do not fact-check opinions, we fact-check the basis of the opinions, which should be facts. You know, so because diba, you are entitled to to paraphrase an American senator, you are entitled to your opinion, but you are not entitled to your facts. Yun. So, ang isa pang sabihin ko is, I think I agree with I like the idea of a registry of content creators. Kasi I think as a start, we can, maybe the mechanics can be threshed out later, but as a start, it's good to have that body to more or less oversee the bloggers. Kasi sa ngayon kasi parang it's a wild west yung yung social media. Tapos ang isa rin siguro na dapat yung na-mention, I think ni Representative Roman, yung code of conduct. So maybe that can be included in the registry of content creators. So yun lang po yung maano ko.
Okay, thank you. There was another resource person who raised his or right hand. Please identify yourself.
MJ Kiambao po. MJ Kiambao Reyes. Siguro po sa next hearing, pwede rin pong patawag yung nagsulat nitong fake news about us in the spirit of fairness. And I would also like to, yun pong pag-iyak ko at yung walang patid na pag-apologize ko is coming from the fact na dahil ayoko pong makontempt, ayoko pong ma-detain, dahil may dalawa po akong nasa critical condition na nanay at mother-in-law. Yun po yun. Pero sa mainstream media at social media ngayon, pinagtatawanan ako dahil nag-apologize ako at tinawag akong tanga. But I cannot forgive myself if I don't speak now and tell you the truth. I'm just really afraid na ma-detain at this time. At this time kasi may dalawa akong nasa critical condition na naka-bedridden na nanay at mother-in-law na nasa late stage na anytime they die. I don't want to be detained and wala ako sa tabi niya. Ayun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Ms. MJ, at this point in time, this committee has no plans of detaining you. Was there a motion? There was no motion. So we will proceed with the next interpellator.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that although I understand, well, I'm trying to understand where the concerns of our good resource person is coming from, but I think it's baseless. Wala pa namang motion, wala pa namang nagsasabi na iko-contempt ka, wala pa namang, for as long as you cooperate, and for as long as you say the truth, and for as long as you're completely honest, there's nothing to be fearful. Not unless, of course, you're hiding the truth. So, dun, pwede kang matakot. Kaso lang kung wala naman po kayong itinatago at buong katotohanan ng sinasabi ninyo, hindi wala po dapat kayong ikabahala. At saka wala po dapat kayong dahilan para umiyak. Siguro maganda po, ma'am, uminom po kayo ng tubig at baka ma-dehydrate po kayo. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just have some concern. Am I... Okay, yeah. Mr. Chairman, meron po ba tayong representative from BIR?
Yes, earlier he took his oath. Yeah, BIR.
Thank you very much. BIR, for the platforms of ByteDance, TikTok, Meta, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, do they contribute to the national treasury?
Your Honor, good afternoon. For the mentioned companies, Your Honor, considering that they are a non-resident foreign corporations, Your Honor, they should be taxed on their income within the Philippines, Your Honor.
So, but are they actually paying, contributing?
Your Honor, may we be allowed to confirm that with our operations group, Your Honor, and submit to this committee whether or not.
Yeah,
Thank
kasi
you, Your
gusto ko lang po malaman kung may contribution po o may binabayad pong buwis ang Facebook, ang TikTok, ang Twitter, at ang sa iba pang mga social media platforms, because as we all know, other than the news and other than the opinions that they share, marami din pong mga selling at trading na nangyayari within their platforms, so which I think should be regulated and should be properly monitored by our government agencies, just so that, you know, we can protect the consumers and the Filipino people. ByteDance, Ma'am Peachy Paderna, yeah. Can you also provide to this committee, if you do contribute or pay BIR taxes?
Mr. Chair, I'll take this opportunity to clarify that I'm representing TikTok Private Limited, not ByteDance.
Yeah.
We will do our best to comply, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, BIR, how long will it take you to provide the committee with the said data and information?
Your Honor, can we be given until next week, Your Honor, considering today's Friday, Your Honor?
Again, sorry.
Can we be given until next week, Your Honor, considering today is a Friday and there's no work tomorrow, Your Honor?
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
with the indulgence of the Honorable Suarez.
Kong Romy.
Kayo po ba ang representative ng BIR in the last hearing?
No, Your Honor.
I remember because I was the chair of that hearing. The BIR was directed to submit a report on the number of social media influencers taxed by the BIR and the respective tax payments.
Yes,
Have you complied with this?
Your Honor,
My question is, have you complied with this?
not yet, Your Honor.
May I know why?
Your Honor, we have collated the committee has given us the list of the social media I think they are 27 of them, Your Honor, social media influencers. And we have investigated their accounts, Your Honor. Most of them are registered indeed. But considering that they use they're not a company, Your Honor. Some of the influencers have, or their names are similar to other taxpayers, Your Honor. One of the social media influencers has been tagged for 17, 18 names, Your Honor. So, may I just interject that the BIR already created a specialized body which are a task force, kumbaga po, na dedicated to investigating social media influencers and consequently issuing letter of authority for further audit, Your Honor.
Can you give us a timeline where you can submit all this data that this committee is asking?
Your Honor, we may right now, Your Honor, we can submit the general list at most, Your Honor, but we are prohibited by the tax code, Your Honor, to give sensitive information like the payment or the taxes they paid. It's in the tax code, Your Honor. So as of now, we are prohibited unless the taxpayer waives his or her right in writing, or there be a executive session, Your Honor, where we can give the data needed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Kong Romy. Thank you also for informing the body that the BIR has pending documents that need to be submitted to the committee. So, Mr. Chair, I just request that the BIR comply immediately. So, my next question, BIR, other than the social media platforms, to the influencers and to the vloggers present, meron po ba kayong spokesperson na tagapagsalita, or you'll all speak individually? Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to know, do you earn from your work as vlogging? Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do. Some of us, not all of us though, because you have an option on social media to monetize. And may I continue with the tax information, because this is something that you might want to know.
I just wanted to know.
We do.
Yeah,
We do,
if
and
you do
we pay
get paid
taxes.
for what you do.
Yes, sir, and we do declare our taxes. In fact, we pay taxes twice. In YouTube, for example, there are taxes that are withheld for the purposes of, for the U.S., and then in addition to which we pay income taxes on whatever it is we earn.
Okay.
So we tax twice.
Oo. Kasi 'di ba yung ibang mga influencers, 'di ba, for like products, minsan binabayad sila for their talent if they want to endorse specific products. So I know they get paid. So now for vlogging, do you also get the same setup? How is the arrangement in that?
It depends on the kind of blogging that you're doing. There are some who are endorsers, and they are paid for that. There are some who are product testers, and they are, depending on the platform or the kind of program that they have, they can get paid for that. I don't know if they pay income taxes on that, but yes, there is some form of remuneration for that, yes.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, this is also another important aspect to the point raised by Congresswoman Roman. You know, they're also should be protected when it comes to the contract that they enter into, di ba? Kasi more often than not, informal yung setup ng arrangements nila. So ano mangyayari kung hindi nagkabayaran o hindi tumupad sa usap, o di ba? So dapat matingnan din natin yung ganung aspeto. So for the rest of the vloggers present, would you also attest that you are also paid or in the vlogging activities that you do?
Mr. Chair, I do earn through the social media platform, but this is through the monetization program that each social media has. In TikTok, it's barely earning. Also in Facebook, actually recently in Facebook, I am fully demonetized, so I do not earn in Facebook anymore. In YouTube, they have a monetization program, partnership program, and I do earn from my vlogging endeavor through YouTube.
Okay. So, but when it comes to, let's say, the settling of your tax obligations, you do have to declare where the money is coming from, no? Correct?
That's how I understand it, Your Honor, because part of our audience is not in the Philippines, and of course, I am not so sure how they schedule how they monetize the earnings based from the viewers from the Philippines and from the U.S., but we are required to sign documents because YouTube is based in the U.S., so there are some documents that we have to sign wherein we have to declare that taxes are going to be
Okay, thank you very much. What about the other vloggers present?
No, Your Honor, no, I don't earn anything from social media, and like I said, I do not even want to consider or categorize myself as blogger.
Well, how do you want to define yourself?
I'm just an ordinary Filipino, an advocate of free speech and good governance. Nagkataon lang po, kumbaga accidental lang na may mga nagkaroon ng following. Pero yun nga po, opinion lang din ng mga pinagsusulat ko. And I don't blog, I don't consider myself a blogger, and I don't earn from blogging.
Okay, and Ms. Chu?
Sir, I have never earned from blogging or any social media pursuits, whether
None,
endorsements or not. Thank you.
Tapos sino pa po ba yung iba nating mga, lahat po ba kayo, mga vloggers din po kayo lahat? Oh yeah, so can we get your, we haven't heard your voices. Can you introduce yourself also at the same time?
I'm Dr. Richard Mata, Your Honor, from Davao City. I'm a pediatrician basically, so I pay taxes as a pediatrician. Regarding my monetization, I had a monetization sa Facebook, but then again, nag-demonetize na naman. So basically, as of now, wala pa po. YouTube, zero po.
So sa Facebook, malakas, no? From what I've been gathering from among you, sa Facebook, meron. Sa TikTok, wala masyado. Tama po ba yun? Maliit lang.
Yeah, in a sense, yes, where you focus upon, doon yung pwedeng i-monetize automatic, usually.
Okay. Yeah, so just sorry.
Yep.
Sorry for my ignorance on this matter. And the next lady?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ethel Pineda Garcia. I just use Facebook. I don't do YouTube. I don't do TikTok. And I have never monetized my account.
Okay. And then the next, yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Mark Anthony Lopez, and I have no credentials whatsoever. I'm just using my Facebook and my Twitter account for my own personal use. It's not monetized po. Although sa Facebook, meron po ako natatanggap na remittance because may mga nagla-like po dun sa aking post. And yun po, part yun ng Facebook monetization. Pero hindi ko po yun sinulisit or hindi ko po yun in-arrange with Facebook.
Ay, yun ay kusang donasyon sa inyo?
Automatic po.
Paano pong automatic? Hindi ko po maunawaan.
Pag nag-like po, meron pong option ng mga readers na pwede po nilang
send,
i-monetize yung like nila.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yun lang po ang natatanggap ko. Nung last month po, natanggap ko po 86 cents.
Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Aaron Peña po, Old School Pinoy. So, sa Facebook po and YouTube, wala po akong monetization. Sa YouTube lang po, pero hindi na po ako masyadong nagagamit ng YouTube.
Okay.
I'm Manuel Mata Jr. po, also known as Coco Locoy.
And I just want to inform you all first na wala po ako natanggap na kahit anong invitation from show cause order and subpoena. So, ako po, wag nyo pong ilabas po yung aking monetization kasi baka ipasok nyo po ako sa 4-piece. Kasi halos wala po ako nakukuha. And I was demonetized since last 2023, November, and I was just earning like, para makabuo po ako ng 5,000, like 3 months, 4 months.
So kayo lang po, no? Wala na po bang iba? Okay. Okay. What about from the other side? I just wanted to get an idea of how the industry works, just so that we can have a better understanding when it comes to regulations and contracts that you guys enter into. When it comes to financial contributions or contracts that you enter into. So, is that it? Wala na po bang iba?
Mr. Chair, just a quick interjection.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Germaine to the question of TSJJ. Gusto ko lang tanungin, did I hear it right? You said that you were demonetized. Somebody demonetized, sorry.
Yes po, your...
What was the reason why you were demonetized? Maybe you have... What's the violation that you committed? I'm sure there's a violation.
Okay. For those nakakakilala po sa akin, I started in TikTok and kasi po ako po yung tao na I want conversation, I want content versus content, and there are times na when I answer another person's content to encourage content versus content para po nagfa-fact checkan because I am not saying na ako ay isang news teller.
Sir,
Ang ginagawa po kasi,
what was the exact violation you committed?
Iba-iba po because I lost 24 I was took down 24 accounts sa TikTok. I also lost my first Facebook account. I also lost my first Facebook page.
You do admit that you have and possess multiple accounts?
No po, I needed to create another account because yung iba po one day pa lang lalo na during the time of Bongbong Marcos during the election of 2022 lagi po akong minamas report kahit wala pa man din akong ginagawang content.
Okay, sige. Anyway, so thank you very much. So I just wanted to find out, Mr. Chair, kung paano po kasi yung arrangement nila kasi kung sila po ba nakakatanggap ng pera or any sort of financial contribution or contracts, with the work that they do. Mr. Chair, can I forward my next questions to Commodore J. Tariela? Yeah. Commodore Tariela, ako po kasi talagang naniniwala ako na yung West Philippine Sea atin yun eh. At ako talagang saludo ako sa pinakikita mo na ipinaglalaban mo ang soberenya ng ating bansa. Have you ever been a victim of fake news, malicious attacks on the internet when it comes to safeguarding and protecting the territorial and matters that affect the Philippines?
Yes, sir.
You have?
Yes, sir.
And what were the nature of these attacks?
Well, primarily, sir, they are calling me as a U.S. lapdog. I was recruited for CIA that even my mother cannot believe. Sa mukha-mukha lang, sir. Pero sinasabi nila I'm a CIA agent. They are also saying that I am receiving talent fee from the U.S. Embassy. At one point, they also said that I went to the residence of Speaker to receive 3 black bags. Those kind of things, sir.
And were these attacks from Filipinos or from foreigners?
From Filipinos, sir.
From Filipinos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry for my ignorance. Are those Filipinos present in this room?
Yes, sir.
They're here now?
Yes, sir.
Can you point them out?
Mr. Mark Lopez, sir.
Mr. Mark Lopez, I can't seem to, who is Mark Lopez? Oh, there. Okay. Mr. Mark Lopez, so dito po sinasabi ni Commodore J. Tariela na meron ka daw pong mga isinusulat na hindi makatotohanan laban sa kanya. Pwede mo po bang ipaliwanag ito?
Baka po si Commodore Tariela po ang dapat magpaliwanag kung ano po yung sinulat ko.
Okay, yes, please. I mean, I want to understand because I want to know, because you're a uniformed personnel of the Philippine government.
Yes, sir.
No? And your duty is to uphold the Constitution and to fight for sovereignty and for the protection of the welfare of the Filipinos.
Yes, sir.
So I want to know, because if he's a Filipino and he's attacking fellow Filipinos, medyo red flag po sa akin yon. So pwede po bang mai-share mo pa ang uri ng mga sinabi ni Mark Lopez laban po sa inyo?
Yes, sir. Last February 5, 2025, he posted it on his X account. Si J. Tariela ang masigasig na nagbebenta niyan, sponsored by Biden administration. And also, last August 23, 2024, he said, "Patriotism my ass. Kayo kaya ang taksil sa bayan dahil sunod-sunuran kayo sa dikta ng Amerika. Booking na ang kawalang hiyaan mo, J. Tariela." And
Okay,
then,
yes.
series of postings, sir.
Yeah. Let's ask him to comment on those. Mr. Mark Lopez, you're questioning the patriotism of one of our uniformed personnel. You describe him as a lapdog of the U.S. because he's fighting for the sovereignty of our country. So, where are you coming from?
Mr. Chair, I have been reading a lot and I have been being bombarded with a lot of news about the South China Sea issue. And among this news or information that I have been able to obtain is that the United States is using the Philippines to promote its agenda in the South China Sea. And it is on Google, it is in the news. And
okay,
the basis of my assertion about Commodore Tariela is very striking because yung pong ginagamit niya mga terms regarding the South China Sea issue is very similar to the United States propaganda regarding the South China Sea issue. And it is also on record that Commodore Tariela has been to the United States, has been is very supportive of the assertive transparency that is being propagated by the United States in the South China Sea.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mark Lopez. Ang hindi ko lang po I'm trying to understand, no? You're saying that he is a lapdog just because he's fighting for what is rightfully ours?
It's in the similar vein,
Kasi yun din naman po ang sinisigaw ng mga mamamayang Pilipino, atin po yun. Yun din po yung sinisigaw ng mga mangingisda na nanggagaling sa Zambales na araw-araw kinakawawa na binabangga ng mga Chinese militia vessels. Yun din naman po yung nararamdaman ng milyon-milyong Pilipino na yun po talaga ay para sa Pilipinas at pagmay-ari ng Pilipino. At ngayon po nakakalungkot, kanina nung ini-interpolate ni Kong Rog, pati yata yung Palawan, sinakop na rin ng China sa kanilang bagong press release. No, ito po ba dahil sa nais to ng US? I don't think so.
Mr. Chair,
I think that's reckless. I'm not fighting for US interests when I'm fighting for what is Philippines, what is pro-Philippines, what is ours. I'm fighting for the Philippine interest only.
Mr. Chair, Pwede ko po matanong, ano po ba yung atin na inagaw?
Ulit?
Ano po yung sa atin na inagaw?
Ano po yung?
Ano po yung ating territory na inagaw? O kinuha?
What do you, wait.
Mr.
My
Chair,
point-
of order
my-
is, do we allow, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, do we allow a resource person to ask question to one of the committee members here, Mr. Chair? Or it should be the other way around?
Yes, no, I don't mind. If you want to get into a debate with me, Mr. Lopez, about this, then I'm sure we can. But my point is, you're saying that just because I, for example, believe that that is rightfully owned and that is rightfully by the Philippines, and you're saying, and your logic is, I'm following U.S. Dictated narratives? Ganun po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, the South China Sea issue po kasi is a very complex issue. And ang nakakalungkot po kasi, ang Pilipinas po ang ginagamit because of our strategic location. The South China Sea issue is a
Anyway, Mr. Chair, can I request that that Mr. Lopez be refrained? I just wanted to find out where he was coming from, and he seems that his point is, tama po ba, Mr. Lopez, dahil sa palagay ninyo ginagamit yung Pilipinas? Tama po?
Tama po.
Okay. So, yes, Mr. Tariela, can you continue?
So, sir, this is a good example of how, like Mr. Lopez is countering our factual narrative in the West Philippine Sea. And this is the reason why we need to counter fake news purveyor like Mr. Mark Lopez spreading wrong information about our fight in the West Philippine Sea. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit ang hirap nating pagkaisahin ng mga Pilipino sa mga pagsasalita na katulad ni Mark Lopez na ganyan, that he never hesitates to call out the aggressive actions of the People's Republic of China. And he appears to even side with the People's Republic of China's narrative.
Ako, kunyari, nung tinitira ng water cannons yung mga mangingisda natin, masakit sa akin yun. Pag binabangga yung mga Coast Guard vessels natin, ng mga dambuhalang Chinese vessels, masakit sa akin.
Ang point ko po, sir,
Let us go to the
That's fake news, Mr.
statement
Chairman.
that what you said.
Mr. Chairman, that's fake news.
Yes, that is why, just a point of clarification. You mentioned earlier that ang Pilipinas nag-water cannon din sa China. May I know where did you get that information? Was it in the news?
Mr. Chair, wala po ako sinabing nag-water cannon sa China.
Hindi, sinabi nyo ngayon lang.
Hindi, ang sinabi ko po nag-water cannon din po sa Pilipinas.
Mr. Mark Lopez, pwede natin i-review yung tape. We are on the record. Kasasabi mo lang yun. At saka, did I hear it right? That he said na nag-water cannon din tayo sa China?
Nag-water cannon lang.
Nag-water cannon po tayo.
Pero, Mr. Chairman, pero Mr. Lopez,
Apo, Mr. Chair, yes sir.
makinig ka po, please. Kasi po, the issue as of now is the West Philippine Sea. The problem with China. Now, nung minention D.S. Suarez about the water cannons, nagsalita ka na tayo din, nag-water cannon. Saan yun? Water cannon saan? Kasi yung pinag-usapan natin dito is the West Philippine Sea. Now, tama ka. Hindi mo sinabi na nag-water cannon ang Pilipinas sa China. But ang pinag-usapan natin dito is all about the West Philippine Sea. Now, ano yung sinasabi mong water cannon?
Mr. Chair, I premise my statement po kasi, kanina sinabi ko po, that the South China Sea issue is a complex issue involved...
Sandali po. Please answer my question. What do you mean that the Philippines is using water cannon?
Kasi po yung water cannon is a facility. Opo.
Huwag ka magpalusot. I warn you. You're under oath.
Ang water cannon
Sagutin mo po where you refer that water cannon that
Hindi
you
po.
mentioned.
Ang water cannon na deployment po kasi is one of the actions taken by a state Pag meron po mga dispute na ganyan nga po,
Pilipinas, ibig mo sabihin, mag-water cannon din sa China.
pwede po.
That's sinabi mo nag-water cannon.
Mr. Chair, wala ako sinabi na ang Pilipinas na ginatar canon ng isang kalabang state. Ang sinabi ko
Sandali po. But we're talking about the West Philippine Sea. This will be your last warning. Or else I will cite you in contempt. This is your last warning. You're under oath.
Opo.
What do you mean that the Philippines is using water cannon?
Mr. Chair, ang sinabi ko nga po, ang Pilipinas po, nag-water cannon, pwede pong mag-water cannon.
Hindi. Walang pwede. Sinabi mong mag-water cannon.
Mr. Chair, sige po.
Mr. Chairman, with this, Mr. Chairman.
Mag-apologize po ako. Mali po ako. Sige po, fake news po ako. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, pwede po ang water cannon sa South China Sea issue.
Hindi, ganito lang po.
Fake news po ako.
Hindi, ang sinabi mo, what you said, nag-water cannon, Mr. Chair.
Opo,
And
ina-admit ko po.
if you want,
Ina-admit ko po.
we can ask the Secretariat to refer to our stenographers in the back to the statements issued by Mr. Lopez regarding that issue. So, we have never taken, I don't think, that's reckless, absolutely reckless. Anyway, I want to show a photo, but of course.
Mr. Chairman, ganito lang po, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lopez, okay, you apologize?
Opo, I apologize po.
Yeah, thank you for that apology. Now, this will be your last warning. Please refrain from lawyering or palusot for not telling the truth, or else the next time that you will commit that violation in this committee, I will never hesitate to cite you in contempt. Ipapakulong kita dito.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So, I find it a little bit disturbing na, coming from a Filipino na, I mean, of all things that can come from a fellow Filipino, yung hindi pa natin pagmamalasakitan yung kapwa Pilipino. Yun, medyo, maring hindi tayo magkaisa sa mga political positions natin. Kasi lang kung Pilipinas na ang pinag-uusapan, dapat no questions asked. Isang bansa lang, isang bandila lang tayong lahat. Anyway, Comsec, can you just post a photo? I just wanted to get clarification on this. Yeah, can you zoom into the photo? Yeah. Can I address my questions to Ms. Trixie Angeles Cruz? Is she present? Oh, there. Okay, ma'am.
Baliktad po,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. It's Trixie Cruz Angeles.
Huh?
Trixie Cruz Angeles, sir.
Oh, okay. Trixie Cruz Angeles. Okay. Familiar po ba kayo sa National Radio and Television Administration or NRTA ng China?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you are fully aware that they do conduct training programs for media practitioners mula sa iba't ibang bansa?
Yes.
At dito po sa larawan, pwede niyo po ba ibahagi sa komitiba kung sino-sino po ang nandito sa larawan?
Medyo malabo po, malayo po yung, kung maaari pong lakihan para makita ko.
Okay. Yeah.
Yan, malino na. Hindi, kasi dito malino. Pwede lumapit na siya.
Pwede naman po kayo lumapit dito, Miss Angeles.
Saan ba yan? Anong flag?
Hindi ko na po maalala yung pangalan ng iba kasi it's been some time at hindi po kami magkakakilala lahat nung pumunta kami. So ang naaalala ko lang iyan si Miss Pia Morato who was speaking for the group. She's in front. Tuturo ko ba?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Si Tio Moreno, myself. He was there as a journalist and I think an information officer. He's also, I understand he's a blogger. Mr. Mark Lopez and Attorney Ahmed Paglinawan. But the others, hindi ko na po maalala yung pangalan nila.
Mr. Mark Lopez. Si Mark Lopez dyan.
Behind me. Yes, sir.
And who else, ma'am?
I don't remember the names of the others.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you more or less tell us, Ms. Cruz, when was this seminar, where and when was it held?
In China, on May 23rd to June 5th, 2023.
So 2023.
Yes, sir.
So, again, what dates?
May 23rd to June 5th, 2023.
So ilang araw po kayo sa China, Ms. Cruz?
May 23rd. Mahina po ako sa math, but from May 23rd to June 5th, I assume that's about roughly about 12 days.
12 days, so more or less around 2 weeks.
More or less,
Yeah. And this seminar, was it sponsored or did you have to pay for your seminar fees?
This was sponsored.
So, ang nagbayad po nito ay yung state of China,
Yes, sir.
China government. Ang nagbayad sa inyo,
Yes, sir.
sa travel ninyo, sa stay ninyo, at sa seminar. Okay. Paano po ba kayo naimbitahan para maging bahagi ng seminar?
Through the Chinese embassy.
Through the Chinese embassy. Pinili po kayo ng Chinese embassy.
They conduct these regularly, I understand. There are others who are also invited from the mainstream media. Pero hindi po kami magkasabay that time. So, I understand that this is conducted regularly. I think yearly. I'm not sure though.
So it is a state-funded program by China where they invite media practitioners such as yourself. Am I correct?
I think this is one of those times where they've invited vloggers.
Okay, vloggers, yes. And can you more or less share with us what was the nature of the seminar?
Oh, they introduced new techniques in social media, such as short-form social media, how to take them. A lot of them were technical, emerging issues, but they also gave a background on China. And I'm sorry, that's all that I can recall.
Okay. So, more or less, kulang-kulang isang linggo po kayo doon, no? Maayos
Dalawa
naman po ang pag...
Kulang-kulang ng 2 linggo.
Kulang-kulang na 2 linggo, sorry. Maayos naman po ang pagtrato sa inyo ng bansang China habang nandun kayo. Maganda yung hotel, maganda yung
Hindi
accommodations.
po siya hotel.
Oh, it wasn't a hotel.
Hindi po hotel, dorm po.
Dorm, okay. So was this the first time that your group participated in such a seminar?
I don't know about your group, sir.
Oh, sorry. I mean the group that you were with.
Ngayon ko lang po sila nakasabay.
So you've been there before?
Yes, sir. There is a cultural exchange agreement between China and the Philippines since 1970s.
Okay.
I was in Xi'an for an archaeological seminar, part of our cultural exchange agreement because I'm an archaeologist.
So, si Mr. Mark Lopez, kayo po ay naging bahagi din ng seminar, tama? Oo. Naka-ilang bisita na po kayo o naka-ilang seminar na po kayo dito sa state-funded activity ng China?
Sir, yan lang po yung na-attendan ko po.
Again?
Yan lang po ang na-attendan ko.
Ito lang po yung nadaluhan ninyo? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sir, pa-correct lang po. Yung punta ko sa Xi'an, no, sa conference on cultural property.
Would you think that the seminar that you attended affected your perspective or the work that you do?
Ako po o si Mr. Mark Lopez?
Kayo
Myself?
po, Miss Cruz. Kasi yun naman po yung layunin ng mga seminars, di ba? Para mas palawakin ang inyong pag-unawa, mas pagalingin kayo sa trabaho na ginagampanan ninyo. So sa palagay niyo po ba nakatulong ang mga seminars na ito sa trabahong ginagampanan ninyo?
Abogado po ako at ang isang dalubhasa, I think, sa cultural conservation. So yung seminar, it includes a history of China, which also includes an understanding of the area. Matagal ko na pong napag-aralan yon. So medyo, yung iba doon, ulit na. Pero ang bago ay yung short form, yung pagturo nila ng short form type of video, which is a technical, parang technical na seminar yon, na tinuturuan kung paano gumamit ng ibang mga platforms at yung pagturo ng appreciation ng short form. Ang short form po, yun po yung mga reels, yung mga TikTok, at saka yung 1-minute videos ng YouTube.
Okay. At I'm sure yung na-gain ninyo at napakinabangan po ninyong additional knowledge is the same with those of those other participants in the seminar. Am I true to understand that, Mr. Lopez? Am I correct to understand that?
Mr. Chair, yung akin pong takeaway dun po sa seminar na yun is that it's just an appreciation po of how China media works.
Okay. And from the other participants in today's hearing, were there other individuals there? Kayo po. Okay. Hindi ko po kasi kayo nakilala sa litrato. Sino po kayo? Have you taken your oath?
No, sir, because I was not part of the list that you called, and I did not get an invitation personally. But I came here because I was issued a show cause order for the past hearing that I could not attend because I was in Davao City, in Tagum City, and I came here just to submit that and be with my partner. My partner is Attorney Trixie Cruz Angeles. We are Luminous, the Facebook page and the YouTube page.
So you mentioned that you're partners?
Law partners, and also on the blog, sir, on the Facebook and YouTube page.
So abogado po kayo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So kayo po ay nandun din po sa seminar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ano pong pangalan nila?
Ahmed Paglinawan.
Okay. Thank you very much. So anyway, that's all I have to ask, Mr. Chair. No? So thank you very much. At least inamin po ng ating resource persons na nakinabang po sila doon sa state-sponsored seminar. Mas naintindihan nila yung paggamit ng mga reels, ng mga threads, ng mga short videos. Ang pakiusap ko lang, sana itong dagdag kakayahan na naibahagi po nila sa inyo ay magamit nyo po para sa kapakinabangan ng bansang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. The next interpolator will be Representative Sia Jong. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to know, are we still joined by NBI? Is NBI here? NBI? Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to know the current state of our laws regulating the spread of fake news, because there have been a lot of discussions earlier regarding the fake news and misinformation and disinformation. I just want to know what are the the laws that have been implemented insofar as countering the proliferation of malinformation, disinformation, and if there are gaps within, if there are gaps in the implementation of our laws, or if there be sort of short-handed pagdating doon sa pag-implementa ng batas, or if there's really a need to probably, Mr. Chair, to introduce some measures so that we can close the gaps. I'm sure, and based on the previous hearings, Mr. Chair, I understand that medyo this is a new frontier. I think this is a new area of concern. Itong online, there has to be some sort of an additional measures or mechanism to regulate, anything, or regulate the social media. Mukhang yun ang hindi pa natin nabubigyan ng pansin. So gusto ko lang po malaman from the NBI, and partially these questions have already been answered or been asked, I think, last hearing to the NBI, but just want to go back to some few salient features that we want to find out from NBI on how they deal with misinformation, disinformation. So gusto ko lang po malaman, when it comes to investigating cyber crimes, is NBI the lead agency, or do you have other agencies involved in that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Special Investigator Anthony Alfred Vita from the Technical Intelligence Division of the NBI. My chief, Sir Attorney Raimundo, had to go to the Supreme Court for another engagement. Aside from the NBI, sir, the PNP, we also coordinate with the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group and also the DICT and the NTC.
So which agency is the lead agency when it comes to investigating cyber crimes, filing for the necessary charges? Is it the NBI? Halimbawa, kung ako'y biktima ako ng isang fake news, no? Kung magpapa-investigate ako, magpa-file ako, sa NBI ba ako pupunta, or pwede ako pumunta sa ibang agencies?
Yes po.
NBI lang ba may primary mandate to investigate?
Mr. Chair, you can also go to, complainants can also go to the Philippine National Police. With the NBI, they can file their complaint with our Cybercrime Division.
So when it comes to investigation, it's the NBI. The NBI is the lead agency, no? Am I correct?
We have, it is one of our primary jurisdictions, Mr. Chair. Our director is the vice chair also of the CICC.
When it involves cybercrime bites, information that is proliferated online, I'm asking if is NBI the lead agency, kasi para po klaro na hindi gusto ko lang po malaman walang overlapping of mandates dito ng may-agency. That's why I'm asking you straight a question. Is the NBI the lead agency when it comes to investigating cyber crimes?
We coordinate with the ACG, okay, sir. Yes.
Okay, sige. So, yung sabi kasi ni Director Husilos, yung CICC, is it CICC still under the DICT or NBI?
It's under the DICT.
Under the DICT. So is it a DICT? Is this a council that you do regularly meet? Or do you also do some investigative work?
Mr. Chair,
or do you delegate the investigation to NBI?
With regards po to CICC, nagkakandak po sila ng regular meeting.
So you don't do investigative work. It's more of a council. You coordinate and you come up with policies, di ba?
Yes po, sa part po ng CICC. Now, what we do po sa CICC ngayon is they accept yung mga complaint po nung
I know, but yeah. So sino po talaga yung nag-investigate? That's why I'm asking first that basic question. Sinong nag-investigate among all these agencies involved in the issue of cybercrime? Who actually is the lead agency to investigate?
For now po kasi ganito ang nagiging situations. CICC accept complaints about cybercrime. Then ang ginagawa po nila, they collect all the informations pertaining po doon sa complaint. And then ini-endorse po nila sa PNP ECG.
Ano po?
PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group po. Doon nila ini-endorse. At there are some cases naman po ini-endorse din doon sa NBI.
Okay, sige. So ibig sabihin, agencies can be investigated, or a case can be investigated simultaneously by different agencies?
Parang ganun po. There are cases po na dinidiretso na sa PNP or sa NBI.
Okay.
May cases naman po na dinadaan din sa CICC.
Okay, sige. Okay. So, gusto ko lang balikan kung NBI, if I may, Mr. Chair. Ano po yung mga karaniwang mga iniimbestigan nyo covering cybercrime? Included ba ito yung mga fake news or misinformation na sinasabi? Is it itong mga fake news na pinag-uusapan natin, can they already be considered as as a cybercrime, or unless there's really charges filed for a certain individual for it to become a crime?
Mr. Chair, we are with the Technical Intelligence Division.
Yeah, sino?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, yung regular attendee kasi si Attorney Ang Ruben of Cybercrime is in the field right now. So, hindi po kami...
Pero this is just a
intelligence
regular guidelines on how you do investigation. I'm just asking you the policy of NBI. Can say, for example, itong mga sinasabi nating fake news, can that also be qualified or categorized under a crime, cybercrime, for example, and can already be investigated? Yun lang gusto ko malaman.
In some cases, Mr. Chair, yes. Like, for example, it's, let's say, cyber libel. It can be investigated by our cybercrime.
Yeah, but if there's, for example, there's no actual charges that has been filed. Kanina nakita niyo po yung yung mga pinapakita nila ng mga short videos sa TikTok na wala naman actual na nag-investigate, but we know that the implication of that really is, if not being handled, civil unrest, the very least, disturbance in the streets, di ba? So, for example, there's no actual person that has filed, or even the agency concerned has not filed the case. Can you do then some investigation without even an actual file? Can that be considered as a cybercrime, categorized cyber, even if without a filing of a certain specific charges?
Mr. Chair, usually there's a complainant to start off the
Ibig sabihin,
investigation.
there's no preventive measure for the NBI to determine whether such videos that come out and online is criminal in nature or not?
Normally, Mr. Chair, there has to be a
What if yung
complaint.
sinasabi nila na mga tao na nagsasabing may nag-resign na mga police men, tapos hindi pala siya totoo? So, I mean, if you ask me, that is the intent of that really is to, to provoke emotions, incite a certain degree of emotion, so that they would see some sort of unrest in the streets. And it's not really inviting a healthy discussion based on facts and truth, but it's merely to really incite certain emotions, to galvanize a certain support group base. And of course, yun ang nagiging trend. So would that constitute for you under the NBI or the DICT? Have you discussed that there will be some sort of a definition for any agency to at least do proactive investigation so that things might not happen and repeat again? Let me ask you, DICT.
Mr. Chair, in terms po with DICT, sa amin po sa Cybersecurity Bureau, ang ginagawa po namin is we do monitoring. Especially po pag may mga recent incident or it's a matter of national issues po. Nagkakandak po kami ng monitoring kasi we know for the fact na may mga following instruction po sa amin to conduct certain, to gather informations po doon sa pang ganon.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I ask, NBI, ganito na lang, paraphrase ko na lang ang tanong ko. Kailan nagiging cybercrime ang fake news?
Mr. Chair, for example po, pagka medyo libelous na siya, sir. Pag libelous na siya,
Including the pagpapalaganap, ha? Oo.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Pagka pinalaganap po, Mr. Chair, then it becomes
So,
through...
so pagpapalaganap doon.
Yes,
Do
Mr.
you,
Chair.
can you at least give me some existing laws, for example, na po pwedeng sabihin natin na pagpapalaganap ng fake news ay, apart from cyber libel, no? Ay po pwedeng ma-fall under the certain violation of a certain law. May alam po ba kayo, NBI or DICT, yung pagpapalaganap ng fake news? Meron tayong kasi ang minimin natin sa cyber libel, di ba? Article 355 ng sa Revised Penal Code.
Mr. Chair.
Tama po? And RA 10175. What other laws that may be, maybe can be violated by the spread of fake news? Yes, apart from yung cyber libel?
I'm not a lawyer po, pero...
Sinong pwedeng magtanong? Mr. Chair, may I ask anybody from our partner agencies? Yes, PNP, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Article 154 of the Revised Penal Code, the unlawful use of means of publication and unlawful utterances, Mr. Chair. And the Article 287, the unjust vexation of the RPC as well, Mr. Chair, in relation to Section 6 of the 10175, Mr. Chair.
So which actually, Mr. Chair, itong sinasabing disinformation and public disorder when fake news tends to cause panic, violence, or public harm, does this also fall under cyber libel, Article 355 of the Revised Penal Code? Do you have an exact provision in there that says when you are causing public unrest, civil unrest, or public disorder, one can be charged with cybercrime?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can also file cyber libel as well.
Kasi ito eh. Actually nandun sa RPAC siya eh, 'di ba? Unlawful use of means of publication, etc. Article 154,
Yes, Mr.
diba?
Chair.
So there's already that legal basis for the PNP and NBI to do some investigation, even if there's no actual filing of a case.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, we do have what we call monitoring or cyber patrolling. And once one of these is libelous or it tantamount to national security, we usually ask for preservation order.
So, how many cases have you already filed in that nature? Yung mga fake news na or mga nagpapalaganap na causing disorder, na wala naman talagang legal basis or verified na information na meron, halimbawa, merong 154 na mga policemen na nag-resign because of their disgust over the arrest of the former president, and that's why there's a quite number of policemen who are willing to throw away their badges as a sign of protest. Hindi pala totoo. But that, in a way, really caused some civil unrest to some extent. But under this law, you can already file cases for them, against them.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but we usually nagdi-depend kami sa if there is a complainant. But in the event that there is an absence of the complainant, we usually.
But can the agency, the PNP, for example, be the complainant in this case? Can you file? Can you clear? Kasi gusto ko po maintindihan kung what are the gaps and the loopholes in our laws para po magkaroon tayo ng mas maganda na batas pagdating sa pagka-counter nitong mga hindi tamang mga impormasyon. Yes, PNP.
Yes, sir. If I may, sir. I am Police Lieutenant Colonel Anacleto Daliba. I am the Assistant Legal Assistant Chief of the Legal Affairs Division of the PNP Cybercrime Group. Mr. Chair, to answer the question, sir, I would like first to establish that there are basically two cybercrimes under Republic Act 10175.
Okay.
The first one is what we call the cybercrime per se, or under Section 4. These are the, let's say, core cybercrimes. But we also have Section 6 of Republic Act 10175. These are basically crimes committed in violation of the Revised Penal Code or other special laws in relation to Section 6. Ito yung, sir, yung these are the crimes wherein the perpetrators use IT equipment. Let's say you use a cell phone, you use a computer in perpetrating a crime. Let's say, for example, stapa, or in this case, sir, libel, under Article 355 of the Revised Penal Code in relation to Section 6, sir. Iba pa po yan dun sa cyber libel na tinatawag naman natin under Section 4 of the RA 10175. Now, pertaining to fake news, for example, we have Article 154 of the Revised Penal Code, which is what we call unlawful utterances or unlawful news. Ito, sir, yung spread unlawful or fake news, technically. But this is perpetrated as a violation of Article 154 of the Revised Penal Code in relation to Section 6 of the Anti-Cybercrime Act. The process of investigation, sir, is that there is a need for a complainant to to file a formal complaint for investigation before us, so that we could docket that for investigation. And then we will be applying for what we call a warrant to disclose computer data. This warrant is akin to an ordinary warrant. Well, we go to court, we ask the court to issue a warrant, and then the court now will issue a warrant authorizing the PNP-ACG or the NBI, as the case may be, to order a service provider to give information regarding...
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, sorry to cut the story short po. So, ibig sabihin, essentially, meron po kayong kapangyarihan to file charges?
Yes, sir, but that is initiated through a complainant, officially docketed for investigation.
Okay, so if there's no actual complainant, the PNP cannot do anything about that?
Unfortunately, sir, we could request for a possible takedown, but it will now depend on the platform or the social media company, for example, Facebook.
No, I'm talking about you filing for charges for further investigation. For
Yes, sir.
example, diba, I have cited to you a specific provision in the law,
Yes, sir.
and you have concurred that there was indeed, and sinabi mo, you have categorized, there are two classes where you can actually file for a cyber libel. Specifically on the matter of spreading false information that causes civil unrest, public disturbance, etc. Diba? And so that's why I'm asking PNP. In this case, you're very much, not only the PNP, but any law enforcement agencies are very much involved in this, for example, in the possible filing of the crime, because you would be the, ang respondent yung pero kayo yung interested party dito kasi we're talking of the collective safety of the country
Yes, Mr. Chair. However, sir, with regard to the procedure of the National Prosecution Service, they will be looking for a complainant who will be under oath, will be subscribing a complaint. So
Okay.
that's our limitation, sir, Mr.
Okay, thank
Chair.
you. Now, what about, Mr. Chair, what about po yung those Filipino citizens who have been propagating fake news but are operating or being settled in the other countries? Do you also have that jurisdiction over them?
Pursuant to, again, sir, RA 10175, when a crime is committed, even if it is beyond the physical territorial jurisdiction of the country, as long as any of the elements of the crime or the devices used can still be located here, for example, the damage, we can investigate. Unfortunately, sir, Mr. Chair, we still need a proper complainant to file a complaint so that we could docket it for official investigation, sir, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, kasi what you're saying, Mr. Chair, what you're telling me, what you're sharing to this committee is Article 2 of the Revised Penal Code, no? Concept of territoriality, diba? That there are certain, halimbawa, yung sinabi mo kanina, that there is also some exemption under the general rules. Kasi sabi nila, the criminal laws of the Philippines are only applicable within Philippine territory except when allowed by treaty, committed on Philippine ship or airplane, crimes against Philippine currency, obligation and securities, importance of the products mentioned, Number 3, those committed by public officials and employees in excess of their function, those committed against national security and law of nation and law in order. Tama po ba?
We may use that, sir. However, sir, as of right now, we are only using Republic Act 10175.
What's that? Is that
the Anti-Cybercrime Act of 2000?
So that gives you also the power to investigate those who are living outside of the country na halimbawa, vlogger siya, masyado siyang politically enticed masyado, tapos kung ano-ano lang pinagsasabi sa vlog niya, ng mga fake news na unverified facts, tapos nagkukos siya ng in fact, minumura pa nga niya yung ibang politician, naggrabe yung excessive profanity, na may mga vloggers talaga na gano'n, it's too much for my liking, not just because I'm a Muslim, I'm a conservative, but as a human being, I cannot stand the profanity being expressed in their vlogs. Pero mga Pilipino sila, but they're living abroad. Can they still be subjected to the ones that you're saying? Can they still be subjected for investigation or filing of possible charges?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The PNP-ACG can
So
still
how do you
investigate them.
manage to do that? What other partners do you do in terms of further investigation since they are not living within the Philippine territory? Do you also do partnership with the social media platforms that they've been using?
Sir, mainly, sir, we have strict coordination with other government agencies, just like the DOJ, OOC, sir, and the CICC. We have governmental mechanisms. However, sir, again, one of the challenges is that we need...
Please tell me the challenges para alam po namin
Yes,
yung paano pupunuan namin dito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will be needing subscribed documents. We will be needing affidavits. And of course, an affidavit should be subscribed before an authorized person in the country, or if accepted in, let's say, Philippine Embassy. That's another, in an embassy, in a Philippine embassy located outside the country. If, of course, again, sir, in coordination with the DOJ. So,
So kaya nga, what other agencies do you coordinate? Do you do this PNP alone or is it NBI? Who's the proper agency tama yung tanong ko po kanina. Sino pong mag-iimbestiga doon? PNP or do you do joint efforts?
Mr. Chair, under the law, it's the NBI or the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group who can conduct investigations, Mr. Chair.
So which one is actually the lead agency?
There
Saan
is-
ako pupunta? Halimbawa,
there is no
sa mga ordinary na tao. Either way, either of the
Yes,
agencies.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, are you aware also, Mr. Chair, aware po ba kayo din na in other countries, when they do also investigation in terms of this, information digitally transmitted to, online, meron silang tinatawag na let me check ha. Meron parang fingerprinting din Meron din silang digital fingerprinting Kasi I want to know the technology that we have right now in trying to find out kung paano natin mag-conduct ng investigation. Ano yung mga plataforma tinitingnan natin? Do you also request for the local internet service providers, social media platforms, apart from that, yung mga online transactions? How do you do investigation when it comes to cyber libel or the spread of fake news? Ano po yung mga ginagamit ninyong tools para po to further the investigation? Because we want to know exactly how can we cop up our technology and our effort, our law enforcement agency to really use the digital world in order to respond well to the cases or cases of fake news, proliferation of fake news. So, ano pang ginagamit natin dito sa NBI? NBI, let me ask NBI this time.
Mr. Chair.
Are you not competent to answer these questions?
Usually it's our cybercrime, Mr. Chair.
Where is he?
He's in the field, Mr. Chair. May operation po sila.
PNP. Kasi sabi mo, ORE. Or PNP.
Mr. Chair, the primary tools given to us by the law, of course, is Republic Act 10175. It is considered as an investigative tool, and also it's
No, I'm
IRR.
asking about the ways and methods by which you conduct your investigation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
In relation to that, there is this thing we call the rules on cybercrime warrants, wherein we are authorized by procedure to conduct investigations. These are our investigative tools. Pertaining to the specific devices or equipment, Mr. Chair, we apologize that we cannot divulge the specific types of equipment
But can you at least
We have
guarantee this committee that you are at par with the other gadgets being used by our neighbors, or for example in the ASEAN. Halimbawa, just to counter the spread of hindi lang actually fake news dito, Mr. Chair, kasi dito sa national security concern din natin, 'di ba? They've been also using online in the digital world. In fact, there's a thing called the third generation warfare. And we experienced that during the 2017 in Marawi, where they actually recruited foreign fighters to come here, and then they transmit that the what do you call this? The transmission of funds for their operation. Gumagamit na rin sila ng technology. That's why I'm asking you, not only fake news, but how can we, for example, correlate this with the issue of WPS? Now, it's really disheartening to hear one citizen here in this room saying that, since mag-water cannon, so patas lang, so di dapat tayo maging neutral, kumbaga. But can you help me out, at least understand and guarantee to this committee that you are capable of really running after these fake news peddlers and these people who are really worthy of being charged of cyber crimes? That they are not only destroying the reputation of an individual, but they are causing civil unrest. And even to a point of citing sedition and calling the people to turn away from their governments.
Yes, with the indulgence, Mr. Chair, of our Deputy Director, we can say that the PNP-ACG is capable and we have the necessary equipment to conduct the appropriate investigations, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let me go to, since may medyo technical kasi yung mga tanong ko, Mr. Chair, let me go to how do you, I don't know if pwede NPI or PNP. Pwede nyo ba i-detalye sa amin kung paano yung proseso? How do you actually manage to identify fake accounts? Yung mga sinasabing troll farms, di ba, usong-uso niya ngayon eh. Ang dami ng mga troll farms ngayon eh. Mga troll farm networks dito sa Pilipinas. These are not organic users. These are paid by, in fact, si Major General Torre, nabiktima din ng fake news eh. Tapos pinuntahan niya actually yung inaresto nila, tapos troll farm pala. Kasi they're spreading malicious information about a certain individual. How do you counter this? I mean, this is a problem, ha? Ito mga troll farms, ito yung mga fake accounts.
Sir,
PNP?
Mr. Chair, sir, with your indulgence, pwede ba, sir, bigyan na lang namin sa inyo, sir?
Why, can you not, is that classified information, Mr. Chair? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I agree with our colleagues in the PNP because it might reveal the gaps in our.
Are you sure, or you do not have anything to share to this committee?
Oh, we have, sir.
You have? Are you in a form of a what? A report?
Mr. Chair, I have with me documents here, which we can give to the committee, Mr. Chair.
So including doon, ay connect ko lang doon sa tanong ko kanina na may mga abroad, Filipinos abroad. Do you also do some IP analysis and yung mga VPN analysis, yung geolocational tags, etc.,
Yes,
specification determination analysis?
Yes,
Do you also do have that technology?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you cannot just divulge it out in the open.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that what you're telling this committee?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Salamat kayo kasi nagpa-fasting ako. Ayaw kong magtanong. Gutom na rin ako eh. Mr. Chair, I have a few questions I'd like to ask pero they're not competent daw eh kasi wala daw yung mga director nila sa But I hope, Mr. Chair, by next time, do we have a follow-up hearing, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I will announce the date of the next hearing.
I hope NBI and the PNP can send us their their personnel or their staff who are competent to answer technical issues. Kasi hindi lang natin pinag-uusapan yung abstract ng usapan na ito, na when to file, bakit kailangan mag-file. We're also looking at your capacity to run after these criminals and how we can help you capacitate your agency so that we won't have any person saying na pumunta kayo doon kasi nagkagulo doon at ganito ganyan, tapos magmumura sila sa gagamitin ng platform para magmumura para silang mga walang nanay at mga walang sister at walang mga daughters. Sumusobra minsan, Mr. Chair, yung kanilang mga bunganga. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, NBI, PNP.
Thank you, Representative Sia, the Adjong. The next interpolator will be Representative Ernesto Junicio. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the COMSEC could show the photo shown earlier regarding the Palawan issue. Mr. Chair, requesting the COMSEC again to show the photo, the fake news that being shown that the Palawan is owned by China issue, sir.
Comsec, please present the video or photos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, sususugan ko po yung sinabi kanina ni Congressman Rog regarding this particular post na kumalat sa Facebook. I was about to ask our PCO representative, unfortunately he's not here anymore, Secretary J. Ruiz. And also I would want to ask sana si Ms. Pichi Paderna regarding the exposure of these false statements on TikTok. Unfortunately, also, wala yung Facebook dito sa atin, Mr. Chair. I really hope that in the next hearing, they will be present and to be given a chance to ask si Ma'am Pichi Paderna. Your Honor, ito talagang mga photos, ito nakakabahala eh. Si Sir Tarela kanina, nagsalita na rin regarding this. This directly undermines the very sovereignty of our country, Mr. Chair, distorts perception both locally and internationally. At this juncture, Mr. Chair, since wala na po yung tatanungan natin from PCSO and from TikTok, siguro I'd like to take the opportunity to ask some of our vloggers, since kayo naman po ang ating mga bisita. Siguro if I may start, Mr. Chair, baka pwede nating tanungin each vloggers, ano po ang opinion nyo dito sa lumabas na statement na to, yung kiniklaim ng China that Palawan is not part of our country, but rather part of China. Kung maaari ko pong marinig yung opinion lang ng each vloggers, if I may, anyone can answer at this point.
Mr. Chair, I am not familiar with this issue that is presented in the screen about that story saying that Palawan is being claimed by China.
Just to give further light, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Palawan, ito nakalagay po doon sa caption eh, Palawan Island, formerly known as Zhenghe Island, was once the homeland of Ming Dynasty. It was always been developed by China government and Chinese. It has nothing to do with South Fei. Even Luzon Island was also homeland of China in early years. Ito masakit dito, Mr. Chair. One day, it must return to China. Doon ako nababagabag, at least sa amin, with the district I'm representing, sa amin po sa Tondo, Maynila, there's no batang Tondo who would ever support these claims eh. Now, since we are here, we're all Filipinos, especially the vloggers eh, nakikita ko yung fire sa mga puso ninyo eh. How you post na talagang galing sa sarili ninyong, emotions eh. I just want to know, since we're all here, ma'am and sirs, no? Ano po ang opinion nyo dito? Are you for or against such statements that China is claiming that Palawan, specifically, is part of China? Anyone can answer po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mark Gamboa. Yan.
Please answer the question.
Yan. Ako po, as a vlogger din po, and someone who loves this country, I strongly condemn yung pong mga propaganda na lumalabas na yan. Ang Palawan po ay sa Pilipinas, ang mga taga-Palawan po ay mga Pilipino, sa atin po yan, at kahit na anong mga fake news na lumalabas po, na sinasabi na ang Palawan ay one day ibabalik sa China, yan po ay dapat tuligsain at dapat po pigilan. At sa akin po, sa aming mga vloggers, kahit na magkakaiba kami ng sinusuportahan ng mga politiko, lahat naman po yan Pilipino eh. Sana po, maski dito man lang sa issue na to, na sinasabi na ang Palawan ay parte ng China, ay magkaisa kami at sabay-sabay po naming ikondena yung pong lumalabas na mga pictures na yan, na ang Palawan ay teritoryo po at posibleng ibalik po sa China. Sana doon man lang po sa aming mga kasamang mga vloggers, kahit ikaw ay sumusuporta kay Duterte, kay Marcos, kay Aquino, kahit sino pa. Pero sana po, pagdating sa issue ng ating soberanya, ng ating teritoryo, magkaisa po tayo. Ang Palawan ay sa Pilipinas at hindi po sa China. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm Dr. Richard Mata. Actually, isa sa advocacy ko po yung i-detect yung mga fake news. Kasi ang daming mga chismis, even celebrities. And this is one. Kasi ito po yung ginagawa ng ibang vloggers na para dumami po yung kanilang followers. If you create a statement na shocking, maraming magfa-follow sa'yo. So I made a list of that, but one thing is you have to check the other news outlet like Inquirer, ABS-CBN, etc. Kung ganito kalaki yung news na yan, dapat lumabas din dito sa ibang media. Kung hindi naman lumabas, malaki talagang chance na fake news yan. So dapat wag mong i-share. So naging automatic kasi dahil very extravagant yung claim, nag-share siya, nagva-viral siya. So again, it's still for me a fake news. Of course, Palawan is for Philippines only, forever.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair? Ay, sorry. Aaron Peña, Old School Pinoy. Sir, kami, magkakaiba man kami ng sinusuportahan, ulitin ko nga yung sinabi niya. Pagdating sa bayan natin, hindi pwedeng agawin kung ano yung sa atin. Hindi po kami magtatraidor sa bayan. Hindi po kami makabagong makapili. Ang Pilipinas ay sa Pilipino. Hindi po natin dapat ito ibigay kahit kanino. Salamat po.
Thank you, sir. Any further?
Sir, permission to answer. Aside from the obvious, which everyone is, supports the Philippines, sir, kasi bata pa lang ang social media sa Philippines. So I believe that you really want to learn about how social media works. So I think, sir, we should also realize that there is what you call among different camps social media warfare. And one type of social media warfare is you sabotage the other camp by pretending to be that camp. For example, I am pro-BBM. I will write something that's anti-BBM, even if I'm pro-BBM, to make myself seem like fake news. I really believe, sir, na you believe that we should really understand how social media
Ma'am, I'm
works.
sorry to cut you, Mama. I'm sorry. But I do understand what you're trying to say.
Yes, sir.
But the simple question is, do you believe that Palawan is part of our country and not of another nation? Yun lang po yung tanong ko. I just want to hear the sentiments of the vloggers since nandito po tayo ngayon, ma'am.
I apologize, sir. Yeah, of course, sir. Of course.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Anyone
thank you.
else?
Natural po. Siyempre, tulad ng sabi ko kanina sa opening statement, dapat ipinapagtanggol natin ang ating bansa sa mapayapa at tamang pamamaraan. At tulad din ni Dr. Richard Mata, sabi nga niya, ito po ay fake news. Kaya hindi po ako nagre-react masyado sa ganito, except that you asked for our opinion.
Thank you, ma'am. Sino pa po? Baka meron lang. I just wanna hear po.
Dr. Ethel Pineda.
Yes, ma'am.
That's obviously false. Anyone who went through school and who attended history classes would right away know that that is preposterous.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir.
Sir, Palawan is definitely within Philippine territory as defined. So, mali po yung news na yan. And it doesn't even come from a reliable source. So, ay definitely po na masasabi na fake news po yan.
Thank you, sir. Sino pa? Meron pa po?
I just want to clear out, lahat po tayo dito ay pro-Filipino. It's just that magkakaiba tayo ng values, magkakaiba tayo ng approach. While others want aggressive approach, ako po ang gusto ko, friend to all, enemy to none, because I saw the result from the previous administration. So lahat tayo gusto natin ng magandang Pilipinas kasi hindi ako titira dito kung ayoko ng Pilipinas. Pangalawa, I won't say na fake news yan or anything sa ngayon because this is how I process information.
Again, sir, is Palawan part of Philippines or not?
Of
Para sa
course,
inyo po.
it's already accepted internationally.
Nasa inyo lang, sir. Yung
Yes
opinion
po.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Other vloggers
It's
po.
a fact that it is a
Anyone
part
else,
of
sir?
the Philippines.
Anyone? Gusto ko lang mabilis lang. I want to drive at a point. I just want to hear your opinion, ma'am, sir, with all due respect. Yes, sir?
Sir, I am not under oath. I will swear to you now. Okay, I am a lawyer. I took an oath to defend the Constitution, and this is part of the Constitution, so I never give that any attention at all.
So, sir, you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay na po tayo. Now, the point that I just want to drive at, the passion, yung mga efforts ng mga vloggers natin, siguro we should channel it to something very important dun sa sovereignty ng ating bansa. Siguro if we hear some news like this, na may nakita tayo, like sabi ni Sir Mark Gambo, na isang vlogger din, I think we should do something about this. You have followings eh. Marami pong naniniwala sa inyo. I think, I mean, it's unsolicited advice. Baka it's good that we could write something about this para po sa ating bansa. Well, that's my opinion. And again, Mr. Chair, I would want to know sana with Facebook and TikTok, gaya ng sinabi ni Ma'am Pichi Paderna kanina, na meron silang automatic na hindi pa nire-report 99% out of the 4 million plus posts that has been taken down, natitake down nila. I want to know kung yung mga ganitong klaseng posts kasama ba sa mga pinagbabawal ng platform nila. Again, Mr. Chair, and sa ating mga vloggers, thank you for being here and thank you for supporting our country. Like what President Bongbong said, na not a single inch of our country will be given. We will fight for our country. At ako naniniwala, at least for sa mga batang tundo na nire-represent ko, walang kahit isang batang tundo na magkakalulo sa bansa natin. And I thank you. Let's all join together and let's fight for our country. Gaya nila, Sir Tariela. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Representative
Mr.
Dionisio. The next interpolator will be Representative Romeo Acop. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's too late already in the day. My substantive or substantial questions will be asked in the next hearing. Pero meron lang po akong i-clarify. May I ask from Madam Kiambao Reyes? Is
Your
she
Honor?
still around?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. A perusal of your blogs, palagi mong nilalagay sa iyong mga blogs na this post is protected by Article 3, Section 4 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. Tapos, defend free speech and note to bullies. Would that be true?
Nasinulat ko po yun. I mean, is it true na sinulat
In
ko
your
po yun?
blogs, nakita ko yung mga nakalagay sa blog mo. It's either this post is protected by Article 3, Section 4 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, at saka defend free speech and no to bullies.
Your Honor.
Would that be true?
Your Honor, una po, wala po akong blog, so that's just my personal Facebook account. And yes, nilalagay ko po yon yung disclaimer na yan, kasi nga po, medyo sensitive po ngayon tayo sa mga ganyang post, di ba? So I have to remind the readers also that these are just opinions, these are just reactions, it's no news, and our free speech is protected by our Constitution.
Mr. Chair, simple lang po naman yung tanong ko eh.
Ano po yun, Your
Kung
Honor?
Ang tanong ko lang naman po pwedeng sagutin ng totoo.
Yes.
Kasi ang tanong ko lang kung lahat sa iyong post may nilalagay ka na this post is protected by Article 3, Section 4 of the 1987 Constitution, at saka defend free speech, at saka no to bullies. Yes or no?
No,
Yun lang
sir.
po, I do not need an explanation.
Sir, no, sir. Not all, but most of my posts, may nakalagay pong ganon. Lately, ha? Lately po, ganon. Pero sometimes nakakalimutan kong ilagay yon. But as much as possible, nilalagay ko po because that's also advice din ng mga kaibigan kong abogado.
Yes. May I know what Article 3, Section 4 of the 1987 Constitution all about?
It's about free speech, sir.
And would you
free-
know, Madam Kiambao, that free speech is not absolute?
I understand, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your
Mabuti.
Honor.
Now, matanong ko po ba, no to bullies, who are you referring to?
Marami po talagang bullies din sa online at
Sino po
marami
yung
po.
nagbubuli sa inyo? O ikaw ang nambubuli?
Marami po kasi, sir, may mga vlogger sa kabilang side, yung mga kontra sa aming mga opinion na binubuli rin po kami,
Like
pinagpo-post ng kung ano-ano. Gusto niyo pwede pong banggitin yung mga pangalan nila?
Like who nga po?
Apo. Like yung sina Rene Astudillo, Labandera,
Okay, sige
sino
na
yan?
po.
TPL Labandera,
Tama na po.
TPL 3.
Ano po ang ini-espouse nila na laban po sa inyong opinion?
Eto po, sa akin po, tulad nung first hearing po, hindi ako nakarating dahil ako po ay nasa ibang bansa at dumating na po ako ng hapon. And then, kung ano-ano na po yung mga pinagsasabi at pati yung itsura ko, kung ano-anong sinabi nila na kesyo, kung ano-ano pong hindi maganda. And hindi ko na rin naman po pinatulan, pero yun nga po, no to bullies, di ba? Parang, just because hindi po tayo kumikibo, yun, kung ano-ano na nga yung pinagsasabi sa kanilang mga FB pages. Sana nga rin po, napatawag din sila dito at nang matanong nyo rin po ang kanilang mga opinion tungkol sa usaping fake news.
Thank you.
Salamat din po, Your Honor.
Sinabi mo kanina sa opening statement mo, if I remember right, wala kang kinikilingan. You're not pro-BBM or Marcos. You're not pro-Duterte. Tama po.
Tama po, Your Honor. I'm pro good governance. But like I said, also in my statement, I support and I respect yung pong mga pinuno at lahat ng Pilipino na sumusuporta sa aking advokasya, which is good governance nga po at free speech.
Good governance.
Yes
Pero
po.
dapat po bang isali rin yung paninira ng mga individual na tao? If
Ano
you are
po
pro-governance,
Ano po yung tanong po doon, Your Honor?
dapat po ba ilalagay sa inyong mga post yung paninira?
Hindi ko po masyadong makuha po yung maintindihan po yung tanong. Baka mali po ang maisigot ko.
Hindi po ba question na po kayo kanina ni Honorable Abante? Nag-apologize nga po kayo eh. 3 beses. At paiyak-iyak pa po kayo.
Yes, Your Honor. Napapaiyak po talaga ako sa...
And then you claim na wala kang kinikilingan. But from your post, meron kang kinikilingan.
Your Honor,
May bias ka rin na pinapakita. Kasi nandito sa akin ang listahan ng mga post mo, yo.
sige po. Your Honor, just let me know kung pwede na po ako magsalita. Pwede na po, Your Honor,
Yes, you have
sumagot.
the floor.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Sabi ko po, ako ay pro good governance. Hindi po ako pro Marcos or anti Marcos or anti or any politician. Ako ang sabi ko po, I'm a pro good governance. And I also said in my statement that I also have my biases. 'Di ba? Sinabi ko po 'yon. Pero hindi po ako tumitira ng below the belt. I did not say na wala akong bias or wala akong kinikilingan. Obviously, tulad ng sabi ko, sinusuportahan ko ang mga pinuno, ang mga Pilipino na nagtataguyod ng good governance at free speech. So yes, may bias po ako. Kung sino po yung tingin ko na pinuno na nagtataguyod nito, yun po yung medyo bias po ako doon. Pasensya na po.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat din po, Your Honor.
Yeah. In one of your blogs, kasi hindi ka yata naka-attend, di po ba?
Yes, Your
Pero
Honor.
ipinost mo na, and I would like to quote, wait, did they not say that the hearing is meant to investigate their so-called pogo vloggers, narco vloggers, and fake news purveyors? If you're not one of those, why be there and allow yourselves to get insulted and unfairly labeled, accused by some dimwits whose obvious intention is to create a chilling effect? Now that you are here, Madam Reyes, did you feel this?
Again, sir, did I feel?
Dito, yung mga sinabi mo sa blog mo that if you're not any of those, why be there and allow yourselves to get insulted and unfairly labeled or accused by some dimwits, whose obvious intention is to create a chilling effect?
Sir, Your Honor, that was my emotion at that time and my opinion. Again, that's what I felt.
Sino po yung mga dimwits na sinasabi mo?
Wala naman po akong pinapangalanan, sir.
Sino po ba ang pinatatamaan mo dito sa post mo na ito? May I say? May I ask pala? Ikaw naman, Iha.
Wala. Pasensya na po, sir, pero yun nga
Hindi mo naman sinasagot yung tanong ko eh. Did you feel na ikaw ay na-insult dito?
Yes, Your
You're
Honor.
unfairly labeled or accused
Yes.
by some dimwits?
Your Honor, yes, I felt insulted. Naapektuhan po talaga din yung aming mga...
Sino po ang nag-insulto sa inyo?
Your Honor, kung makikita niyo po yung mga balita ngayon...
Hindi,
ang aming
sino nga nag-insulto sa inyo ngayong araw na ito? Kasi yun ang sinasabi mo dahil dapat nga hindi
Your
kayo
Honor?
attend ng hearing na ito dahil you will allow yourselves to get insulted and unfairly labeled.
Your Honor, pwede na pong sumagot. Sa tanong niyo po kung sinong nang insulto sa akin, ayoko pong sabihin
ngayong araw
insulto,
na ito
pero
dito.
po, ngayon pong araw na to, natawag po ako ng tanga.
Sino
Hindi
pong
po ba?
tumawag sa inyo na tanga?
Mr. Chairman.
For the information of everyone, that word was already stricken off the record.
Sinagot ko lang po, Your Honor, yung
tinanggal
tanong
na po
niya.
natin yun sa minutes.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Sinagot ko lang po yung tanong ni Your Honor, Congressman Acop, kasi nga tinanong niya kung sino pong nang insulto sa akin. Ayokong isiping insulto po yun, pero kasi naniniwala ako na yung mga ganyang salita ay gawa din lang ng galit niya siguro. Kaya okay lang. Ang gusto ko lang po sigurong, ang masakit lang kasi, anyway, yun lang po yung sagot ko dun sa tanong niya na
Pero
yun po,
sinabi
tanga.
mo rin na yung magtatanong sa iyo o mag-insult sa iyo isang dimwit. Di po ba? Inunahan mo na eh. Doon sa vlog mo. Di ba? Yes. It's there in your blog.
It is what it is, sir, and yun nga po, that's my...
Ikaw ang nauna,
Yeah.
hindi yung kwan. Kasi, inuna mo nang sinabi na kung a-attend yung mga vloggers, they will be labeled or accused by some dimwits.
Your Honor, kung titignan niyo po ay yung mga bali-balita ngayon, naidikit na po yung mga pangalan namin sa mga salitang fake news blogger, fake news purveyor, narco bloggers, pogo bloggers, nakadikit na po yon. In fact, yung latest kagabi, sinabi na ikukulong na yung mga parang 11 bloggers. Kami po yon. I-detain.
Sino po yung...
Nasa balita po, Your Honor.
Kanino pong balita?
Marami po. Pwede po nating makita mamaya, pero may mga bali-balita na po. Mga mainstream media po ang nagbalita at idinikit na po yung pangalan namin directly sa mga salitang yan. And nakakalungkot po kasi syempre hindi naman po namin ma-explain yung mga sarili
Miss
namin sa
MJ,
lahat.
can I cut you off?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we know yung sinasabi mong nasa balita?
Opo.
Pwede mo kang pakita sa amin dito?
Opo, Your Honor.
Saan balita na ikukulong kayo? Sino nagbalita? You mentioned mainstream, so that would be GMA, ABS-CBN.
Yes.
Pwede mong ipakita rito,
Mainstream
preba
po.
na merong nagpalabas ang mga mainstream media na ikukulong kayo? Because
Wait
I have
lang,
not
Your
heard
Honor.
of any
Meron po.
mainstream media telling that, saying about this supposedly na pagkulong sa inyo. Pwede mo bang ipapakita rito yung prueba, ebidensya, proof that this mainstream media has been saying na ikukulong kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. Pwede kong ipakita sa inyo mamaya kung gusto niyo po. Kasi na-screenshot ko
Sinong
naman
mainstream
po yan.
media ba yung sinasabi mo?
Can you just give me Radyo Mindanao Network? At saka meron pa marami pa akong nabasa kasi pino-forward nga po sa amin, sir, yung
Mr.
mga
Chairman.
ganyan.
Baka hindi naman mainstream media yon. Baka
Mr.
this is also social media personalities.
meron din, oo.
I don't think
No, sir,
if
mainstream
it is a legitimate media outlet,
It is, Your
if it's a
Honor.
mainstream media, these are legit people. I don't think they will make irresponsible statements such as that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yun nga po, Your Honor.
Yes, Representative Baduano.
Anyway, with due respect to the statement made by Ms. Kiambao, ma'am, ganito kasi yan eh. Today's hearing will prove that indeed, if it is true, no? At saka dokumentado po yung sinasabi mo, na kahapon o kagabi, may mga ganong report,
Meron.
it will be proven that it is not correct at it is not true. Kasi, hindi naman kayo kinontempt eh, unless in this hearing, you will violate our internal rules. Di ba? Now, hindi namin problema yun, ma'am. Kung may ganun. Kasi you were invited for the past several invitations. That's why you were issued a subpoena ad testificandum. Ay siguro, ano mang media yan, baka interpretation nila, pag wala kayo dito, makukontempt talaga kayo. Now, ma'am, second, ma'am, yung sinasabi mo ngayon, yung news ngayon, you're now in the news. Okay?
Yes, and yesterday and
Now,
today, yes.
Hindi, with regards to this hearing, nasa news kamo, and you were accused of being sa fake news, etc., etc. Ma'am, remember, you apologized 4 times on those issues. Na question sa iyo, and you apologize. And that's on record. Now, if it is true or not, and how it was delivered in social media or any media outlet, ay titingnan natin. But ma'am, sabi ko na nga, you were apologetic for the 4 questions that were issues that was raised against you. Di ba? Now, kaya dalawang issue dito. Question of contempt. Hindi naman kayo siniting contempt. Now, that will be the question of that media outlet's credibility kung ba't nila ni-report na makukontempt kayo, na hindi naman kayo makontempt. Sabi ko nga, hindi kayo makukontempt today unless otherwise. You will violate the internal rules of this committee. Malinaw po yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Diba? Well, in fact, itong hearing ngayon will prove that indeed you attended this hearing, and I am very thankful for that. Kaya Tony Trexie, I'm very thankful for attending this hearing. But ma'am, ang sinasabi ko lang, yung mga news kagabi na iko-contempt kayo, now, ipoprove natin na hindi kayo na-contempt.
Yes,
Diba?
Your Honor.
But question, again, question of fake news, question of you're telling something in your blogs, 4 na issue yun. Well, in fact, kinount talaga ni Chairman Abante, you apologize on those blogs that you have made.
Your Honor, yes,
Ganun na
Your
po,
Honor.
that's on record.
Your Honor, I was just reacting po doon or responding doon po sa tanong ni Congressman Acop. Hindi ko po sinasabi at ina-assume na ganun po yung gagawin ninyo. Nirelay ko lang po sa inyo yung mga balita na kumakalat at kung paanong ang aming mga pangalan ay nasisira. Hindi
ma'am,
po ibig sabihin na dahil sa inyo, kundi dahil dito sa mga nire-report ng mainstream or ng social media about us na nakakasira. Those are fake news.
Ma'am,
Di po ba?
that's why, ma'am, on the other hand, because you're attending this hearing, it only proves that you were not cited in contempt. Di ba?
Yes, and
You are exonerated doon sa issue na pinalabas nila last night ba yun or the other day. Pero ngayon, yung lumalabas ngayon, again, I would just like to reiterate, yung lumalabas ngayon na fake news
ka or et cetera, whatever, it was proven dito because you apologized. Now, it's up to them how to write the news or the item or whatever. In their social media account, bala sila. But ang sinasabi ko lang po, we are basing all based on facts dito. Well, in fact, yung reklamo mo kanina, na parang na-insulto ka, sabi nga ni Chairman, I was the one who moved. Diba, to strike out the unparliamentary statement made by my fellow colleague, my fellow chair sa Quadcom. Kaya gusto na namin ipakita rin dito na we are fair here, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chairman.
Again, sinagot ko lang po yung tanong. Hindi ko po gustong i-bring up ulit yung salitang yon sa akin, pero sinagot ko lang po ang tanong. Maraming salamat po.
Representative Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I go to Madam Crisette Chu?
Yes, sir.
Are you still around?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Yes. Narinig ko po yung pagtatanong sa inyo ni Honorable Benny Abante. Tinanong ako po kayo kung sino yung mga congressmen na may mga anak o nakuan na nag-aaral kung saan-saan sa abroad. Di po ba?
Yes, sir. Nagtanong kanina.
Did you learn a lesson from that?
Yes, sir. That the next time I say that, I should have the courage to follow up with the actual names if I have the courage to name them.
Okay. I would like to inform you, Madam Chu,
Yes,
na
sir.
hindi po ako isa sa mga congressmen na binabanggit mo.
Sir, I know because that congressman is not here.
I beg your pardon?
Sir, I know, sir, because the congressman that I was referring to, it was based on the news, sir, and that
Hindi,
congressman...
kasi ang sabi mo kasi, mga congressman. That's why I was asking that question. Did you learn anything from the interpellation of the Honorable Abante? And I'll tell you if you do not know. Sinasabi ko lang
Yes,
na
sir.
hindi po ako isa sa mga binabanggit mo na yun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
At yung
Yes,
mga
sir.
anak ko, hindi nag-aral sa abroad, nandito po sila lahat, nagtatrabaho, and they are good citizens of this country.
Yes, sir. Good for you, sir.
Hindi. Huwag mong good for you. It's my job as the father.
No, no, sir. I did not mean it
As I expect that
disrespectfully,
you should
sir.
also, if ever you have children, you should train your children to become good citizens of this country.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I did not mean it disrespectfully. That's not my intention. I apologize if...
Now, the lesson I would like to give to you is that you should, whenever you come up with your post, you should not generalize. Kasi mga congressmen, nilalahat mo, iha.
That was not my intention, sir. I do not...
Okay,
I did
why
not
did you
mean-
write it?
I did not...
Kaya nga sinasabi ko, ang lesson learned mo dapat dito, huwag ka nang mag-generalize sa mga post mo.
Yes,
Kasi
sir.
hindi
I
ka nga
will be
makasagot
more
kanina. Kung
specific
tinanong ka
next
ni,
time,
nung
sir.
tinanong ka ni Honorable Abante, you name the congressman.
Yes, sir. You're right, sir. I will be specific if I do have issues with
And
certain
for the
people.
other
I'm sorry,
bloggers.
sir, for if you felt that I was alluding to generally.
To tell you frankly, I felt insulted. Kasi you're referring to me also, mga congressmen.
I understand, sir.
Di ba? Ngayon, sa mga vloggers, kung titingnan ko, masyado kayong mga judgmental eh. That's one thing you should learn. Huwag po kayong maging judgmental. And I don't think you have the right to judge others. Di po ba? And the other thing that you forgot is that when you come up with your post, if you come up with informations, you did not exercise due diligence. Wala po kayong fact-checking kung totoo yung mga nire-report ninyo. Yun po yung aking observation kasi sa mga post na naharap sa amin. That is why nagkakaroon na tayo ng polarization. And that is one of the ill effects of fake news. Maski na nga yung national sovereignty natin, nahahati na tayo. I hope this, you people are engaged in this kind of business, you will realize na dapat hindi last hearing, tinanong ko nga yung mga nag-attend, ano po ba ang advantage ng fake news? Wala naman sumagot sa akin. Baka ngayon, meron kayong sasagot sa akin, ano po ang advantage ng fake news para sa ating sosyedad o para sa ating bansa? Meron po bang makakasagot sa akin nun?
Sir, may I?
Mr. Chair, sasagot daw?
Yes, please.
Hindi po kayang sagutin. Kailangan po natin ng definition ng fake news. Kasi po, merong fake news na time-bound. Totoo ngayon, bukas hindi na totoo. Katulad ni Galileo na nagsabi na heliocentric ang
excuse me, Mr. Chair.
solar system.
Madam, please
Opo.
indulge me. Ano po yung unang statement ninyo?
Baka po, para magkaintindihan, ay i-define po natin kung ano ang fake news.
Yung sumunod na statement.
Kasi minsan po, ang tinatawag na fake news ay time-bound. Posibleng totoo ngayon, bukas hindi na totoo. Katulad nga po ng heliocentric versus the geocentric solar system. Naparusahan po si Galileo. Pero 600 years later, nag-apologize ang simbahan. Dahil totoo pala siya.
So, what is the advantage of fake news?
No, sir, we can only answer that question if we define what fake news is.
And may I know, from your background, how would you define fake news?
Sir, that's one of my problems with the proposed legislation, is that it is very difficult to pin down a definition for fake news.
May I know,
Marami
may I
po
know
akong
what
binasa.
proposed legislation are you talking about?
Sir, Representative Ace Barber says that he proposes regulation, a regulatory framework for social media to combat fake news. And therefore, we have to define what fake news is.
So in other words, as far as this representation is concerned, wala pa akong nababasa na proposal because the proposed bill regarding fake news will come out after this hearing.
Yes, sir, but you're already asking us questions on fake news.
Yes, kaya nga, kasi that is why we're holding this para magkaroon po kami ng clearer understanding kung bakit ano ang fake news, ano yung ill effects ng fake news, ano ang advantages. That's why I'm asking, ano ba ang advantage ng fake news? Para we can balance it.
Sir, like I said, if we can have a working definition of what you call fake news, for instance, is clickbait first fake news, fake yung headline pero nasa body naman yung katotohanan. What about sarcasm, sir? Kasama po ba siya sa fake news? Paano kung jokes? Fake news din po ba yun? Gusto ko lang malaman para alam ko kung paparusahan niyo po kami, alam namin kung ano yung ginawa naming mali.
Wala pang mali kasi wala pa kayong bina-violate na ba except yung cybercrime law. Di po ba?
Opo.
And the other criminal laws which are controlling insofar as this issue is concerned. Di po ba?
Andiyan na rin po ako, pero para naiintindihan ko po na ito ay inquiry in aid of legislation. At pinuntirya na po ng mga kinatawan dito na may problema tayo sa fake news dahil nakakapanira. Pero sir, we're pointing out a wrong, but we don't know yet how we're going to define the wrong. And it is a basic tenet sa atin sa Ligang Batas na bahagi po ng bago maggawa ng regulasyon ay may notice tayo kung ano yung masama. Gayun din po sa ating pagdidiskurso dito, kasama po dapat ang isang working definition. Ano po ba ang tinatawag natin na fake news? Kailangan din po ng diskurso doon.
When we come up with the proposed bill, there will be a definition of terms, as always.
Maraming
so fake
salamat
news
po.
there will be defined.
Maraming salamat po.
Yes, that's the protocol of this legislative body. Whenever we come up with bills, we have a portion of that bill which define the terms embodied in the proposed bill. So nandun, i-define namin. Don't you worry.
Salamat po.
Yes, because if ever there will be a proposed bill, it will still undergo technical working group, and maybe most of you would still be invited. So your opinions on the matter will be known by the legislators. So magkakaroon po ng definition. Would that allay your fears, Madam Angeles?
Yes, sir. Pero sana, ano lang po, ang request lang po, naiintindihan ko po na nagagalit kayo dun sa ibang napopost ng mga kasamahan ko.
Hindi po ako nagagalit, Madam Angeles. Kasi ang nagsasabi lang sa akin, yung mga anak ko, kung binabanatan po ako. Sila po ang mahilig magbasa. Ako, I'm too old already to read all those things.
Naiintindihan ko po, sir. Pasensya na po kasi bahagi rin po ng pagde-develop ng ating komunikasyon, ating bagong teknolohiya na tinatawag nating social media, pati po yung values nagde-develop din. Sana naiintindihan din po ninyo na bahagi din po ito ng kahit anong pagbabagong nangyayari. So,
pero kung yung means na pagbabago ay labag po sa batas, tama po ba yun? Attorney?
Sir po, pakiulit po.
Kung yung pagbabago na sinasabi po ninyo, kasama sa pagbabago, ay kung labag naman po sa batas.
Kasama po sa batas?
Hindi, labag po sa batas. At
Sir,
nakakasama doon sa mga citizens ng country na ito. Tama po ba yun?
Sir, maliwanag naman po pag may paglalabag sa batas na kailangan itong parusahan.
Sa tingin po ninyo, sa experience po nyo, kayo po ang kasama dyan sa business na yan, wala po bang paglalabag sa batas na nangyayari ngayon?
Wala po naman din akong sinasabi na walang paglalabag.
Hindi, tinatanong ko nga po kayo. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na sinabi ninyo binabato mo sa akin yung katanungan ko Kayo po ang nagpa-practice nito.
Sir?
Nababasa po ninyo yung mga blogs ng iba. Wala po ba, sa tingin ninyo, wala pong paglalabag sa batas?
Sir, kung sa fake news,
Hindi, sagutin niyo po
pong
muna
level.
yung tanong ko.
Sir, may mga nakikita ko, yung iba ay libel, mayroon pong iba na dahil hindi po nila naiintindihan, mayroon posibleng mga unlawful utterances. Pero covered nga po siya ng batas. Pero ang pagkaintindi ko po sa diskurso natin ngayong araw na ito ay yung posibilidad na gawan natin ng batas ang tinatawag ninyong fake news.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That is the purpose of this hearing also.
Yes, sir. Mayroon din naman po ng paglalabag, pero dahil hindi pa po batas ang fake news, hindi siya paglalabag sa batas. Gayon pa man, naiintindihan ko, mayroong nasasaktan, mayroong nadadamage. At yun po dapat yata ang pinupuntirya natin. Yung may masasaktan, yung may damage, at yung may mali siya. Kung titignan po natin ang batas, lahat po ng limitasyon sa kalayaan magsalita at magpahayag ay ukol doon sa mga may masasaktan katulad ng bayan o kaya individual o mayroong malaking possibility ng kaguluhan. At ginagawa ito ng may mali siya. So kung ito pong mga elemento na to ay present doon sa pagpapahayag ng fake news, definitely sir, mayroon pong nangyayari niya ngayon.
Noted po.
Maraming
I agree
salamat
with you
po.
also on that point. Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I go to BIR? A while ago, BIR, natanong po kayo kung nag-comply kayo sa submission ng mga nagbabayad po ng taxes na nag-engage sa business na ito. Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And a while ago, if I remember it right, hindi pa kayo makapagbibigay ng mga payments that they made. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. May I know why?
Your Honor, we are prohibited by Section 270 of the Tax Code, Your Honor.
And what does that state?
Your Honor, we are prohibited from divulging data based on the returns filed by the taxpayer, Your Honor.
It is also provided by the National Internal Revenue Code na meron kayong submission of pertinent information to Congress. Are you aware of that provision?
The exemption, Your Honor, of the 270?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, kaya nga, pwede kang mag-submit dito sa amin.
Yes, Your Honor. We are allowed to submit those documents, Your Honor, in an executive session, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya nga pinag-prepare namin because kami ang magsasabi kung we will get it in executive session.
Yes, actually, Your Honor, the documents are already being prepared. The thing is, it is quite difficult to segregate the social media influencers alone, Your Honor, from the other taxpayers, Your Honor, from those who are receiving compensation or income from, for example, digital market, Your Honor, from the sale in digital market. We have, as of now, Your Honor, a lump sum of the taxpayers, but we are in the process of segregating the social media influencers alone, Your Honor.
Yeah. And your circular about this was only made in 2021. Would that be correct?
What particular circular, Your Honor, may I...
Regarding payment of taxation for those indulged in this kind of industry,
Your Honor,
the bloggers.
Yes, Your Honor, 2021, Your Honor.
Yes, 2021. Kasi gusto namin na makita rin kung paano tinatax itong mga ito by the BIR. Kasi yun ang kasama sa question ko sa next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Representative Acop. The last interpolator is Representative Paulo Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like the Honorable Romeo Acop, I will reserve some of my questions for the next hearing since karamihan po na tanong na. But additional manifestations na lang po, Mr. Chair. Siguro kanina when we got the names or the account names or aliases of our vloggers, baka pwede rin pong malaman kung meron pa silang mga ibang accounts saka additional na mini-maintain na accounts. Then I would like to manifest also, Mr. Chair, na we invite the other victims of fake news like our friends from the media, our friends from the showbiz industry, and other members from government as well, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Before we suspend the hearing, I have some matters to discuss. first and foremost, we would like to inform everyone that the tentative date for the next hearing will be on April 8. During the last hearing, we have issued, or rather, this committee has issued show cause orders to 34 resource persons, mostly social media personalities. Out of 34 that we have invited, 10 are present today and 24 did not attend. These are the following: Mr. Alex Destor, Alan Troy Rolando Sasot, Alvin Montero, Claire Eden Contreras, Claro Ganak, Cyrus Preglo, Darwin Salceda, Edwin Hamora, Elmer Hugalbot, Ernesto Abinis Jr., Attorney Glenn Chong, Jeffrey Almendra Celis, Jeffrey Cruz, Joe Smith Medina, Jonathan Morales, Julius Milanosi Maui, Kester Ramon Balibalos Tan, Lord Byron Cristobal, Lorraine Marie Badoy, Maria Florenda Espinilla, Maricar Serrano, Susan Batalla, Mary Catherine Binag, and Miss Vivian Zapata Rodriguez. So at this point, since we have already issued the cause order, this committee is now, since of your non-appearance, this committee now is compelled to issue a subpoena.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman.
Yes, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move to issue a subpoena ad testificandum for all those mentioned named by the Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Therefore, the chair hereby, the motion is approved, and the chair hereby directs the committee secretary to issue the subpoena to the mentioned resource persons. We also issued, rather this committee also issued subpoena ad testificandum to 11 resource persons. Out of 11, 8 are present, and the following 3 resource persons did not attend: Ms. Lauren Marie Badoy, Mr. Jeffrey Almendra Celis, Mr. Alan Troy Rogando Sasot. So may we inform those mentioned that have been issued a subpoena that the subpoena is still in effect.
Mr. Chair, may I?
The next step after subpoenas have been issued, if still the mentioned personalities will not attend the next hearing, the committee has no recourse but to issue a contempt order if they will not show on or if they do not attend on the next hearing tentatively scheduled on April 8. Yes, Attorney Cruz.
Sir, Ms. Lorraine Maribadoy is out of the country. She sent me a copy of her ticket and a copy of her notice that she cannot make it today. However, I don't think it has been received by the Secretariat. May I be allowed to forward it to the
Yes,
Secretariat?
please submit the ticket or whatever document, but still, the subpoena is still in effect.
We will inform her, sir.
So therefore, I appeal to those personalities concerned to appear during the next hearing para po hindi na po natin may issue ang contempt order. If those, again, I reiterate, those personalities that have already received subpoenas, if they will not appear on the next hearing, this committee will be compelled to issue a contempt order.
One last, sir.
Yes,
Ms.
Tony Cruz.
Rogando Sasot is in China, and she attempted to join today, as discussed earlier, via Zoom. She cannot return to the country.
Chairman.
Whether she's in the country or not, all orders coming from this committee will still be in effect.
Chairman,
Representative Paduano.
Chairman, let it be clear to the resource persons, especially those not present today, with regards to the explanation relayed to you by Ms. Badoy. Ang malaga po dito, attorney, is the written explanation. Attached with is all the documents that will prove that indeed he was abroad, she was abroad, and at the same time, if the written explanation is valid. No, yun po. So, as of now, we will accept all those documents that you will submit to the Secretariat, but still, Ms. Badoy and Ms. Asot, o Mr. Asot? Sasot should make a written explanation and submit it to the committee before the next hearing po.
Thank you, sir.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, just to remind everyone, resource persons, and that includes all those resource persons that are not present in today's hearing, and maybe they're monitoring this hearing, let me remind everyone that please don't force us to cite you in contempt, because under our rules, just to remind you, Section 11 of our internal rules, paragraph F, we will not allow discussions or attacking, insulting this committee hearing after the suspension of this hearing, because you will be in violation of Section 11, letter F of our internal rules. We will be forced to cite you in contempt for in violation of letter F, undue interference in this hearing po. Just be reminded po. Kasi we have already done that in my committee. One of the black timer in Cagayan, Bombo Radio Cagayan, was cited in contempt because after the hearing, he attacks the result of and insulted the committee and the result of the hearing. Please be reminded po. Thank you.
If there will be any changes in the tentative schedule on April 8, we will issue notices to all concerned. Any motion?
Mr. Chair, may I move that we suspend the hearing of the issue? So move, Mr. Chair.
In behalf of the Tri-Committee, we'd like to thank everyone for your presence and your time. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. This hearing is now suspended.